Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Pakistan steps up its diplomacy efforts with Iran and the US as Rubio says there are some good signs when it comes to making a deal. The WHO warns a vaccine for the latest Ebola outbreak in Central Africa could take up to 9 months as the death toll rises. Authorities in the Maldives confirm they have recovered the last 2 bodies of the 5 Italians who drowned in a tragic scuba diving accident last week. Pakistan has stepped up its peace talk efforts between the US and Iran. Marco Rubio has confirmed they will travel there today, 6 weeks since the fragile ceasefire came into effect. He also said there are some good signs when it comes to making a deal. This comes as Tehran says it's reviewing the latest responses from Washington to its peace proposal. Let's go live to Islamabad to speak to Jan Akçaksay, who's the former Baluchistan Information Minister and a geopolitical analyst. As always, great to have you on the show, Jan. So Pakistan is stepping up its diplomacy efforts 6 weeks since that fragile ceasefire took effect. Marco Rubio says the Pakistanis will travel to Tehran today. So should we hold our breath and expect any kind of breakthrough?
Well, so far the Pakistani authorities are very cautious as to who is going to be the dignitary visiting Tehran. As you can expect, Pakistan is very much cautious to conduct this diplomacy away from the spotlight of international media. Recently, we have seen in the last couple of weeks, Pakistan's very important Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi went twice to Tehran in 48 hours, signaling that Pakistan is adding momentum to its shuttle diplomacy. We have also seen so many efforts by GCC countries adding stability, helping push this momentum further, and also supporting Pakistan in its efforts to push Iranians and both sides for some sort of framework and breakthrough. But we are yet away from a breakthrough. There is a possibility that we might see some sort of framework emerging. However, we are still holding our breath.
And Iran's supreme leader has said the country's near weapons-grade uranium should not be sent abroad. Does this hard stance against one of the main US demands highlight how Iran thinks it's now got a hand in the game, and that's strengthening because these negotiations are taking so long?
Well, I don't think that what we see in the media, particularly by the Iranian stakeholders, would significantly undermine the efforts. There are maximalist positions on both sides, but we see there is a fatigue that we have witnessed recently. Both sides want off-ramp. Though the Iranians are emboldened and they believe they have the timing, they can wait out the President Trump, given pressure on President Trump and domestic politics, particularly ensuing the November elections in the US. However, Iranians are also feeling the heat that any good deal, if they get it, and the timing is now. So I don't think what is publicly conducted would be a maximalist position. However, we see some sort of convergence given all these back and forth efforts by Pakistan and other regional countries.
You talk about fatigue there when it comes to negotiating, and we've just heard from President Donald Trump himself. He said, we don't want tolls on the Strait of Hormuz. Marco Rubio also said a little bit earlier, tolling system in Strait of Hormuz would make diplomatic deal unfeasible. So Donald Trump says he's willing to wait for a response, but was also ready to resume strikes. Do you think a renewed military escalation in the Strait of Hormuz would improve America's bargaining power?
Well, definitely America wants to put more pressure on the Iranians so that they get off ramp. However, I don't think that there is huge leverage left with President Trump to ratchet up the tension. Really, the United States want to see closure to what we have seen, the ceasefire, and any escalation is not sought by the GCC countries or the region at large. So I think President Trump is under huge pressure not to allow escalation and see some sort of framework or some sort of intent of understanding emerging and giving in some concessions, though it will be a long, protracted talks if even we get some sort of framework agreed upon. But I don't think that both parties are not willing for a major escalation at this stage, despite the ratcheting of rhetorics by both sides.
And there has been a new map published by the IRGC of the Strait of Hormuz. Why do you think Iran is now claiming the territorial waters of Oman and the UAE is under its control?
Well, obviously, the UAE has a particular case when it comes to Iranian position. Iranians are really have tuned down their rhetorics against the Israelis, but have ratcheted up their rhetorics against the UAEs. However, recently we have seen countries like the heavyweights of the region, Saudi Arabia, Qatar and UAE bringing in more leverage, their investment incentives, their pressure with the Trump administration, and also their quest not to allow escalation and some sort of stability would also help put pressure on the Iranians to come out with some sort of understanding, respecting the region's interest as well. So even if it's a provocative step by the Iranians, claiming the water areas of the UAE country, the UAE waters, particularly when there is a huge shuttle diplomacy going on, and it's not only just between Pakistan and Iran, but also at multilateral level, which involves the GCC countries and also Egypt and Turkey. So I think despite this provocative steps that we have seen, we might see some sort of positive trajectory that would lead to stability rather than escalation.
And how are hardliners and other spoilers on all sides reacting to the latest Iran mediation efforts? And could their actions actually derail any possible agreement that is in the pipeline?
Well, the spoilers have always been lurking in the corner. They have been trying to stall the process. Particularly, we have seen recently the Israelis tried to malign Pakistan's mediating efforts. They set up disinformation campaign. The IRGC hardliners are also there trying to get a maximalist position out of the negotiations. And then the hawks in the U.S. are also trying to put pressure on Trump and limit his options. So we see spoilers trying to make this shuttle diplomacy a failure and go for some sort of escalation. Yet I'm more optimistic. We will see some sort of limited understanding framework emerging post this momentum that you have just mentioned in your intro.
Cautious optimism. I want to ask you something else that Donald Trump has said again today. And he says, I repeat, doesn't want tolls on the Strait of Hormuz, and has also once again said, and will retrieve Iran's stockpile of highly enriched uranium. He's mentioned this a few times, but never given us specifics on how this could actually happen. And what I'm also hearing, and I mentioned to you earlier, is Iran's supreme leaders saying that is not going to happen. That is off the table. So once again, these two sides seem extremely far apart when it comes to creating a framework and narrowing that gap in negotiations.
Well, what we will actually get out of these negotiations, probably some sort of nuclearization pauses / verification, subject to further discussion down the line, and also what the Iranians talking about the reparation and some sort of tool of Strait of Hormuz. These both are very contentious issues, no doubt. But I think if we see some sort of limited intent of understanding emerging, we might see a long-drawn negotiations down the line. So we might see a postponement of these two critical issues for further negotiations. And once we have a permanent end of hostilities and our / ceasefire. So I think we would not see into these some sort of consensus emerging on these two efforts soon, but I think we would see a long-drawn talks that will get underway. So I'm still optimistic that we might postpone these two issues. We might see both parties leaving these for further negotiations down the line, but towards some sort of understanding that could be called a limited framework that would allow further negotiations. This is why I'm optimistic that we can say that step one, some sort of limited framework, step two, long negotiations on both sides converging. So that is far-fetched, and yet we will see some sort of understanding minus these two sticking points getting some sort of concrete closure.
It's really interesting speaking to Jan, and when I hear you talk, I always think to myself, Donald Trump likes a quick deal. He likes things to happen fast, so I wonder how well he'll do in these long, drawn-out negotiations if they happen. But thank you so much for your analysis. We can now go to Jason Brodsky, Policy Director at United Against Nuclear Iran. Jason, great to have you on the show. Once again, diplomacy, it's in the spotlight as Pakistani mediators push to get peace talks between the US and Iran back on track. But do you think we have mediators who want an agreement more than the parties themselves?
It's great to be with you. Yes, I do think we have mediators who want an agreement more than the parties themselves. We've seen this in the past with the Omanis, and now I think we're seeing this with the Pakistani government as well. And no matter what they want to do in terms of portraying optimism in the media and using that to try to inject momentum into the talks, what matters at the end of the day are the bottom line positions of both sides. And there are still divisions here. Just today, there are reports that Iran's supreme leader may have issued an order, although there are some denials from Tehran about that, regarding his refusal to ship their highly enriched uranium outside of Iran. And if that's the case, then these negotiations are going to go nowhere.
And it's really interesting because we also had lines out today after that statement from Iran's supreme leader regarding their enriched uranium. And it said Putin shared with Xi Jinping idea of transporting and storing Iranian enriched uranium in Russia. We've heard this many times before. And of course, the US is saying, no, they don't want Russia to take the enriched uranium. But with this rhetoric coming out of Iran and the supreme leader saying that the enriched uranium is not going to leave the country, do you think that this actually helps Iran and strengthens its hand in negotiations and gives it more bargaining power, basically?
it could be an attempt to increase the regime's bargaining power. We saw such similar tactics during the negotiations over the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action from 2013 to 2015. You have seen U.S. negotiators write in their memoirs about how Iran's then Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei used to give speeches that took a very hard line, and they thought that it completely upended the negotiation process. But the negotiation process continued to the conclusion of a deal. So this could be one such tactic. But nevertheless, I think that for some months now, the Iranian regime has been reluctant to ship its entire stockpile of highly enriched uranium outside the country. So that would track with the latest reporting on whether there's been an order or not from the Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei regarding the shipment of the highly enriched uranium stockpile.
And the IEA chief is warning the oil market could hit red zone in July or in August. How concerning is this for the global economy as Iran is really consolidating its control of the Strait of Hormuz? And should the U.S. be doing more to open up this vital waterway?
Well, I think the U.S. does have an obligation to ensure freedom of navigation, along with its allies and partners who use the Strait of Hormuz for a lot of their trade. If these negotiations do not produce a result, the U.S. is going to have to consider options to open up the Strait of Hormuz militarily. And, the longer that this goes on, the increased pressure there will be for that option to be exercised. I suspect that that's the direction we're headed unless there is any dramatic diplomatic process.
Do you think there'll be U.S. boots on the ground if you think there'll be a military escalation in the Strait of Hormuz, Jason?
Well, I think that there will be U.S. strikes on Iran's onshore capabilities to target commercial vessels which are transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Let's not forget that Iran still maintains a chunk of that capability despite all of the erosion of its military capacity during Operation Epic Fury. So that will be a part of any kind of U.S. military operation to open the Strait of Hormuz, along with escorts and U.S. flight cover as well.
Jason, do you think paying Iran for transit is actually cheaper than enduring this blockade that is in place? Do you think that's a calculation many countries are making at the moment?
Well, I'm sure it may be tempting to some countries because they're very desperate to get a lot of their goods and also their personnel, which are stuck in many of these ships, to be moving again. But at the same time, these funds are going to be going to rebuilding the Islamic Republic's military capabilities. And also, let's not forget that the entities that ultimately are going to benefit from any kind of tolling or ransom payments, essentially, are the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and the payments of that can actually violate not only U.S. sanctions, but also UN sanctions. And so that's an untenable situation for many countries to consider payments.
And Marco Rubio, we're going to go back to this point when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, has criticized NATO's refusal to help on Iran ahead of the meeting of the members. Do you think the NATO alliance has been weak and hasn't actually stood up when it should have?
I do. I share the Trump administration's frustration. I think that Europe, our European allies, have been a day late and a dollar short with respect to their assistance in this matter. They're only prepared to consider freedom of navigation mission unless and until there's a ceasefire negotiation and deal in place. So that's sort of after the fact, and it's curious that they will not join the United States in trying to reopen the Strait of Hormuz now and deploying those assets in real time, and are just sitting there on the sidelines and waiting. And I think that this is really just a symptom of a broader paralysis in the European policy on Iran writ large, because it relies on endless negotiations that produce nothing. And at the same time, Iran rebuilds its architecture of terror and also promotes terror attacks in those same European countries. And all they do is release statement after statement and wring their hands and offer piecemeal symbolic sanctions that don't change the Islamic Republic's decision-making calculus.
So we had a chat about NATO there, and the fact that they're a day late and $1 short. And President Trump met Xi Jinping. Vladimir Putin has met Xi Jinping. They've all talked about Iran. Do you think that China could become a key mediator in this?
I think China does have a role to play, but China plays a double game. During President Trump's trip to China, you heard a lot of soaring rhetoric about how the Strait of Hormuz should remain open and that China does not support the tolling of use of the Strait of Hormuz on the part of the Iranians. But at the same time, China is giving the Islamic Republic of Iran a lifeline economically by purchasing its oil exports in contravention of U.S. sanctions. And also, China is sending a lot of spare parts to help Iran's missile and drone program, which are being used to threaten that very same Strait of Hormuz. So China does have a role to play, but China is duplicitous in this sense. And also we see this at the UN Security Council with blocking of UN Security Council resolutions, especially the one that is being sponsored by Bahrain and many other countries around the world. So China, likes to talk a good game, but when it comes to acting, it really enables the Islamic Republic malign behavior.
As always, Jason Brodsky, really good to have you on the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The World Health Organization has warned the vaccine to tackle against the latest Ebola outbreak in Central Africa could take up to 9 months. It said there are 2 possible vaccines for the Bundibugyo virus. There has now been 600 suspected cases and 139 deaths, and numbers are expected to rise. I'm now joined by the WHO spokesperson, Christian Lindmeier. Christian, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time with me today. The Ebola outbreak has spread far and fast. Why are doctors so worried? And what are the WHO's immediate concerns about the spread that we're seeing?
Well, thanks for having me. Well, there's a couple of factors in this specific case. First of all, the virus itself, the Bundibugyo virus, which is part of the Ebola, which brings Ebola disease, is a pretty lethal one. So it's less lethal than the Zaire virus type that we know, about 30–40%, but still, that's quite a lot. But the bigger problem is it's in the northeast corner of the DRC, bordering Uganda, an area which is struck with rebel activities. It's a mining area on top of it. So a lot of people constantly on the move, running away, or just on the move between countries, including South Sudan. So here's a high mobility, a strong belief in cultural sensitivities, which also makes it difficult to control. Burials have to be dignified and are normally attended by large crowds of people. Families are mourning and tending the body of a loved one. All this comes together and makes for a perfect cocktail. At the same time, it's a species of the virus which we do not have a vaccine yet.
And as you just said to me, this particular Ebola outbreak is in a conflict zone where millions of people are displaced. What are the other main challenges the World Health Organization is facing to try and get this new strain under control? Is there enough funds? You mentioned the vaccine. Does the vaccine for the Zaire strain actually work on this new strain?
We don't know yet, because this needs clinical trials, which would then take a certain amount of time. We're suspecting it does not, but these trials will take weeks to do. And then it needs shipping and production, of course. There's an amount of vaccines available, especially in Kinshasa. They do hold these vaccines because they're actually pretty well prepared. The Director General called on the weekend for the public health emergency of international concern. Basically, apart from the pandemic level, the highest international alert you can give. And that is to strengthen the international community, to alert the international community, to bring them together, to increase surveillance, to also help fundraising, because that's extremely important. And then once on the ground, it helps the national authorities, because it's a long distance. It's by air, 1,700 kilometers or more between Kinshasa and the Ituri province. It is by road 2.5, 3 days to travel to get there. And that is terrain which is not easily maneuverable. 18 tons have already been of medical equipment and supplies have already been shipped by WHO. But yet this is a drop. And the bigger problem is really the remoteness, the mobility of people, and getting now to every contact and getting the right medicines once we know which one, and eventually vaccines to the places.
Christian, really difficult when you speak to me about how to get these vaccines and the right treatment in the right place across the DRC. But this is the DRC's 17th Ebola outbreak. Why does it continue to experience these repeated outbreaks? And what role do wildlife ecosystems play in allowing the virus to re-emerge? Because we do know that this virus often jumps from bats to humans or monkeys to humans, the way it's transmitted.
The animal kingdom is there. And that's where it comes from, exactly as you described. It's typically coming from bats. You have a hunter in a overnighting in a bat cave, or any other form. A single person is enough to get infected. He brings it into the family, gets sick, gets cared by the family. Of course, they give him close care. When that patient dies, the others then come together. Family funerals. Everybody mourns the body. And then it takes a long time to establish that there's something highly lethal there and very unusual. And by the time that notification reaches, which it did in the beginning early, and it was tested, the early cases were tested for Ebola, but for the Zaire strain, because the other is so unusual that the rapid tests are not available far away from Kinshasa. Kinshasa has it. And that's the good thing about what you say, that the DRC is so known to have Ebola outbreaks, because they really do know what to do. Kinshasa is really experienced. The Congolese do have highly qualified doctors and professors on that level. The problem is really the distance, the remoteness, the mobility, and now working a lot with the community. That's a huge challenge. Vaccines is one, but that's just one piece of the puzzle. Working with the communities, having them understand the danger of this, working also with the remote healthcare workers, they know how to protect themselves, having enough equipment for them, giving the families a possibility to tend the body of a loved one, to have a dignified burial and yet a safe burial. These are the bigger challenges.
And Uganda's government is saying it does not currently have Ebola cases in the country, but has also announced the suspension of travel between the border with the DRC. How concerning is this confusing picture we're hearing coming from Uganda?
So to what we know, what we have been reported to, that we have 2 confirmed cases, including 1 death in Uganda so far. The importance here is surveillance, because suspending travel, well, you might be able to do that over a single bridge, but WHO is not recommending suspension of travel anywhere in the world, because it doesn't really help. We know people have been on the move. People have been moving already. People have been moving since weeks. The first case that we know of was in early May, and we figured that there might be earlier cases that this patient 0 is maybe weeks before that. So people have been on the move. So now closing off has a false sense of security for people, and it actually disrupts the economic life of people, so they have to cling to something else. No, surveillance, working with the community, helping them understand, that is the key to solve this on the community level.
I just want to repeat, so we did hear from the Uganda Health Ministry temporarily suspends across public passenger transport with DR Congo due to Ebola, and the government spokesperson said don't have Ebola in the country. So that's what we're hearing from the Ugandan side. But what resources or international support are most urgently needed right now to strengthen the response on the ground?
Well, first, and we need a lot of, and we're holding already hearing at WHO in Geneva, different expert meetings, trying to establish which of the candidate vaccines that there are the most promising, how to quickly develop them, to get trials to speed. So this needs international collaboration. This needs to bringing the expert community of the world together. Then it's about supply shipment. What can we bring? Personal protective equipment, highly important. You need a lot of layers of equipment. You need to change, and they need to be transported in remote areas of the world. Surveillance, highly important. You can survey at airports. You can measure temperatures as a first step. Somebody who's a contact and has even symptoms should never travel. That is correct. But surveillance helps us. Collaboration, sharing of data, sharing of information. Don't isolate yourself as a country, because then also getting help in and out is a problem. So we need to work together, and this way we can solve it.
Christian, it was really great to speak to you. Thank you so much for your time with me today.
Thank you.
Specialist divers in the Maldives have concluded their search operation after the last 2 bodies of the 5 Italians who drowned in last week's scuba diving accident were recovered. Authorities are investigating multiple causes behind the country's deadliest ever diving incident. Emily Sue reports.
A group of specialist divers ended their search operation in the Maldives after 5 Italians died at an underwater cave last Thursday. The body of the diving instructor was found on the same day. The remains of the 4 other divers were retrieved this week after a specialist team from Finland was roped in to help with efforts.
The reason that why we are here was our willingness to help them, and help them by bringing them back home. And after 3 days, 3 operational days, I can say that we have achieved this mission, and they are back on surface and back at home.
The recovery operation was complex due to the depth of the cave and the lack of space and visibility. Italy's foreign ministry said the 4 bodies were located in the cave's 3rd section, the furthest from the entrance. Known locally as Shark Cave, it is up to 60 meters deep. It is hoped that discovering the bodies will provide clues to the cause of the accident. Maldivian authorities are investigating multiple possible factors behind the incident, including whether the divers descended deeper than expected. Suna Nazim is Maldives' first female course director of PADI, the Professional Association of Diving Instructors. She says safe diving depends on the right training, equipment, and sticking to the rules.
If you have the deep diver specialty license, you are allowed to go to 40. Because of the rule in Maldives that says 30 meters for recreational depth limits, nobody goes that far beyond here. If you really want to go deep, now the world is changing. We have technical diving, we have a lot of training that you can get, and you have the possibility to explore these depths. But as a trainer working in this field, mainly with children and so on, I like to say that if you like to do this kind of diving, you have to get the right training and do it with the right gear.
Nassim says figuring out what went wrong in last week's accident can help trainers in the future.
When we read about this incident, it gives a clear picture of what really happened, and that will help us to enforce more safety rules in terms of diving and so on.
The accident is believed to be the deadliest single diving incident in the tiny Indian Ocean nation. Maldives is a popular tourist destination because of its string of coral islands. Emily Sue, Arabiya English.
Now, files released in relation to the former British Prince Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor and his appointment as trade envoy in 2001 have been released. They reveal that the late Queen Elizabeth was very keen for her son to have a prominent role in the promotion of national interests. The British government published the historic documents yesterday and said it had found no evidence that formal due diligence or security vetting was carried out at the time. For more on this, I'm joined by a royal commentator, Josh Rom. Josh, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much. First question, does the release of these files actually change anything for Andrew?
Not specifically changing. It doesn't present anything damaging. It doesn't present anything necessarily concrete in relation to the previous allegations of misconduct in public office, allegations in which former Prince Andrew denies. However, what they do is they reveal more about the royal family's involvement in the then Duke of York obtaining that position, and it also reveals more of the specific temperament and behaviour of then Prince Andrew.
And what have been the most striking revelations from the files? Because you just talked about family behaviour, and what does it tell us about his relationship with his late mother, Queen Elizabeth? Because it was long rumoured that Andrew was always the favourite.
Yes, it was long rumoured that Andrew was always the favourite, and what this file shows, it unfortunately goes to suggest that the late Queen, Her late Majesty, definitely had a blind spot when it came to Prince Andrew. These files reveal that it was her specific wish that the then Duke of York should take a prominent role in the promotion of national interests. The files would say that it fits very well with the end of the Duke of York's active naval career. So this is very much suggesting that her late Queen Elizabeth made manoeuvres and applied a little bit of pressure. Buckingham Palace was applying potential pressure onto the government to give the then Prince Andrew some sort of role. But saying that it does fall in line with some procedure, and there was a continuation of this because this role was previously taken up from the Duke of Kent. So there was previous royal involvement when it came to this specific role. But what it does show Her late Majesty the Queen trying, very much looking out for her son, who has, of course, been long rumoured to be her favourite.
Is it acceptable that Andrew was not vetted for this role at all, despite existing concerns about his behaviour, and also he lost the job because of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
Well, this is a bit of a nuanced question, because when he was first appointed in 2001 to the role of trade envoy. Now, although he did meet Jeffrey Epstein in 1999, it's thought that he was introduced through Epstein's ex-girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell. Of course, Epstein was only convicted in 2008. So those concerns around Jeffrey Epstein would have only have been present later on into the role and not when he was first being appointed. So I think that's why there was little to no vetting, because at the time there wasn't necessarily those concerns. And of course, as I mentioned just before, there was previous royal family involvement in the form of the Duke of Kent having this role. Saying that, it's more of a question of why didn't Andrew necessarily resign sooner, or why was he then not stripped of the role after these after these concerns were amounting? That's, I think, the question. And actually, it stresses the importance that actually even royal members of the royal family might need to be vetted somewhat to their connections to see whether specific roles involve conflicts of interest, especially when it came to this specific issue. We saw a warning from his head of office, from Captain Neil Blair. Already there was concern about Andrew's behaviour relating to his liking of and his hobby of golfing, and whether or not in this sort of role he should be offered any sort of golfing in a public capacity. The letters reveal that from his own office, they asked the government, or say that there should be negotiations, that he should not be offered any sort of golfing activities in a public capacity and only in a private capacity. And this goes to show that actually already from the very start, there were concerns about his behaviour and his temperament.
You know, Josh, it's so funny because that's one thing I picked up when I had a look at those files. It stated the Duke of York should not be offered golfing functions abroad. And I was thinking, that's a real red flag, isn't it? And as soon as you read those files, you see that is a conflict of interest right there. But really interested and really interesting to have you on. Josh Rom, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you so much for having me.
A reminder of our top stories. Pakistan steps up its diplomacy efforts with Iran as the US, as Rubio says there are some good signs when it comes to making a deal. The WHO warns a vaccine for the latest Ebola outbreak in Central Africa could take up to 9 months as the death toll rises. Authorities in the Maldives confirm they have recovered the last 2 bodies of the 5 Italians who drowned in a tragic scuba diving accident last week. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. And we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
Is there room in the Republican Party for those who disagree with the president? What about those who criticize the Israeli government? Well, if you ask Congressman Thomas Massie, the answer is categorically no. We'll ask our panel why one House race in one US state is sending shockwaves well beyond Capitol Hill. That debate is coming up soon on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Now, it's been almost exactly 50 months since the war in Ukraine began. Well, we don't know exactly how many people have been killed since the Russian invasion began in February 2022, but the death toll on both sides is believed to be well into the hundreds of thousands. Well, the war has also affected millions of people in Ukraine and beyond. And we're going to discuss that now with the Ukrainian footballer, Anatoly Trubin. Well, originally from war-torn eastern Ukraine, Trubin is now at the very top of European football, becoming one of the world's elite young goalkeepers. Well, currently with the Portuguese side Benfica FC, and also goalkeeper for the Ukrainian national team, Trubin stunned Real Madrid and the world earlier on this year with an unforgettable last-minute Champions League wonder goal. Well, we're going to be speaking to him about that, and we'll be discussing his upbringing as well in the war-torn Donbass, as well as his journey from a young boy chasing a dream to becoming one of Europe's elite goalkeepers, working under Jose Mourinho. Well, we're joined by Anatoly Trubin, goalkeeper for Benfica FC and the Ukrainian national team. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. You're 24 years old now, and you were just 20 when Russia launched its full-scale invasion of your country. I'd like to start by asking you what you remember about your younger years before the war changed literally everything for you.
Actually, for me, it started not 2021. It started in 2014 because I was born in Ukrainian Donetsk. Everything was perfect, I think, because I live at my hometown with my family. I always wanted to play football in Shakhtar, so I grew up as a person, as a footballer there. So, and after when the war started in Donetsk region, it was really difficult for me because I need to move from my hometown to Kiev, and it's changed me a lot. I think start to be more older in still young age, so changed me as a person. And after when the war started in all of Ukraine, it was difficult, not only for me, for all country, and still difficult. So it's take a lot of from our lives in our real, not only football life.
Right, so you're saying that the war forced you to grow up much faster because of the fact that it made you leave your home, and clearly there were some very difficult moments for you. Was football a way for you to escape from all of that?
Yeah, actually, it's true because football is my life. It's a sport that gives me everything what I have, and I love to play football. And of course, when I train, when I have games, I forget about everything and can just enjoy my game, enjoy the football. So football is kind of escape land for me from every problem which is around. So football gave me everything.
And in fact, your football success is arguably giving hope to Ukrainians back home who aren't able to travel and play football overseas. I think you said yourself that your goal against Real Madrid, that sensational goal, brought light to the Ukrainian people. Describe the power of a great football moment like that during a war.
Actually, it has huge power. After this goal, it's absolutely unique, and I play for Portuguese team, but I received a lot of message from Ukraine, and really kind message. So I was not expect at all. So I think in this difficult time in Ukraine, sport, especially football, can give us as a light, and also people in the country, especially soldiers, can forget about everything around and focus on football and happy moments. When we play national team, it's huge responsibility from us because we play not only for ourselves, our team, our family. We play for all of country, all of Ukrainians, and it's huge responsibility.
Is it very difficult to remain focused all the time? Because clearly focus and concentration are really important to being a goalkeeper. And you're having to focus at a time when your country is under attack and suffering every day. I mean, that must be a huge distraction.
Yes, of course. It's not easy, but we need to keep going, especially me as a goalkeeper. I think I need to show my personal power, personal character to move forward, because the life continues, life goes on, so we need to keep believing, keep working hard, and to bring some special moment for our people.
Do you speak up openly on political issues on a regular basis? I know you once called the Russian President Vladimir Putin a killer. I mean, do you think it's important that people like you, football players with a large platform, do speak up?
Yes, I think it's important. And especially Ukrainian popular people, I think they talk a lot about everything, and all around the world knows about war, about Russia. So I think we need to keep talking, and maybe it can change something, some minds. So we need to talk about the problems.
If you could send a message to President Putin, what would it be?
Stop killing Ukrainian people.
And what about a message to the people of Ukraine who see you, who see your success on the international sporting scene? What's your message to them?
I can say that they give me power to do it, because Ukrainians have strong character, and as I say before, I receive a lot of good message from Ukraine, and it gives me more energy, more power to do better and better, to do better things, to represent my country. So I try to see everything, and thanks for this support.
It's clearly working, because right now you are regarded as being one of the best, if not the best, young goalkeeper in world football. I mean, do you feel that yourself? Are you aware that you are absolutely at the pinnacle of your career?
I think no. I think a lot of things to improve, a lot of things to do. I feel better than last seasons, of course. I feel that I'm improve step by step my strong and my weak points. But, we need to improve every day. I think I learned it from the past, from my childhood. So I need to improve to be better every day.
Well, 2026 is off to a great start for you, because that sensational goal we talked about at the beginning was, of course, in January against Real Madrid during the Champions League. I mean, would you say up until this point, and you're still young, that was the greatest moment in your career?
Probably yes, because this moment can be once in life, and not all of goalkeepers can have it. So, yeah, it was sensational, it was unique, but it was also, opportunity that I take, that God gave me. And you never know what can happen next, and you need to be ready to take your chance and to give your best in this moment.
What was going through your mind? Just relive that moment for us when Jose Mourinho, the captain of Benfica, he sent you forward. I think it was in the 98th minute of the game. Did you really think you were going to score?
No, I don't have this in my mind, of course. Actually, at that moment, I don't know why I need to go there, because we are winning, so I don't know why. And only after, when I arrived there, my teammates said to me that we need one more goal. So it was, like 1 second, like in a movie. So I think in this moment it must happen. So I just do what I think, what I need to do, and score a brilliant goal.
So the fact you weren't aware of how important it was that you did score that goal, do you think that actually helped you? Because I'm assuming your head was a little bit cooler than it would otherwise have been.
Actually, I don't know what to say. It's his goal that gave us opportunity to play in playoffs of Champions League. So it was important for all of team for Benfica. But, it's not changed me at all, because I understand that next day I need to continue my way, continue to work, continue to prepare for next game, because, as I say before, life's always move forward, and you cannot stop on your past. Of course, it's brilliant, it's beautiful to remember this goal, but you have next day, you have next game, and you need to be ready.
Had you practiced for a scenario like that during training?
No.
Okay. I just want to ask you a couple more questions really quickly. We were speaking about Jose Mourinho there just a second ago. There's a lot of speculation about him going back to Real Madrid this summer. What do you think of that?
Actually, I don't know what to say. I know that he's top coach, and of course, some of the best club can try to have him as a coach. But I don't know. It's, as I can say, not my business. I'm really lucky, and I'm really happy that I have a chance to work with him, because he is one of the best coach in the history. He won everything. So he gave me a lot of new experience. And what happened in the future, it's not in my hands. So I hope he will stay with us in Benfica for next season, and we can continue our way together.
And what if he said to you, Anatoly, come with me to Madrid? Would you go?
I don't know. We'll see.
All right. That was an unfair question, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Anatoly Trubin,
thank you so much.
Goalkeeper for Benfica and the Ukrainian national team. It's been a real pleasure talking to you. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, bye.
Africa is at a crossroads. Amidst vicious global competition, Africa must forge its own path and secure a place at the table. In May 2026, Africa's business and political leaders will unite at the Africa CEO Forum Annual Summit to set the course for the continent. Join us and shape the future of Africa.
Arabiya English, your media partner.
Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora, coming to you from the Africa CEO Forum in Kigali, Rwanda. Well, headquartered in Cairo, the El Saweedi Electric Company is an energy solutions leader. In just about 3 decades, the company has transformed from a family-run cable company into one of the world's leading providers of integrated infrastructure solutions. So I'm pleased to be joining the CEO and President of El Saweedi Electric, Ahmed El Saweedi. Thank you for joining us here on Counterpoints.
Thank you much. Thank you.
Day one of the Africa CEO Forum, and we've already heard quite a firm call to action. The speakers in the opening session were really championing this idea of Africa's potential, but the need to propel the continent forward. They've been highlighting the importance of development and in particular ending things like the exploitative resource extraction deals and the importance of energy transition. What did you take out of the opening session, and how do you think El Saweedi Electric plays into that call to action?
Really, of course, thank you much. I've been several times before in the CEO Forum. I love it. The quality of the people here is really different. Yes, organization is nice. And it's only 2 days. Of course, there has to be more, but really it's very condensed. Of course, we are an energy provider and solution provider in all worldwide, but also focusing on Africa. Africa for us is one of the main continents because we are an African country, African company. At the same time, the opening of the sessions was really beautiful, very nice, encouraging, more energy. But of course, we can do a lot in Africa, as we are doing. But Africa, they need energy, and they need a lot of other things for the next 100 years. But it begins with energy and with electricity. Because without electricity, nothing is there. And we can see in the whole world, everywhere, electricity is number one now. For data centers, for...
It seemed to be, though, in that opening session, yes, there needs to be interest, yes, there needs to be investment, but it needs to be the right kind of interest and the right kind of investment. Do you think you'll see a change in the way energy and energy solutions are partnered throughout Africa? So it's not just a matter of extracting the energy, but it's going to be an infrastructure build here.
Yes. What I'm speaking about, the infrastructure. We need 100% infrastructure for electricity for everybody. Because to have better living for people, they must have electricity. Without this, they have nothing. If you want to make jobs, which is the most important for every one of us to have a nice job, you need electricity. But to do this, there is a big change happening in the infrastructure and in the electricity worldwide, and it will begin from Africa. By the way,
the Julius Nyerere hydropower plant in Tanzania is one of the largest infrastructure undertakings, and also something that your company is directly involved in. In terms of this year's forum theme, scale or fail, even though you're talking about smaller projects, do you think there is a need for magnitude, for that sort of scale and that cooperation across the continent if the continent is going to succeed?
Yes, you're right. I was speaking about small power stations and small things, but if a country have already have their own infrastructure, and the infrastructure is built, and they lack big power plants or big energy, there is no way except to put conventional, let's say 1 giga, 2 giga, 3 giga power station, or hydro plant. And really, we as a company, we love very much to work in things which have big impact on the continents and big impact on countries. And this Julius Nyerere hydropower plant have huge impact in all Tanzania and the countries around. Especially that the cost of energy will be much less. This is the project for the next 50 years. It's over 2 giga, which is really a lot. It can give a lot of jobs for a lot of people. It can change the way of education, of health, of industry. Because even we invested a lot in Tanzania on factories, like cables, transformers, other things, because now there is energy and there is a lot of potential for improving the infrastructure, improving transmission, distribution.
And if you're talking about distribution, transmission, that is obviously internal in individual countries, but do you see the need also for more cross-border cooperation? I mean, we've seen the African Continental Free Trade Agreement picking up a bit of traction, but would you like to see more integrated, more shared ownership, I suppose, which is also another theme that we heard from the Rwandan president, in the opening address. Do you think that that is something that could really drive energy transmission forward?
I think it's a must. We can see it in the Gulf, the interconnection in the Gulf, and they're pushing more and more. We can see the interconnection of the Gulf connected with Egypt through the sea. We can see the interconnection all over Europe. So for Africa, it's a must. Because it will make a big difference.
Why do you think it's been so difficult for Africa in the past?
For the past and even today, if there is no clear regulations and there's no clear path how we can do this and what is the way for private sector to invest in Africa? Investing in African infrastructure is not easy. the project can take 3 or 4 years just for approval. So they need a lot, but what's on ground is much less.
What would you like to see as an immediate change that can spur things along and get that interconnectedness that you think is so vital?
That all the financing, big financing like IMF and like the EBRD and all the financing parties worldwide, put clear regulations for how private sector can invest in infrastructure in Africa, and to put the vision before we put the road. How many giga water needed for the next 5 years per year, so we put the plan to reach this target.
Okay, well, if we look outside of the continent of Africa, in an interview that you did recently with our colleagues at Al Arabiya Business, the group's CFO said that international markets now account for 70% of total revenue. How challenging has it been to grow your global footprint? And is that where you see the future direction of Al Saudi Electric?
Really, we are very optimistic because the whole world now is speaking about electrification. Electrification is the right time. So anywhere in the Gulf, in USA, in China, in the Africa, so on. And we are in this business. It's challenging, yes, but our main target now, or how we do it, we focus a lot on the people in the company. We recruit a lot of young generation. We train them very good. HR and developing personnel in our company and around is one of our main focusing. And because of this, even as a company, 100% of our CSR is focused in education in Egypt and in all the countries we are working at. Because we believe that to begin, education is number one.
I was going to come to education in a little while, but because you've raised it in such a succinct manner, let's talk about it a little bit more. Because if we look back at Africa, African youth population is expected to account for 60 to 70% of the global total by the end of the century. And you are obviously very passionate about education and about youth development. So can you talk us a little bit more through how the company and the foundation that you've started bridges the gap between academia and industry? And what do you think are some of the biggest hurdles to give young people, young aspiring workers in this region, the job opportunities that they need?
First, yesterday I met the president of Rwanda. We have a meeting with him yesterday. I was really impressed, and each time I meet him, I'm impressed that he's focusing a lot on education and health. And he's putting 16% of the revenue of the country on education and how to put people in a better way. And this is the most important. How to focus on your people and how to educate them. Because if you educate somebody, let's forget about him. He knows his way. Also the same thing, I believe that young generation are the future and are the present. Not only the future, the present. We recruit over 1,500 people, 1,500 young generation from all the universities worldwide every year. A lot of training, education inside the company for 8 months, which we believe they teach us what to do. They tell us what to do.
They've got bright ideas.
Yes, bright ideas. And to be surrounded by young people and also experts with a good knowledge and good experience is important to have the mix. This gives you better future and how to look better on the future and to be optimistic.
Just finally, a lot of African firms are competing against firms in China, firms across Europe for big continental contracts. So what do you think sets your company apart, maybe other African companies apart, when it comes to being able to pull off these big mega mergers, these big projects? Why should it be Al Saudi Electric as opposed to a company coming out of China or Europe?
Why we are able to take big projects?
Yes. And how do you remain competitive against companies in China?
We are always investing every day in technology, investing in digital. We have a very big department in the company for the AI. We invest in a lot of machinery and make it a lot up to date. We are with our customers. Our customer is the main target. We are very flexible with them. We think what the customer needs, what the customer problems, and we are trying to fulfill his needs and his problems with our expertise and our financials. Because I believe customer is the target, and we can see this.
Really fascinating to talk to you. Ahmed El-Suwaidi, thank you so much for your time here on Counterpoints, coming to you from the Africa CEO Forum. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you. It's a great honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this special episode of Counterpoints on Arabiya English, coming to you from the Africa CEO Forum in Kigali, Rwanda. Well, one of the themes of this year's forum is scale or fail, but many governments and companies in countries facing economic, climate and political challenges can't do that alone. So I'm pleased to welcome the Vice President of the World Bank for the Middle East, North Africa, Afghanistan and Pakistan, Mr. Osman Dion. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Scale or fail? We heard in the opening session so much discussion that scale is no longer an option, it's the first line of defence. That speaks to the belief that Africa, if it's going to compete globally, it needs to reach the necessary scale and avoid some of these physical and regulatory barriers. Does the World Bank share that view that there needs to be greater continental cooperation? And what does it mean for the work that you do in the northern part of Africa and maybe across the broader region?
Absolutely. And not only the World Bank is 100% in favor, in support, and in buy-in of that scaling up. But we do believe the time has come for Africa to really embrace this agenda of scaling. Why it is important? Because the time we used to talk about potential is over. It is now the time of really translating the opportunities the continent have into concrete impact, concrete outcomes, which can really drive forward the development agenda of the continent. That is why scaling is absolutely crucial. But scaling cannot be done without making sure that there is an enabling environment. Scaling cannot be done without making sure there are some foundational which are in place. And scaling cannot be done working alone. So there are a set of parameters which currently, looking at the size of the continent, we can see so many of them happening, but which need to be much better structured, much better articulated and organized in order to happen at the level of scale, which all of us want to see going forward.
What are some specific challenges that you perhaps face in the World Bank that the partnerships that you have face with regards to that collaboration?
There are some which I do believe are important really to address. Some are physical. Just how to make sure that currently the investment with respect to providing an opportunity for a groundbreaking infrastructure to be in place. Because that will be the starting point to be able to attract investment at scale. And so start sometimes with basic infrastructure, like energy, like water supply, like telecom, like roads, etc. and so, where instead of having a private sector trying to invest on those areas, they found it already in place. That is part of the enabling environment. That is physical. And there is an additional part of it, which is currently regulatory, which is how to ensure they are a level playing field, how to make sure that laws, how to make sure that regulation are in place and provide an opportunity where businesses will feel comfortable to come. And then you have another part of the challenges which are currently related to what I would say, the human capital. How to ensure that the skills are in place. How to make sure that currently when there is demand, there is supply. So those are some of challenges which we do believe might be taken forward by government, and where the support of multilateral institutions like the World Bank and others can also be part of that compact on working together to ensure that the scaling up is really a reality.
And what sort of programs do you have in place, or perhaps you're anticipating specifically that you think will address some of those issues?
There are already programs which are in place. You take, for example, Mission 300, which is related to how to get access to electricity to 300 million Africans.
It's a big, big task.
It's a big task, but if you look at the number of Africans without access to electricity, we're talking more than 600 million people. A country like Ethiopia alone, which is the second most populous country in the continent, is currently half of its population have only access to electricity. We have 60 million people who need access to electricity. So Mission 300 is not just about having access to electricity, but it is about also productive electricity. How that is going to be used in order to be a factor of productivity and fueling currently an economy going forward. Take, for example, AgriConnect. We do know within the continent, Africa has huge arable lands. Africa has water. The problem of Africa is not water, it is water resources management. And how to currently combine arable land with water and with technologies in order currently to increase productivity, and not only to address food and security, but currently to be able to produce more for export, but in doing so for agro-processing going forward. So AgriConnect is another initiative which the bank working with Africa has put in place on addressing the issue from from agriculture productivity to agriculture processing, and in doing so, that value chain, how it can create jobs for people, jobs for stability, but also for enabling to fuel a much more integrated economy going forward. And I just wanted to pick up those because from electricity to AgriConnect, from energy security to food security, you can see how that also could be part of stabilizing factor across a continent like Africa, which is one of the youngest in the world as we speak today.
There has, though, been some criticism about Mission 300, that a project on that scale should focus on industrial infrastructure rather than household connections. What do you say to that sort of critique?
I think it might be a misunderstanding in the sense that you cannot go at a scale of industrialization when yet you don't have access, to basic population in the continent. The two are not exclusive. At the contrary, I think this is where Africa cannot, to some point, ensure that there is industrialization without making sure that its population have access to electricity. Both have to go together. This is where the enabling environment, in order to make sure that there are investment at scale, there are reforms in place to provide the opportunity for industries to settle in the continent, having access to electricity, to energy, but also making sure that the working conditions, the living conditions of the population improved, are both connected.
The latest World Bank MENAP economic update, and when I say MENAP, Middle East, North Africa, Afghanistan, Pakistan, the region that you cover, the latest economic update shows what it says the worrying effect of the Iran war across the broader country. Excluding Iran, it found overall growth in the region is expected to slow from 4% in 2025 to 1.8% in 2026. How concerning is that, and how does that change the way the World Bank approaches the programs in your region?
We're living difficult times for the region. And indeed, from what is happening, we do see a slowdown, a real slowdown on the economic prospect of the region. This is because the conflict is having a toll, not only on people, but also on the economy itself. And from that perspective, we do believe from the World Bank that supporting countries in the region to develop further resilience to those shocks is extremely important. It is one thing absorbing the shocks. It is even better when you build resilience on the way you will be able to move forward.
Can you talk me through some of those resilience building measures or projects?
Exactly. What are we doing to that extent? First and foremost is currently to support countries to address the immediate issue related to liquidity. And in doing so, to allow them to be able, through the existing portfolio of projects being supported in a number of countries across the region, to be able to access up to 10% of the current portfolio. Second, which is equally important, is how to help them going forward to build buffers, which is going to be extremely critical in enabling them to look at the pipeline of projects and to repurpose them going forward. And third, and this is where the resilience becomes fundamentally important, is we cannot only focus on the immediate term without thinking about what the medium and the long term will look like. And this is where now the resilience will look like to how, for example, to build back better. How to ensure that currently resilience of infrastructure, take for example water desalination across the region, which is an absolute critical factor. 100 million people in MENAP region depend on water desalination. Yet in terms of how resilient they are, that resilience is built on redundancies. The time has come to start rethinking about what resilience would look like. Do we have enough storage? Do we have enough backup? And how those backup are currently being structured, so that we can mitigate not only the risk of the vulnerabilities associated with whatever will be the hazard, whether it is man-made conflict or whether it is natural. But at the same time, how to make sure that we can continue to sophisticate them going forward. All those are some of those resilience which currently we are working with countries across the region, those who need financing, but also those who need knowledge in order to be able to advance the needed technology to build that resilience.
Another part of resilience, I suppose, is job creation.
Absolutely.
The region has one of the highest unemployment rates amongst young people and the lowest female participation in the workforce. How does the bank tackle that significant challenge and turn it into an opportunity?
It is a fantastic opportunity, but which can be also a liability if it is not being addressed. In 25 years, we're going to have 220 million people joining the job market in MENAP region. That is 40% increase.
Wow.
It is a fantastic opportunity, but it is also a liability if it is not being addressed. This is why looking at what would be the drivers for job creation in MENAP region, but also across the world. This is a worldwide issue, become fundamentally crucial for us. And we do see ways through which currently addressing this job is absolutely crucial. First is what are the foundational aspects which can currently drive what would be the core of job creation. And by referring to the foundational, I mean what are the physical to be put in place? What is the human capital? How it has to be developed in terms of skills, for example. But we also do refer at what are critical sectors, which currently can be engines of growth, but also vehicles for job creation. And here, from the perspective of the bank, the thinking have been going through looking at critical sectors which currently can participate, can contribute to not only fueling the economy, ensuring growth, but at the same time creating jobs.
And
five of them.
Yeah, what do you identify as those?
Five of them. Five of them, to be clear. First and foremost is we believe that infrastructure is absolutely critical. And with infrastructure, you will be able to have a multiplier effect on the economies. Agriculture. If you take the MENAP region today, 3 workers out of 10 come from the agriculture sector. But it is just not agriculture in terms of farming, but it is also in terms of agribusiness. It is also in terms of value chain. It is also in terms of agro-processing, basically from the farm to the table, and how the whole chain, in terms of processing, in terms of packaging, can be source of job creation, but could also contribute to economic growth. Take tourism and the potential for MENAP region. And the interesting things about tourism is that it is one of those sectors where the majority of the labor force are young people, men and women. Isn't this a fantastic opportunity when you combine it with infrastructure, the hotel, when you combine it with the skills, when you combine it with the diversification, and the way it will be able to really create massive jobs. Take healthcare. We are in a region where at the same time we have a huge bulk of young population, but also an aging population. This provides a fantastic opportunity going back to how healthcare can be also an engine of job creation across the region. And then value-added manufacturing. We have this youth which is technology oriented, we have this possibility of acquiring skills, we have a huge market where the possibility currently of developing really value-added manufacturing can contribute greatly to job creation. Of course, in doing so, you need to look at also the picture of how to structure this. This is where private sector role is fundamentally important. This is where small and medium enterprises, who are also part of the backbone of real job creation, are going to be absolutely crucial. And that brings me to what I was referring earlier on the fundamentals. This is also where reforms are going to be absolutely crucial, so that there is a level playing field for the private sector, so that small and medium enterprises can also find ways of competing and having the support needed in order to be able really to be the backbone of the growth agenda of the region, but at the same time the job creation which is much needed.
So I would love to continue to pick your brains on these areas. Your expertise is so valuable to us, but I know that you have a very tight agenda here at the Africa CEO Forum. You're a speaker at a session upcoming, so I'll leave our interview there. But I really appreciate your time. Thanks for being here on Counterpoints on Al Arabiya English.
Pleasure is mine. Thank you for having me once again.
Africa is at a crossroads. Amidst vicious global competition, Africa must forge its own path and secure a place at the table. In May 2026, Africa's business and political leaders will unite at the Africa CEO Forum Annual Summit to set the course for the continent. Join us and shape the future of Africa.
Al Arabiya English, your media partner.
Well, let's get some more perspective now. We can speak to Tim Corden, who is the Middle East Chief Operating Officer for Radisson Hotel Group. Tim, thank you very much indeed for joining us from the UAE, I gather. Now, Radisson, of course, has lots of properties right across the GCC region. There's one just down the road from us here in Riyadh. I mean, this ought to be peak season across the region, oughtn't it? You know, it's a nice time of year, not too hot. But in the context of these unprecedented geopolitical tensions, I just wanted to start by asking you what the situation's looking like for you.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This would normally be a fantastic time of year. And we're coming out of almost a record-breaking Q1, where hospitality has shown its resilience and its strength. It's had a fantastic trading period. And unfortunately now, we don't have quite such buoyant market conditions for quite obvious reasons. Hospitality, however, and hotels particularly are resilient, and it is a resilient business, and I'm sure we'll bounce back. But right now, it is pretty tough times. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And I'm imagining you're having to put in place various initiatives to, you know, bring in the revenue. What sort of initiatives have you rolled out?
Various different things across different markets, really. I mean, if we talk about Saudi Arabia for a minute, where we have 36 operational hotels and 50 hotels in total, it's actually performing a little bit better than other parts of the GCC, primarily because of the large domestic population and the resident population in Saudi Arabia. And also because it's such a large country. I mean, Jeddah's still doing, I would say, relatively well. Riyadh and eastern provinces are a little bit more affected. But we're trying now to pivot to more local attractions, utilise the fantastic restaurants and food and beverage and meeting facilities we have in our hotels for the local audience, as well as entertaining people who are travelling regionally.
Yeah, and obviously, Tim, generating revenue is all well and good, but costs have to be kept under close control as well. What sorts of things are you having to do on that front?
Well, I don't want to make too many comparisons to the pandemic that we dealt with a few years ago, but because it's not like that. It is quite different, but we are taking some of the cost saving measures and things that we learned during that period, and we are implementing them. When revenue drops significantly, you know, your first thoughts, of course, our first thoughts during this time, of course, were how do we look after our people? How do we look after our teams? How do we look after our guests? And also, how do we look after our buildings? Because hotels are essentially about the people who are in them. And there's no real memorable moment created without the wonderful teams that we have operating hotels. So protecting those people is super important to us. But there's a reality, of course, around not letting a revenue crisis become a solvency crisis for hotels. So we are having to take some cost-saving measures. And that's a wide range of things, depending on different hotels. We're asking people to take time off, for example, or we're putting into place energy saving initiatives, or we're talking to customers and suppliers who we use for different services in the hotel, which we perhaps won't be using over the next few months. And we're really trying to hammer down absolutely everything we can to keep those businesses stable and going concern.
Yeah, and it's not just tourists, is it? Because, I mean, we tend to think of people going to nice hotels as being quite often on holiday and so on. Of course, business travel is a very important part of your revenue makeup. And have you noticed business trips as well being, you know, reduced significantly in number?
Yes, we have. I mean, regional business trips are still there. I mean, compared to leisure, business travel is more robust. It is more it is more stable because people still need to do business. You know, there's still business happening in the GCC, and people still need to be able to service their clients, look at their infrastructure, and make sure things are working. So business travel is still continuing. Of course, it's down. It's not as buoyant as it was. And international business travel is the most affected, of course. So what we're seeing is regional travel is still being sustained to a limited level. And we're trying to look after those customers as well as we possibly can, and retain that business and make sure the hotels are doing what they can here. Yeah.
I know you said this isn't like COVID, although sometimes it does feel a bit like a COVID situation living here in the region, and you wonder why venues are operating at such low occupancy levels. But I mean, are there some lessons that were learnt from COVID that can perhaps be snap back into place in a time like now? Perhaps initiatives, if nothing else, preparing for the eventual bounce back in traveller numbers. Anything you can share with us there?
Yeah, there's 2 or 3 points I think we learned during COVID. And the first one I'd say is that, don't close your hotels. I mean, the only thing that's absolutely certain if you close a hotel is that the revenue line drops to zero. Cost line does not. You still need to have people in the business looking after the building, turning the chillers on and maintaining the asset. So the cost line is still there, much reduced, but revenue is definitely nothing if you close your hotel. And what we discovered during COVID, and I think what we're beginning to discover here, is that there is business around. There's still a small amount of business there. And eventually these situations do generate their own type of business sometimes. And that's certainly what happened during the pandemic. And I think we're beginning to see a little bit of that happening in certain sectors.
Like what?
Right
are you sort of seeing people going on wellness sort of retreats or staycations, or people who perhaps wouldn't necessarily want to stay in a hotel because they live there anyway, but they're thinking, why not? Because there's an attractive offer on redeemable F&B, for example. Is that something you're seeing?
Yeah, that's part of it. That's definitely part of it. But we also see different contractors coming into the region, people who manage situations like this, and corporate entities that employ these companies to help them manage their crises. They need somewhere to stay. They need somewhere to operate from. So there's that. There's also people, as you say, taking advantage of the great offers that we have on for staycations and for F&B and to travel around the region and see parts of it perhaps that they haven't seen before. The other thing that we learned from COVID is that we need to look after our talent. Because if we don't have that talent in place, as you rightly say, when the bounce back comes, we get caught out. And the bounce back happened really quickly in COVID, and I'm pretty sure it's going to happen the same way now, so long as this crisis finishes fairly soon, which we all hope and pray it does.
Exactly. You make a really good point there. I mean, finding the right people, training them up, and expecting them to hit the ground running when the demand returns is obviously a cost in itself. Any collaborations you're doing with other businesses or, complementary businesses in your sector?
I think the thing I point to in terms of collaboration is the collaboration within our industry. Hotels operate in a wonderful environment where, as I've said before, we really focus on people. And I've got a comment on how, when this crisis started, and even now as we enter, several weeks of it, how the hotel companies have together, hotels in a community, regardless of brand, regardless of type of hotel, are pulling together and helping each other out. When somebody needs something, we all come together. And I've been really proud to be part of this industry when I see so many times cities coming together and hotels collaborating to make sure they're doing the best job they possibly can.
What do you think the rationale is for that? Is it because, you'd think that hotels are competing with each other, and yet listening to you speak, it sounds like you all feel like you're part of a sort of an ecosystem and everyone has something to offer in that ecosystem. And if one goes, everyone suffers. Is that the thinking?
I think it's even more human than that. We do compete, but we're all hoteliers and we're hospitality professionals. And it's in our nature to host, to look after each other and to look after people. Our job is to put smiles on people's faces and make them feel comfortable and safe. And I think that's something that is within us. We really want to do that. And it gives us enormous pleasure to be able to do that. And whether that's one of our own customers, someone else's customer, or indeed a colleague from another organization, then it's all the same. We try and do our best to look after people.
Tim, any words of advice for someone employed in the hospitality sector who's perhaps worried about their livelihood?
Stick with it. Time and again, hotels and hospitality have seen crises come and go. And one thing is absolutely true on every single crisis: the bounce back is strong, the bounce back is positive. And what you end up with is an enormous amount of learning that you take away from a crisis like this. So that if you can step back from it a second and say, well, in maybe 1 year or 18 months or 6 months, things are going to get better. And eventually it's going to be even better than it was before this crisis. So that's the mindset you need to have. And then what have I learned through this? What can I take away from this experience, this tough time we're doing now? How have I sharpened my business? How have I become a more robust or more resilient individual through this tough time? And I think that's the value, if we can say that, from going through these difficult periods.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Tim Corden, the Middle East Chief Operating Officer at the Radisson Hotel Group. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Is there room in the Republican Party for those who disagree with the president? What about those who criticise the Israeli government? Well, if you ask Congressman Thomas Massie, the answer is categorically no. We'll ask our panel why one House race in one US state is sending shockwaves well beyond Capitol Hill. That debate is coming up soon on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Is there room in the Republican Party for those who disagree with the president? What about those who criticise the Israeli government? If you ask Congressman Thomas Massie, the answer is categorically no. We'll ask our panel why one House race in one US state is sending shockwaves well beyond Capitol Hill. This is Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. A moron, a nutjob and a loser. You'd think the president would reserve this kind of name-calling for his Democratic rivals. But no, this is how the Republican president has been describing incumbent Republican Congressman Thomas Massie ahead of his primary race in Kentucky.
This guy Massie is terrible. Let's see what happens. It's not easy beating incumbents, but we have a great guy running against Massie. Massie's a terrible, I think the worst congressman the Republican Party's ever had.
After more than a decade in Congress, Massie lost the Republican House primary to Trump-endorsed candidate Ed Galrine. Massie has openly criticised the administration's handling of the Epstein files release, US military spending in Israel and the wars in Gaza and Iran. His loss has raised concerns about Trump's stranglehold on the GOP. It's also, once again, shone a spotlight on Israeli influence in US politics.
I would have come out sooner, but I had to call my opponent and concede, and it took a while to find Ed Galrine in Tel Aviv.
One Israeli newspaper described the Kentucky race as perhaps the most important for Israel to date. It was also the most expensive. One Israeli lobby group poured more into this contest than any other during its 40-year history. So, on this episode, we'll ask, how consequential is Massie's defeat for Donald Trump and the GOP? Can dissent still exist in the Republican Party? And does Israel have too much influence over US politics? Well, joining us for this discussion is Anna Kasparian, co-host and executive producer at The Young Turks, an independent American media organisation. Robbie Suave is back with us, journalist and senior editor at Reason magazine and co-host of The Hill's Rising programme. And rounding out our Counterpoints panel, Shabbos Kestenbaum, political commentator at PragerU, another independent American media organisation. To all of you, welcome back to Counterpoints. Well, Congressman Thomas Massie lost the president's endorsement and then he lost the Republican primary in Kentucky's 4th District. He had high-profile stoushes with the president over things such as the release of the Epstein files, the Iran war, and, of course, the big, beautiful bill. The victory for Trump-backed candidate Ed Galrine leaves no doubt in many people's minds that the president alone can make or break a politician's future in the GOP. Take a listen, first of all, before we get into the discussion, this comment from Senator Lindsey Graham.
So Bill Cassie's lost because he tried to destroy Trump. Massie's going to lose because he's trying to destroy the agenda. You can disagree with President Trump, but if you try to destroy him, you're going to lose because this is the party of Donald Trump.
Shabbos, is it the Republican Party, or, as Senator Graham calls it, is it the party of Donald Trump?
I think the two are synonymous. And look, last night we kind of realized that the woke right did what the woke right does best, which is lose. They do not have any political support across this country, assuming you don't count, of course, Pakistani bots on Twitter. They have elected 0 people to Congress. They have passed 0 pieces of legislation. They do not build. All they do is blame. And I was on the left. I grew up watching Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur on the Young Turks. And then I decided I wanted to be a conservative. I wanted to be part of Team MAGA. And I'm very happy to know that the overwhelming majority of the Republican Party still side with President Trump. Thomas Massie is an example of it. But to Lindsey Graham's point, you also saw Bill Cassidy. He lost his renomination bid, which is the first time a Republican senator lost in in 2 decades. So ultimately, the mainstream media is going to concoct a narrative whereby this is about Israel, this is about the pro-Israel lobby. But at the end of the day, Thomas Massie himself, between himself and his super PACs, raised close to $15 million. Of that money, only roughly $150,000 came from Kentuckians. His biggest fans are people like Anna Kasparian, people like Ro Khanna, people on the far left. So when you spend your campaign or the day before your campaign going on the Young Turks and not campaigning in your district, not speaking to conservatives, it's kind of no wonder that you will lose elections. So yes, if you call Donald Trump a pedophile, which is what Thomas Massie was doing for months on end, and then Donald Trump in a district where he won by more than 40 points starts speaking out against you, you'll probably lose.
Anna, obviously, I need to hand this straight to you. What do you make of it?
Well, for anyone who's listening to this right now and maybe questioning the credibility of Shabos, you should consider the fact that if he had grown up watching the Young Turks, he would know how to pronounce Cenk Uygur's name. It's not Cenk Uygur or whatever it is that he said. His opening line is literally, "Welcome to the Young Turks. I'm your host, Cenk Uygur." So unnecessary lies. If you're lying about that, what else are you lying about? To say that the Israel lobby had no impact on this election is laughable when you consider the fact that Thomas Massie has drawn the ire of President Donald Trump in past election cycles. Trump has tried to primary him previously and failed to do so. If you look at the in-depth reporting in terms of the campaign funds raised against Massie in this race. This is according to Politico, a pair of pro-Israel super PACs linked to the American Israel Public Affairs Committee and the Republican Jewish Coalition spent more than $9 million targeting Massie, who has routinely rejected efforts to financially aid and symbolically support Israel. Another PAC, known as MAGA KY PAC, unfortunate name, stood up to Trump's top political rival here, Massie, by spending $7 million berating Massie in this election. Now, MAGA KY, that sounds like it's a 100% American-led super PAC, except you do a little bit of digging and you find out that the two founders of that PAC, one of them is Chris LaCivita, who, of course, was one of Trump's campaign managers. And the other individual who co-founded it, Fabricio is his last name, turns out that he helped to get Benjamin Netanyahu reelected. He works as a campaign strategist for Israelis. We have Israeli infiltration in our political system, in our elections, and it's a huge problem because how are you going to compete against Zionist billionaires like Miriam Adelson as they're pumping more and more money into defeating anyone who dare cross Israel? And if you want to talk about why Trump turned on Massie in the first place, okay, he turned on Massie over the Epstein files. The Epstein files were something that the Israelis weirdly didn't want released. And then once you get a little bit of those files released, you realize that Epstein had a very close and cozy tie with Israel, including making deals, cybersecurity deals for them. So again, this idea that it was totally Trump. Okay, even if you buy that argument, why did Trump turn on Massie? It was because Massie was refusing to do the bidding of the Israel lobby.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna have to quickly respond because Anna, it's good to see you again. And again, my coffee invite in LA is still open, but you've mispronounced my name every single time on Piers Morgan, and I never accused you once of lying. I just think it's a tough name, so I wouldn't accuse you of lying. So I will accept your apology later, but I digress. It's interesting that you talk about Zionist billionaires because actually Jeff Yass funded Thomas Massie's campaign as well. I find it interesting that you don't talk about NIAC, the National Iranian American Council. I find it interesting you don't talk about the Council on American Islamic Relations. I find it interesting you don't talk about the Jordanian Muslims, the Marouk family, who also funded him. You don't talk about the Iranian Joe Keeney, who I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly. I find it interesting that you're talking about how AIPAC has this ability to simply fund elections with any money they want, yet Maureen Galindo, who said that American Zionists need to be put in internment camps, actually won her election yesterday. Chris Rabb, who said that the Bondi Beach massacre, which killed 10 Jews by an Islamist, including a 9-year-old girl, Matilda, he said it was a false flag. He won his election yesterday. So if AIPAC is, buying any election they want, how come they didn't buy those elections? Why did they allow those candidates to win? So again, if you want to focus on money, then sure, Sure, Thomas Massie also raised $15 million from Islamist groups, from far-left Democrats. He went on your show repeatedly. But look, Kamala Harris raised $1 billion.
He did not go on our show repeatedly. You made that up.
Excuse me. He went on your show the day before the election, all right?
You can't just lie.
He came Thomas on for Massie go on your show the day before the election.
Technical issues and had to drop off. Let's be very clear about that.
Okay.
Why are you lying about that? That's such an unnecessary lie. Okay. AIPAC, after the election was called, after the election was called, after the election was called.
No, you don't get to interrupt. Yelling is not an argument.
Zionists can't
you can yell at me as much as you want. It's not an argument.
That they buy elections and then gaslight us when we say, oh yeah, they buy our elections. AIPAC posted about this immediately after Massie lost the election and said, our community was proud to help pro-Israel candidates win these races. Okay. So which one is it?
I want to bring Robbie in. First of all, Chabos.
Hang on, let me quickly respond because she keeps interrupting. And I have to say that, Anna, for the millionth time, yelling at me is not an argument. Like, being aggressive is not a qualitative, substantiated claim. If you want to say that there's money in politics, I agree with you. But
whining about my tone and focus on the substance. Be a grown adult.
That's exactly what I'm about to do, but you keep interrupting me. I agree there's too much money in politics, but when you only focus on one political group, which does not even represent more than 0.5% of all political lobbying being spent, then you're doing it for nefarious motives. Why don't you also talk about the fact that Thomas Massie was being run by billionaires, by radical Islamists? Why don't you talk about that as well? I agree there's too much money, but I am making the point that even if you have money in politics, which I want to get rid of, that still doesn't translate into forcing Kentuckians to not support a candidate. Kamala Harris had $1 billion and she still lost. What, you're telling me that 60,000 Kentuckians who wanted strong borders, who wanted DHS funded, who didn't believe that Donald Trump was a pedophile, they were forced into voting against Thomas Massie? No, they didn't like the guy. That's what elections come down to.
Okay, all right. Robbie, is it that they didn't like the guy? Is it as simple as that?
This is fun. Look, I speak for
you've got a lot to weigh in on, Robbie. Go for it.
Sure. Millions of Americans who are neither obsessed with Israel and see it as the prime mover in everything that happens in politics, nor incredibly defensive of Israel more so than any other country, and who don't care one way or the other and want to be less involved, which frankly is, I think, mostly where Thomas Massie was. Not all of his fans and supporters are like that. Massie has said that he opposes funding to Ukraine and Egypt and USAID and every other thing you can think of, but it was Israel-backed or Israel wealthy people who were most involved in this race. Look, this is mostly about his personal beef with Trump. It's personal for Trump. It's not personal for Massie. Massie has continued to vote the same way he's voted for 14 years, saying he will not vote to impoverish, to riddle with debt his children and their children's children. Nothing there has changed. What changed is the Republican Party, which has promised my whole life to actually do something about the size of government and debt, now having a unique moment of vast political power over every, aspect of our government, did nothing to follow through in their promises and betrayed the fundamental. I'm sorry, they made this promise. It came out of Trump's lips himself. No new wars, and we're doing new wars, and Massie was critical of it. Trump,
so, Robbie, do you think there can be dissent within the Republican Party? Can the Republican Party handle the dissent?
Well, it's not handling it well, and I think that's a huge problem. This is a Republican primary district. Primary voters are not like voters at large, and in a Republican primary in a deeply red state, whatever Donald Trump says goes. That is absolutely true. I knew Massie was cooked, or I suspected he was cooked weeks ago, because you can't have this kind of difference with Trump. Republican primary voters don't tolerate it because they're disproportionately boomer, more neoconservative Republicans. And my warning to the party is, if you're totally giving nothing, throwing no bones to the younger voters you brought in, the newer voters you brought in the last election, you're going to get crushed in the midterms, and J.D. Vance is not going to have a chance, snowball's chance in hell in 2028 with this level of disrespect for what you ran on and the people you brought into the coalition. Keep running with the boomers who love Ed Galbraith, a totally empty suit who didn't do any campaigning, didn't debate Massie. We have no idea who he is. His campaign slogan was, Trump's read my secret files and says I'm great. This is laughable. It's good enough for primary voters. It will not be good enough in midterms and in 2028. That's my warning.
Mm-hmm. All right, Chabos, what do you make of that warning? I mean, Trump and his loyalists have won, but Massie is still a popular figure within some of the Republican base. Is this again, a sign that the Republicans are trying to grapple with a divide within the GOP that could hurt them in the midterms.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you where Thomas Massie is not a popular figure, and that's Kentucky's 4th congressional district, by the fact that he just lost by 10 percentage points. But I agree with you. The average American is not voting for Israel. They're not really considering Israel, and I think that's a fine thing. If you want to cut foreign aid, I'm in support of it. But that doesn't just mean Israel. I'm in support of cutting all foreign aid, including to countries like Nigeria and Somalia. But I digress. I think Robbie is right that Donald Trump obviously has a hold on the Republican Party. I mean, you asked in the beginning, what is the Republican Party today? And I just say it's Trumpism. That can be good because the majority of the Republicans actually like Donald Trump, but there will be consequential ramifications down the road, especially. I'm not so convinced about the midterms, but certainly in 2028, when there will be a question of like, what does it mean to be a conservative? And I don't think J.D. Vance necessarily has an appeal to a large swath of our constituents, a large swath to our base. So we do have to recognize that, yeah, there have been certain campaign promises that President Trump promised that have never come into fruition. Like, I don't know, getting rid of our national debt, which has only ballooned. But when it comes to like core campaign promises, like national security, like border control, like DHS, I mean, that's why I voted for him, and Thomas Massie turned his back on all of those things.
How do you suppose Trump would lessen the federal debt when we keep getting dragged into wars on behalf of Israel? The war against Iran allegedly has is going to cost us $29 billion. Except the Trump administration is asking for an additional $100 billion. How is that going to, how do you square that circle when it comes to our federal debt? Do you think that the United States should pull out of the war that we are currently engaged in against Iran on behalf of Israel, which definitely has no control over our government whatsoever?
Yeah, sure. Well, as I'm sure you don't know, because Ben Shapiro had to tell you on CNN with Abby Phillips, we spend far more on Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid.
No, that's BS.
More on healthcare.
We spent $8 trillion fighting Israel's wars in the Middle East. $8 trillion. $8 trillion. Yeah.
Right.
But anyway, continue.
I find it remarkable that I always want to have intellectual discourse and have an exchange of academic ideas.
No, you don't. You want to lie to people, and you don't know how to address the substance of what I'm saying. How do you square that circle? $8 trillion.
So again, I'm happy for the audience to demonstrate.
Entitlements. Lots spent on both these categories of spending. I would love to get either of those both of those ideally under control, for sure.
Right. We pay for our Social Security,
They're not doing that. They're not doing. Yeah, the Medicare is what's really destroying, breaking our backs. But Trump yesterday, he's standing. You can hear the construction for the ballroom in the background. And to be clear, I have supported. The ballroom is fine. They can renovate the White House. Every president has done that. I have no derangement or opposition to it whatsoever. And it's ostensibly being paid for by people he's gotten to invest in it, not taxpayer dollars. Although Lindsey Graham, for some reason, proposed, let's do $1 billion of taxpayer spending too. I don't know why you needed to do that when Trump said it was not going to be paid for with tax dollars. Anyway, I digress. But you can hear the construction in the background. Trump is railing against Massie, talking about how great the ballroom is going to be, how many extra rooms it's going to have. Was this in the top 1,000 things that people who voted for Trump wanted to accomplish 2 years ago? Did they race to the polls as, I can't wait for us to get Massie out of office and add to the White House? I'm so excited about this. And it's Mad King vibes. And again, I have no Trump derangement syndrome about me. I don't even care. Build the freaking ballroom. It's fine. But it does come down to priorities. And I'm waiting for any of these priorities to be delivered on. And that's going to be a real problem. It was already seeing the fatigue in the poll numbers for Trump. And I don't know, Trump is spending, I mean, he expended effort to get someone out of Congress who was mostly voting with him. He just endorsed Ken Paxton, going to make winning Texas a little bit harder. There's a finite amount of money they can spend on Senate reelections. Every dollar they have to spend to drag Ken Paxton over the finish line is a dollar that doesn't go to Susan Collins or whoever else. Like, what is the strategy? It seems like there is no strategy to have this coalition win again. I don't get it.
All right, Shabbos, speak to that. Is the president letting himself get very distracted by people who he might not personally like or thinks that maybe have done him wrong in the House, and without actually focusing on the real issues that people elected him for?
Yeah, it's a good question, but let me just state for the record that roughly 13% of the $7 trillion that we expend as the federal budget every single year goes to the military, whereas 55% of total expenditures are going to entitlement and mandatory safety net programs, which does not even include the money we're spending on inflation on the debt alone. So the idea that the reason you don't have
I know you'd like that money to go to Israel, but we fund those programs. My money funds those programs.
You have to,
so we are entitled to them. So we are entitled to them. But continue. Continue. I know you'd like that money to go to your precious Israelis, but continue. Yeah.
Again, I find your ability to dumb down.
I don't care what you find. Continue your statement.
So then stop. No. So just stop interrupting. You're double my age. Just shut up.
I can't stand your lies, and I can't stand that you feel entitled to our money going to anywhere other than the very entitlements that we are funding with our tax dollars.
Okay.
But okay.
So lady, let me say it again. I don't want.
Don't call me lady.
Aid to any country, whether it's Israel, whether it's Taiwan, whether it's Ukraine. I don't want foreign aid. So when you keep saying my precious Israel, I have already stated repeatedly, I don't believe in foreign aid. But the idea that you are propagating to your audience that the reason we don't have universal health care is because all the money we're spending on wars, I agree. So let's cut down the military budget. But 55% of how we're spending doesn't go to war or the military. It goes to our massive, massive entitlement programs that are full with waste, fraud, and abuse. But I digress. In terms of your actual question,
focus back on where we're at.
Well, I was trying before I was interrupted. In terms of your actual question, yes, I agree. It is a major question today. What is conservatism? What is republicanism? Having said that, though, a cornerstone of Trump's campaign was mass deportations. And when you have a candidate when you have a congressman who is voting against the DHS historic funding, when you have a candidate who is voting with the Democrats twice to shut down the government, when you have a candidate who does not believe that I should go about mass deportations, even with judicial warrants, then it is obvious that the president is going to fight back against that candidate. It's not just true of Thomas Massie, it's true of any Republican. Trump is like 30-0 in his previous endorsements because he only wants people who are affiliated with the MAGA movement. And this idea that this particular election is because of a foreign lobby, it is ludicrous because his own people, 60,000 Republicans in his own district who have human agency, who can make choices, who are smart human beings, decided that they don't want a guy who keeps campaigning with Ro Khanna of California and talking about Jeffrey Epstein nonstop. Meanwhile, that has led to 0 criminal convictions. He has full opportunity to go to the House floor right now and name the pedophiles. And should he do that, I hope he does. Castrate them. Let's arrest them. Let's prosecute them. But he's not doing any of that. All he's doing is trying to cement himself as part of this stupid Podcastistan universe. And congratulations, because he got exactly what he wanted.
Okay, Anna, I want to ask you specifically then. I want you to keep Israel to one side for one moment. I want you to respond directly to what Shabos is saying there, because Thomas Massie has been in the House for a long time. He knows how politics works. If he's regularly going against the administration on many of the agenda points that they are pushing, surely he expected some sort of blowback. Messaging needs to be coherent. So isn't it right then that if you're not adhering to that coherent message, then you have to pay the political price?
Well, let me just double down on what I said earlier, which apparently was not at all taken as the reality of what's going on here. Yes, Trump turned on him. Why did Trump turn on him? Trump turned on him because he refused to support the war against Iran. He demanded the release of the Epstein files, which was embarrassing to the Israelis, as much as people want to bury that and pretend like it doesn't exist. He turned on Massie over the same reasons the Israel lobby was furious with him. You're right, Massie was in Congress for a long time. Trump had been unhappy with Massie previously, which is precisely why Trump attempted to primary him previously, but failed to do so. The only thing that changed this time around was that there was the weight and the funding of the lobby, the Israel First lobby, and those ads that they were playing honed in on nonsense, total lies, AI ads purporting, claiming that Thomas Massie was in a sexual relationship with AOC and Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. They fight dirty, they play dirty, because at the end of the day, the American people serve as pay pigs for foreign wars, and Massie was one of the principled Republicans who actually was a fiscal hawk, who actually cared about this country and our economic situation. And so he kept voting no for all sorts of funding projects, including wars for Israel or military aid to Israel. And Israel didn't like that. Their benefactors here in the United States didn't like that. And so the campaign worked this time around. And I have a question for Shabos, if you don't mind. I'm very curious. Do you believe at all that our media is influenced by the pro-Israel faction within this country?
Well, as evident by the propaganda you spew each and every single day, no. Unfortunately, one of the hallmarks of having a liberty and a democracy is people can say stupid things. So when you talk about how 1% of our federal expenditures, which is foreign aid, is the reason why, the Israel lobby had to take out Thomas Massie, you're referring to Americans. I don't like AIPAC. I don't support AIPAC. I'm not affiliated with AIPAC, but they are Americans. And if you want to make laws that forbid Americans from lobbying their government, then fine. I'm totally in support of that. But the problem I have with you, Anna Kasparian, is you ignore the fact that Thomas Massie took money from the National, you ready for this, American Iranian Council. He took money from Jordanians. He took money from people outside of the United States. But you don't seem to have a problem with that.
Let's focus on the media. So you don't think that Zionists control U.S. media? You don't think that? Which is interesting because it really depends.
No,
hold on.
You're totally ignoring my answer.
Speaking to, right? You totally change your talking points depending on who you're speaking to. When you're speaking to us in the context of a debate, no, Israel has no control or influence over anything. But when you're speaking in front of a room full of Jewish students, you say this. Basically, all right, Nick Fuentes, you're right. We control the media. So what?
I'm so happy you brought this up.
What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? You're just going to complain about it on Twitter. Meanwhile, we're going to control more of the media. That is a direct quote from you.
It is.
So how do you square that circle? Why are you?
I'm so happy you brought that up
right now. Yeah, go ahead.
Anna,
what kind of lies are you going to spew now?
Yeah. Oh, get ready.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Hurry up.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I brought that up by saying I actually used you as an example. So I'll send you after this. I'll send you the full quote. I said that we live in a democracy.
I saw the whole video, Shabos. I've seen the entire video.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen the whole thing.
Also, it's pronounced Shabbos. I encourage you to also keep it. President Trump just issued a proclamation encouraging Americans to keep Shabbat. I encourage you to do the same thing.
Oh my God, just shoot me in the head, please.
I had said, gladly. I had said
I know,
that individuals are free to lobby their government.
For culture, right?
No,
that individuals are free to lobby their government.
No, a lot of that.
I used as an
they
example.
show it every day.
And then I used as an example of people will say lies. So they will say that American Jews, they will say AIPAC, they will say Israel controls your life. And so I pretended for the sake of argument, let's assume that's true. Okay, why don't you do something in response? Elect candidates. This is the problem I have with the woke right. If you believe that we're controlled by a foreign government, okay, so put up sensible candidates and get them into power. But none of you do those things because all you do is complain in your echo chambers that the reason you're not successful in life is because of foreign lobby. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Oh, you mean
we don't have billionaires. We don't have Miriam Adelson.
Okay. All right. I need you both to finish your point because I've got a question for Robbie.
But okay,
Anna, let Shabos finish, please.
Direct quote.
Yes. Again, I'm using that as an example. Yeah. If you believe those idiocies, if you believe that to be true, which it isn't true, then you should elect candidates and use the democratic process. And it's interesting, you keep going back to billionaires, but you ignore the fact that Thomas Massie took money from billionaires. So I'm politically and morally consistent. There's too much money in the political process. So let's get rid of all of it. But you only focus on one lobbying group, which is actually comprised of American
I want money out of politics, period. I want money out of politics, period. Right, I want elections to be publicly funded. No, we're not in agreement because you're lying about the influence of the Israel lobby, and you know better than anyone that Massie was outraised significantly due to the Israel lobby.
Okay, so I'm going to put a pause in that for a moment. Robbie, I want to ask you, we're talking about this being the most expensive House primary in US history. Why? Why this one? Why the primary in Kentucky? It's one race in one US state. Why has it become global news? It's the most expensive in history.
Well, you can see the intense feelings it stirs up among people on either sides of this particular debate, the Israel debate, which, again, to be clear, I would enjoy never having to discuss in the context of American politics ever again because it's all-consuming. But that is the shape of things. I don't think the Jews or Zionists or pro-Israel forces control our media. I think the nation of Israel and its advocates have more influence over what is said than the average country or average ally of ours, and that manifests itself in what happened in this race. I don't blame Thomas Massie or his allies for feeling resentful about the amount of spending that came against him for that issue when he is the consistency that's being called for, because he opposes the funding of foreign funding to all of these various nations, a position that is generally very popular with Republican voters. And now, I think the reason for his loss is actually the dispute with Trump, the votes on the One Big Beautiful Bill and the Epstein thing. And I disagree with Massie on the Epstein thing. I agree with Massie on probably 92% of issues, but ever having watched the fallout from the Epstein files, I now think how he handled that was certainly a mistake. However, what else was he supposed to do when J.D. Vance and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and every significant person with an R next to their name went on independent media and conservative media and promised that the release of those files would be the #1 priority when they got into office, and that they were all supposed to just betray that promise? Thomas Massie refused to betray the things he ran on, and ultimately that is what doomed him, because Trump demanded betrayals of promises to voters. And that bothers me, that offends me. It's not about, again, for me, it's not about Israel one way or the other. I do not care. It is about being
Robbie.
forced
You're smarter than this.
Bow to this president for heresy on things he ran on.
Love you, Robbie, but you know you're smarter than this. And I don't know why there's this effort to downplay Israel's influence on this race. I mean it was in our faces the entire time. And it's just, okay, all right, yeah, totally. I mean, again, the previous efforts to primary him totally failed. This time around, you have the infusion of, the Israel lobby cash, which seems to be the only thing that made a difference, but we're going to pretend like there was no influence. Okay, well, whatever. I mean, I guess the audience can decide for
I'm not saying
themselves.
there's no influence. I am acknowledging the influence. We maybe disagree on the, degree of how that is the final thing, but.
Okay, all right.
There obviously was money being poured from the pro-Israel lobby group. Thomas Massie raised roughly $14 million. Ed raised roughly $19 million. But the idea that you can fool the people of Kentucky into voting for someone who they don't actually support is ludicrous. So again, if Kamala Harris raised $1 billion, then using your logic, if money is what determines outcomes of elections, then how come she lost? So yes, it's true. When you have an
He was a terrible candidate.
Support
terrible.
in particular. Oh, so I would argue that Thomas Massie, who was campaigning with individuals like Ryan Matta, who was wearing an American Reich sweater, who said that Hitler was awesome, who was saying that he hoped that U.S. service members would be killed in Iran. When Thomas Massie campaigns with a guy like that the week of the election, the average Kentucky voter is saying, that's probably not someone I want to support, especially in a district that Trump carried by more than 40 percentage points. Thomas Massie keeps referring to Trump as part of the Epstein class and keeps implying that he's a pedophile. So if I'm a Kentucky pro-Trump voter, why would I want to support Thomas Massie? It has very little to do with the amount of money being spent on that thing.
He's been in Congress for 13 years. So has he just radically changed his political motivations and behavior now, or has he always been like this?
He's changed.
I would say the core
motivation.
Robbie. All right. Let's see what Robbie says, and then Shabos
anyone could argue that he fundamentally changed in any way whatsoever. He takes all the same votes he has taken since 2010. I don't see how anyone can argue that there's a change in Massie's behavior.
Okay, so Shabos, is there a change in Massie's behavior? Robbie says no. Why all of a sudden do they not like him?
I would say yes and no. I would say it's true that Thomas Massie is one of the more principled libertarians, but his constituents changed because they really like Donald Trump. Proportionally, they voted for him in much larger numbers than they voted for Thomas Massie. So when Donald Trump sends someone like Pete Hegseth to Kentucky to campaign, when Donald Trump gets his entire White House communications team to talk about Thomas Massie, when Stephen Miller keeps tweeting about Thomas Massie, and again, Thomas Massie constituents like Donald Trump far more than Thomas Massie. It's not exactly rocket science. And again, I'll sound like a broken record here. While it's it's true, I would say in certain respects, Thomas Massie was principled politically towards the end. There were also votes that really hurt the MAGA agenda, like voting to shut down the government twice, like voting not to fund DHS, like voting against the one big, beautiful bill. And the point that I think you were alluding to earlier, which I'll just piggyback off of, I think we're all in agreement that if someone commits a crime, especially a crime against a child, chemically castrate them, prosecute them, electrocute them, do whatever you need to do. But Thomas Massie had repeatedly said that he knows of this list. He knows of this cabal of pedophiles who are part of this, grand conspiracy. Okay, I want to believe you. So tell me the names. Tell me the crimes. Let's convict them. But he hasn't really done that. He's played what I would characterize as this media circus.
But Donald Trump said he had the list as well. So why should he?
No, Donald Trump didn't say that. Pam, hang on, let me finish. Pam Bondi said it, and I agree. She should not have said that because she was wrong to have said it. And I agree with Robbie. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, and to a certain extent Todd Blanche, I hold them accountable because they were saying things that they knew at the time were not true. If there were individuals who were committing child sex crimes, then identify them and let's prosecute them. But they haven't been able to do any of those things. And yes, they campaigned on this idea that there was this grand global cabal. I want to believe you. Just give me evidence. What you can't do is go on podcasts day in and day out and say, we're one day closer. This is what Candace Owens does. We're one day closer. Just stay with me. Just donate just $5 more. Just say the thing and then I'll believe you. But Thomas Massie never said the thing. He just dangled it in front of you and then got upset when people didn't like it.
Look, I think Candace Owens is a lunatic. I've said that multiple times, and I disagree on the Epstein thing. But set that aside. Anyone who is mad about any single vote, look, Donald Trump, the Republican Party, has control of the executive branch, control of Congress, control of the Supreme Court. So every way policy is positioned legislatively is a choice they are making. It was their choice to have everything wrapped up in one bill and say, vote for it, yes or no. They could run all these things as different bills. They could say, here's just a bill to fund deportations or just fund DHS or just whatever. And then the objections of principled libertarians to raising the debt or to maybe aspects of the Patriot Act that violate our civil liberties, like you could just do it differently and let us vote no on that. But no, Trump insisted it has to be all or nothing. And then I'm sorry, a man who has said since 2010, I will not vote to do it this way. You don't get my vote. Sorry. That's the way the administration chose to handle it from a position of power where they don't need to. And this is the end it's coming to.
Sure. But I agree. That's part of the democratic process.
Hold on. Lauren Boebert votes along with Trump literally 99% of the time. Trump has directed his ire toward Lauren Boebert because she also signed the discharge petition to get the Epstein files released. So all it takes is simply voting in favor of transparency with the American people as it pertains to a notorious pedophile who ran with a lot of elite Americans, elite business people who are potentially implicated in those files. I just find that super fascinating to claim that, oh, well, Thomas Massie, he was a huge thorn in Trump's side the entire time. You mentioned the DHS funding, but the framing here is intentionally dishonest because he was not against DHS funding. He was against funding for CISA, which conservatives, I was led to believe, were totally against because CISA is used to censor Americans, especially when it comes to, health claims and things like that. It was becoming too broad in terms of censoring the American people. And the Republican Party is supposed to be against that. That's why Massie voted against that DHS funding bill. It's because it had a provision that allocated more funding for CISA, which he is totally against.
And you misunderstand. They're only against aspects of that violate their own Republican members' rights. They're for it generally. They only
I know it's
care
unfortunate.
when it impacts them. It is unfortunate.
And it's unfortunate because, look, Thomas Massie held all sorts of policy views that I vehemently disagree with. Obviously, I am not a conservative. However, what I liked about Thomas Massie and what I'd like to see more of from our politicians, both on the left and the right, is principles, actual values. So he was one of maybe the only Republicans who's actually a deficit hawk. And we should be worried about our deficit. We should be worried about our federal debt. We're now up to $40 trillion. We're spending $1 trillion a year paying interest on that debt. This is not sustainable. So there were things about Massie that I liked, far more policy views that I disliked. But what I loved about him was that he was a principled politician who remained consistent, and he wasn't allowing anyone to bully him from abandoning his values. That's the reality of the situation. And as we, enter this new phase of enhanced surveillance of the American people, more censorship of the American people, it would have been tremendously helpful to have some players on both the left and the right in Congress looking to protect Americans as opposed to, engage in the very behavior or enable the very behavior that does away with our freedoms.
All right, I'm going to move us to a slightly off that particular topic. Chavos, we've seen other figures, such as Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, also come under fire from Republicans, and she ultimately left her congressional seat. She had some of the similar opinions as Thomas Massie. Do you think Republicans who don't support the Iran war and question Israel's actions in Gaza have a place in the Republican Party?
Yeah, well, first of all, I reject the premise of the question. I mean, I often question Israel's policies vis-a-vis Gaza. I'm generally supportive of the war. I'm generally supportive of our allies, especially ones that advance American military dominance and Western hegemony. But overall, yeah, we're a broad constituents. I mean, most conservatives disagree with my stance on, Ukraine. They'll probably disagree with the fact that I believe that climate change is, in fact, caused by man. So, yeah, it's a big tent party, but there are certain principles that we are not willing to compromise. And it's interesting because I know, don't tell the Prager you guys. But you got me. But what I will say, though, is it's interesting because when I was on the left, I despised Marjorie Taylor Greene because she was someone who was harassing the Parkland school shooting survivors like David Hogg. And then when I was on the right, I started to dislike Marjorie Taylor Greene because she just was not an effective congresswoman. She did not pass pieces of legislation. This is my problem with Thomas Massie. What did practically he do in 14 years? You can talk about the Epstein discharge papers, which, sure, even though it led to 0 convictions, even though he randomly misidentified 4 American citizens on the floor of the House and then had to retract it because he brought up some auto mechanic in Brooklyn or whatever. But ultimately, if you're not an effective member of Congress, if you're not campaigning, if you're not connecting with your constituents, then of course you're going to lose. So in general, are there room for these questions? Absolutely. That's what politics is. But politics is also the art of the possible. So when you talk about, Robbie, I agree with you in an ideological sense that the One Big Beautiful Bill comprised many different things that many different policymakers didn't like. But that's how the political system has been structured for at least 100 years. He didn't really offer counter proposals. He just said no. This is why President Trump also hates Rand Paul, which is why I'm sympathetic to the arguments that Rand Paul should be next. Because if you're not delivering goods for your constituents, then what exactly are you doing? So ultimately, should we question policies and ideologies? Yeah, obviously. But again, the overwhelming majority of the Republican Party supports Donald Trump. So I don't understand why we have to pretend there's this grand conspiracy when, no, if you don't support the president's agenda, obviously the president doesn't want you in power.
All right, Robbie, what do you think? Can you question the actions in Iran? Can you question Israel's war on Gaza and still have a strong place within the Republican Party?
I don't know. I think it's hard to tell whether that's the case. I think this is a blow against that idea. I think that is unfortunate because, as I've said earlier, Donald Trump won a lot of young people. He won first-time black male voters. He won. He did well with groups from tapping into people who watch, bro-coded podcasts, the Joe Rogan voter. We've all made a lot of that over the last couple of years, that sort of thing. And as I've said, those people are animated by being less involved in foreign policy. Donald Trump clearly knows that because he promised no new wars. And yet we've had interventions everywhere from Cuba to back to Venezuela. Cuba threatened to blockade around Cuba and to the Middle East. And, keep at it if you think this is working great, but it's not working great for the general election poll numbers. Again, Trump can do whatever he wants and have his preferred candidates still clean up in primaries. I think that much is true. I think Donald Trump has more control over the Republican Party than he has ever had, and that, frankly, anyone has ever had over the political party they represent. There's something something amazing about his level of political power within the party, but is that good or healthy for them to win more elections is where I would start to wonder that that's the case. And just, picking off a couple heretical people who are mostly with you but vote against these things from time to time is a good way to consolidate power even further. I don't know whether that's a good way to win elections. I think there's going to be a lot of demoralized voters going into midterms and going into 2028. By the way, J.D. Vance, the likely inheritor, the most likely successor to President Trump, the vice president, is the most skeptical of all these things in a person in the administration. He's going to be in a Kamala situation, or he's going to be at great pains to avoid being in a Kamala situation, where he's going to be forced to run on and defend things that he was a lukewarm supporter of at best in terms of the foreign policy. That's a pretty damaging position to be in, we found out.
All right, we're almost out of time, so I'm going to wrap us up with this. The Democratic mega donor, Haim Saban, says, and this is a quote, he said, "Those who give more have more access. Those who give less have less access. It's simple maths." So, Shabos, Republican, Democrat, regardless, how can you argue, if they're saying this is simple maths, you pay to play, how can you argue that Israel doesn't have strong influence?
Well, because you're conflating two separate things. It's obvious that in the American political system that those with money have positions of power and influence. I mean, I've only been involved in the political world for about 2 or 3 years. It is shocking to me to see how easy it is to get access if you are wealthy. I wish I was wealthy. I am not. But of those who have money, yeah, it's scary. People should be afraid of the fact that individuals who do not have our best interests at heart are able to have such positions of power, which is why I would encourage all of us, whether you're on the left or the right, to believe in comprehensive campaign finance reform, which is why, again, I would imagine that Anna Kasparian, you would condemn Thomas Massie for accepting a $1 million donation from billionaire Jeff Yass, but you won't, which I find interesting. The problem I have with the
I'm
way
pretty
in which
consistent on rejecting money in politics, so don't put words in my mouth and don't straw man me. I know you love to lie. I know you like to be dishonest, but let me speak for myself when I say, as I've consistently said, I'm against money in politics, but as it pertains to the most powerful lobby here in the United States, AIPAC happens to be the most powerful lobby. They have incredibly powerful billionaires funding them, and they usually get what they want. So I would like all that money out of politics.
Okay, Shabos.
But I'm also not delusional enough to say that money in politics has no impact. You seem to think so when it comes to one lobby, though.
Anna, I literally said the opposite. I said money does, in fact, play a role, but if you're going to suggest that 60,000 Kentuckians were somehow fooled, yet at the same time there are people who've raised far more money, yet their candidates didn't win, they're going to have to explain that one. When it comes to AIPAC,
I'm sure those Kentuckians...
Okay, Anna, we're almost out of time, so I need you to let Shabos finish so we can wrap up. Shabos, finish, and then I'll go to Anna.
I mean, I'll just say it's impossible to have conversations. You can disagree with me, and that's fine. That's healthy. That's vital for democracy. But when all you do is shout and interrupt, it's not a disservice to me. I mean, I might feel bad after the fact, but it's a disservice to people who actually want to have important discussions.
You're a fast-talking
and you are a living proof that you can't do it.
Israel. Okay, so you just go on and you filibuster. And when you say things that are untrue and you straw man me, I'm going to interrupt you because I'm not going to let the audience think something about me that's untrue based on your lies.
Okay, thanks, Anna. Thanks for making that point. Shabos, quickly make your final point, and then I need to wrap us up.
Yeah, thanks for proving my point, Anna. And I would say this, any individual who believes that it's simply money that controls elections. I believe in the power and the intelligence of the American people and my fellow countrymen. They made a decision that they don't support Thomas Massie for a whole host of reasons. If you want to get money out of politics, I would agree with you. But unfortunately, the far left and increasingly the far right, they're not interested in serious policy discussions. They're not interested in serious campaign finance reform. They're only interested in acquiescing to the lowest common denominator with spewing these bizarre conspiracy theories that an American lobbying group, which I don't even support, AIPAC, is controlling our government, controlling our lives. Show me the evidence. Show me the proof. These are American citizens. If you want to make policies against American citizens lobbying their government, sure, I'd probably support it. But no one is making those actual arguments. They're just deluding their viewers into these grandiose conspiratorial thinking, and it is damaging to the political discourse. It is damaging to the psyche of the American people, particularly my generation, Gen Z, who believe that the reason the economy sucks, the reason I can't get laid, the reason I can't get a job is because something AIPAC and something BB. And again, cut foreign aid. It doesn't bother me at all. But let's have serious intellectual discussions about our politics and not trying to grift after the dumbest podcast-to-stand narratives.
Okay, we're almost out of time. Anna, give me your condensed response. Do voters have more power or intelligence to outweigh all this money that you say is trying to influence them? Surely not.
I would just like to note that Shabos thinks that it is a grift to be concerned about what benefits the United States before it actually benefits any other foreign country. Okay, but okay, let's put that aside.
I didn't say that.
Now you're interrupting me, Shabos. Now you're interrupting me.
How does it feel? How does it feel?
I thought you were against it. I thought it was a big problem. Okay.
I know, but you don't play by the rules.
Okay.
So what am I supposed to do?
How about you
I'm going to hand it over to Robbie if the
second.
two of you don't let each other speak.
Well, listen, I mean, Melinda, are you going to stop him from interrupting me? If I'm going to answer the
As
question,
I
just let me
have
answer the
done,
question.
Anna, I'd like you
Okay.
to wrap up your points, please.
As it pertains to the Republican Party, there is a divide. Okay. And the divide is unfortunate for younger Republican voters. If you are a young Republican voter, simply sharing your political views on social media is not going to do the trick. You have to show up and vote. Right now, older Republicans are very much in line with, the Zionist movement and with everything Trump wants. Younger conservatives are moving away from the old school mentality of the Republican Party, where you absolutely must support Israel and you absolutely must believe in the cult of personality that is Donald Trump. So if you don't show up to vote, of course, Massey is going to lose. I think that played a huge role here, but that also addresses the future of the Republican Party, because eventually these boomers aren't going to be around anymore. And the younger conservatives are going to be the one in power. You look at the Democrats, almost the entirety of the Democratic electorate has turned on Israel for obvious reasons. So it's going to be harder to primary an anti-Israel Democratic incumbent, although we don't really have many of them, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very curious to see what the future of this country looks like. I think young people are a lot more savvy on what's going on, especially as it pertains to foreign policy. And that's why you see this growing coalition between young Democrats and young conservatives when it comes to the influence of foreign countries in our politics. We want it out. And at some point, we'll finally get what we want. But right now, unfortunately, we're not there yet.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Robbie, round us out. Do we need foreign lobbies out of US politics? Are they having an unnecessary and unfair weight on the outcome? Or do people have enough power and intelligence to see through it?
I might be the outlier here in that I do frankly think money is speech, and I'm fine with Citizens United, and I think the First Amendment protects your right to spend as much to get the people you want elected. Sorry about that, I'm in my Slack. Elected, and that's just how America is, and I think money can only get you so far. You need an appealing message too. So I'm not really trying to limit. I would not place legal limits on the ability of pro or anti-Israel people to try to influence the American voters. But I think what would be healthiest as policy would be a compromise, in that we don't give foreign aid anymore to Israel or anyone else. If they want to buy weapons at full market price, not through some reverse subsidy arrangement, then they can do that, just as France, UK, Japan, any nation who wants them that is not Russia or China, that's all fine with me. And then we can stop talking about it. And we have to vote. The Congress has to vote if we're going to attack someone else. We're not attacked. That would be a nice starter too. We do all those things. I think you could keep the MAGA coalition together. If you don't do those things, as Anna says, the boomers only have so much longer to run the party.
Thank God.
We'll see what happens. It's been, as it always is, an interesting 24 hours, 48 hours in US politics. Diverse opinions. It's what we love on Counterpoints, and it's why we really appreciate having all of you here together on the show. Anna Kasparian, co-host and executive producer at The Young Turks. Robbie Suave, journalist and senior editor at Reason Magazine. And Shabbos Kestenbaum, political commentator at PragerU. To all of you, thanks for being on Counterpoints. And thanks to you at home for tuning in to this episode. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together?
And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
To be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die.
Now, it's been a decade since the launch of Saudi Vision 2030, and since then, the kingdom's economy has been transformed and diversified considerably beyond oil. Well, much of the focus has been on young Saudis, those entering the workforce today, as well as the workforce of tomorrow. Well, under the slogan, "Our youth is our wealth," the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development is overseeing more than 20 initiatives aimed at boosting skills, employment and civic participation amongst the Saudi youth. Well, let's find out more now about how younger Saudis, and in particular, in this particular case, a young Saudi business owner, is experiencing the benefits of Vision 2030. We are joined here in the studio by architect Abdelaziz Al-Tayash, who is the CEO and the founder of A1 Architects, which is a Riyadh-based architecture firm. Thank you so much for coming to see us.
My pleasure.
Your business was founded in 2018, so that's 2 years after the unveiling of Vision 2030. You do interiors as well as exteriors. Tell us about A1 Architects and how your company came to be.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for having me here. It's such a pleasure. For A1 Architects, as 2018, we started as a philosophy that we want to go into like a global standard. So in 2018, there is also a program under the 2030 vision. It's called like the quality of life. So we want to like elevating this practice, what we call like engineering offices, into something that can combine culture and identity of Saudi Arabia, and that can deliver also the experience. Because in 2018, as you said, the vision is like started. It was like the new trend, and like it's not about just Saudis people talking about it. It's like international thing was. So my belief was to transform this practice into something that we can elevate into like worldwide. So and that practice, when we say we as A1 Architects want to like redesign the experience of the architectural part as Saudi into something that they can feel as a lifestyle. So yeah, in A1 Architects we try to also merge this experience and services into something more and beyond that. It will be like embedded in the client's lifestyle.
Okay. And then I was just reading that under the umbrella of A1 Architects, there's another brand, Zaza Maison.
Exactly. How
does that fit in?
So, while practicing the like architectural practice, it's usually have the full journey of you start with the architectural design, then you go to the interior, then you go to like it's getting smaller and smaller into the details. So according also to the Vision 2030, it's not changing just the market, it's also changing the clientele. So when we talking about the clients in Saudi Arabia, it's about the client now. It's understanding more about the quality of the architecture itself. He wants to elevate his lifestyle, his experience. So in the market of the furniture and interior design, we couldn't find something competing the international platform as a Saudi identity that shows the Saudi identity and into the global platform. So we create Zaza Maison as a design house that can transform this identity and this heritage and this culture into something tangible that international client can also feel and understand the aesthetic of the Saudi Arabia.
It sounds like you got a lot of media coverage when you participated at the Salone del Mobile event in Milan. That was last month, wasn't it? Why was that such a success?
The success for me, it is about that a piece or like an architectural design can be like in Milan or in Paris or in London and can be recognized also as a valuable piece, just not about the origin, but it's about the quality and the credibility that this piece can deliver to like international visitor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Congratulations for that. Tell us about some of the big projects you've worked on up until this point and what you've got in the pipeline.
Okay, so usually in A1 Architects, we focus in the residential sector. So our clientele is more about like Royal Highness, VIP clients. So we not the company that having like 80 projects in a year, but we are very curated to have this project to be not just in our media, but it should be like in the international magazine, because what it can help to the cultural and identity of Saudi Arabia.
So your policy is more about quality than quantity.
Exactly, and transforming this cultural and lifestyle into something that cannot be held in the just 5 years. It should be like in the upcoming 30 years, it can be significant in the market.
Okay, tell us about the partnerships you've had. Some have been quite successful,
yeah, in the architectural field, we was doing a great partnership in Scotland and in the UK. So we have a small program that we started in 2020 is to train our team to have this experience abroad in the international market. So we have this workshop in Edinburgh in Scotland, and from that we create great friends and great partners, and we are lucky now to have great fellows that in Scotland with the ADP, that also an architectural firm. So usually we like combined our experience together. It's like a cultural exchange to elevate our local and international project.
Okay, well, that's exciting. I want to ask you, though, as a business owner who's witnessed the transformation of the business landscape here in Saudi Arabia, thanks to Vision 2030, which is now a decade old. I mean, how much has it changed, do you think, compared to, say, your father's day?
Yeah, so according to my generation, that they witnessed before the 2030 and after the 2030, so usually when we graduate from college, it's about having like a secure path and as a career. So what we witness now is like 50 or more than 50% of the graduated students have their own business. They want to be like leader, founder, and to invest in this in their vision. So. And that not just about the business and the founder. It's about also the client. They don't satisfied about just getting the service. They want an experience that can give them the full expectation according to or also matching the vision of the 2030.
But for you as a younger Saudi person, you're younger than I am, how do you feel like Vision 2030 has impacted you?
To be honest, we was lucky as a generation that we was experienced the market, and it's like in the peak. So as Vision 2030, it's like open up like gates to younger Saudis to open like an international, how can I say it? It's like international gateways to our business into like an international platform that
so you feel more connected to the rest of the global economy.
Exactly, and this it's not about open opportunity. It's like changing the psychology of the Saudi youth. Like it's changing the mindset that it will be good in the local market, but also they have the ambition is to go furthermore into not about just being there, no, but they want like elevating the quality of the standard that they have in their business.
So you think overall it sort of broadened the horizons of the average young Saudi person?
It is, yeah, because for my opinion, especially in the architecture, for my side, I didn't love how people understand architecture. It's like a building and drawing and etc. It's like you have like a tool that can carry a message that show the people what your identity, what your culture it is through your work. And that one of the things that we experience at Salone del Mobile in Milan.
Okay, so and you were able to bring talent into Saudi Arabia to see your work, and you're also making your work visibly international.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. How attractive do you think the Saudi market is today compared to before for people who want to enter the market, for people who want to invest in the market?
Yeah. So according to the standard of the Saudi market, it's impact different sector. It's not about just the infrastructure. It's giving the tourism, the public spaces. I'm talking about my experience and also the architectural part. Also, the bigger company want to try something new, combine our lifestyle and our culture into something that they have through their experience. It's not like international market that without an identity or without a rooted project that coming from a Saudi designer itself.
Okay, and just to sort of wrap up this conversation, I mean, what are your ambitions? How would you like to see A1 Architects expand? Because you still have quite a lot of career ahead of you.
Yeah, thank you. It is, for my opinion, I want to see the architectural trend or the Saudi architectural style to be presence in the global platform. And we always see the Roman classic, and we want the Najdi style to be the contemporary Najdi style to be not just in the local project. I want it to be internationally mentioned as a style that even a foreign can use it as its own in their own projects. So that's according to A1 Architects. And through Zaza, thanks for the Minister of Culture and the Royal Commission giving the importance in the art sector. So when we now thinking about the culture, it's about everything. It's in the lifestyle, in the project, the government project, the private project. It's embedded now. It's you can feel it, rather than the previous project. It was international style.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's been great talking to you. We're going to have to leave it there, but thank you very much indeed for coming to see us. Abdulaziz Al-Tayesh, the CEO and founder of A1 Architects. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Pakistan steps up its diplomacy efforts with Iran and the US as Rubio says there are some good signs when it comes to making a deal. The WHO warns a vaccine for the latest Ebola outbreak in Central Africa could take up to 9 months as the death toll rises. And SpaceX files for its stock market debut that could make Elon Musk a trillionaire. Pakistan has stepped up its peace talk efforts between the US and Iran. Marco Rubio has confirmed they will travel there today, 6 weeks since the fragile ceasefire came into effect. He also said there are some good signs when it comes to making a deal. This comes as Tehran says it's reviewing the latest responses from Washington to its peace proposal. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Alex Malouf, founder of Riyadh-based comms consultancy firm Narrative Shapers, and Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight. Alex and Shane, great to have you on the show with me this Thursday. Thank you for joining me. Shane, let's start with you because, as we said in the intro there, Pakistan really seems to be stepping up this diplomatic effort. But how likely is a breakthrough at this stage? Because I'm sure Alex, myself and you, we feel like we've got negotiation fatigue. We've been here before.
Yeah, well, I normally look to like the oil price and the stock markets to get some sort of clarity on what the general consensus is of what people think are happening. And to be honest, when we first had our meeting earlier today, oil was up. Now it's gone back down again. And the words that analysts are using are whipsaw, and volatile. So that kind of shows you how it's difficult to get some sort of transparency on what is actually happening. But I think if we break it down, there's four main things that have happened. Sorry?
Oh, no, don't worry, Shane. Please do carry on.
Oh, sorry. So there's four main things, as I was saying, that have impacted the oil price. So it went up earlier on the basis of two things. One, the Iran's supreme leader had put out a directive saying that the country's uranium was going to stay in the country and it wasn't going to be sent abroad. And of course, Donald Trump had said that, we want the uranium. So that was obviously showing that we should be pessimistic of an impending deal. And then the second big issue is obviously the Strait of Hormuz. And it came officially, I was talking about this a couple of weeks ago, but yesterday they launched the Persian Gulf Strait Authority, which is looking to control ships going in and out of the strait. And it's rumored that, they're going to have a toll and charge sort of millions of dollars for tankers to go through. And then Marco Rubio came out and said that this can happen. He said it was unacceptable. So again, that was why the oil price went up, because people were then, okay, there's going to be no deal. But then as we were coming on air, the oil price has gone down again because there's rumored that there is going to be a deal on the table. So it's kind of all over the place. But the one sort of slight good thing that point that you can see in the last 24 hours is that there was reports came out of a call between the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump, and it was apparently quite extremely heated conversation. And according to multiple reports, some in Israel itself, it was saying that Netanyahu didn't really see any negotiations coming to a resolution, so he was advocating going back to military strikes, and apparently Trump wanted to stick with the diplomacy. So in terms of oil, we don't really have a clue. It's up and down, but I think the latest oil predictions are going down because there's hopes that there is a deal on the table. So I'm going to take the latest sort of direction, which is to be positive. But like I said, it's been up and down all day, so it's really hard to judge.
Yes, and we often look at the markets and they've been reacting to the headlines that come out because Marco Rubio spoke earlier, Shane did say, let's see if we can get a deal with Iran. There are some good signs. And then we see oil and the markets react to any positivity of a possible framework coming into place. But we've been here before. I know that Shane is optimistic, but I'm not sure how much other optimism is floating around there. But Alex, there's also been these reports around that have been quite interesting. Iran has restarted some of its drone production, according to these reports. Is this a surprise at all?
It was CNN who reported on this first, followed by Arabiya. I would not be surprised at all, even though the 6-week bombing campaign, the headlines were, we've destroyed the infrastructure, we've destroyed industry, we've destroyed the weapons complexes. But clearly, Iran is more resilient than both US and Israel thought it would be in terms of its capabilities when it comes to IRGC, to its army, navy, but also as well to its weapons. The Shahad drones are the most well-known of Iran's weapons. Obviously, they're different from the ballistic missiles, but in terms of the fear factor, they are incredibly powerful psychologically. You have that buzz of the drones passing above you, and also as well, they're incredibly easy and incredibly cheap to make. They're only $35,000 per drone, effectively, the cost of a car today. And in terms of essentially the cost ratio to shoot one down using a Patriot missile is going to cost you $4 million. So when it comes to, again, economic warfare, what is going to basically outlast the other? Iran has its finger on the drones, and Iran in many ways has led on this. We've seen the drones used in other conflicts as well. So again, they know where they need to focus in terms of the military resilience. They've come out and said, we need a deal on our terms, otherwise we are ready, essentially, if we are going to be attacked again. And we've also seen as well their ability to essentially export drone technology to other places. There are reports that some of the drone attacks on the Gulf were emanating from Iraq. We've seen this before in terms of drones being fired from Yemen as well. So it's incredibly cheap, effective, and as we're seeing now, very easy to make, and it's very hard to shut down drone production.
And Iran has also said if the US and Israel resume strikes against Iran, they will expand this war. And that's something that is another fear factor that has been in play here when it comes to the neighboring countries. And it's once again these maximalist positions we're seeing from the US and Iran when they are coming to the negotiating table. So both sides are ramping up the rhetoric, and this is putting a lot of concern. And Shane, I don't know what you think, but this might be a reason why people are so desperate for an off-ramp right now due to a miscalculation.
Well, yeah, that was one of the other points that I was going to make, is that, that Iran did say that if it gets attacked again, it would expand the conflict outside of the Middle East, which I think that could come from, there was reports earlier, that NATO was considering entering, which has now sort of been dismissed by, I think it was Macron has dismissed it. But I think if Iran does expand it out like that, then that will bring NATO into force, because if they attack another country, and I don't think it necessarily has to be missiles, it could be just cells that they've got in other countries, and that will expand it. But I kind of think that is not a real threat. I think that's just part of the negotiating tactics, where if the diplomacy that particular hour or day isn't going well, then you ramp up your rhetoric. And we've seen that on the US side, and we've seen that on the Iranian side. So I don't take that fear too seriously, and I hope I don't regret those words.
And we talk about diplomacy. Alex, do you think that it really has a chance right now?
I think all sides want to find their way towards a deal. As President Trump keeps saying, it's the art of the deal. Each side has played from their maximalist position, and they are trying to find their way towards a place where both seem to be winning, because, again, it's also the psychological impact of this. Neither side wants to lose face. But I think beyond that, there are pressures from the allies of each side. As we saw, for example, with China-US talks, Iran was one of the key discussion points.
And it's absolutely fascinating, because today we did get reports that obviously we saw Donald Trump and Xi Jinping meet. We saw Putin and Xi Jinping meet, and Iran was discussed in both meetings. So thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And the World Health Organization has warned the vaccine to tackle against the latest Ebola outbreak in Central Africa could take up to 9 months. It said there are 2 possible vaccines for the Bundibugyo virus. There has now been 600 suspected cases and 139 deaths. and numbers are also expected to rise. Alex, we're talking about Ebola. We're talking about a virus that is moving very quickly. It's concerning doctors. But several countries have also put in entry restrictions in light of this for people who have gone to certain places where Ebola is. How concerning do you think the spread should be?
You know, it's hard to weigh up. With Ebola, we all have these visions, you know, on a governmental level as well, of the next pandemic. Ebola isn't new as well. You know, there were initial outbreaks, you know, several decades ago. The challenge with Ebola is there is no effective vaccine. Treatment is very limited. The mortality rate is very high, between 20 and 90%. You know, the averaging around 50%, and it's a gruesome disease. You know, with extensive internal and external bleeding. We have seen travel bans come into effect, even within the region. Bahrain was the first in the Gulf to put a travel ban from people coming from the area, from DRC, Uganda, and also as well South Sudan. I would expect, given we are coming up to the peak travel season as well, for there to be more awareness and more bans coming into force. We obviously have you know, major events this summer. We've seen this happen already in terms of a plane being diverted, plane from Europe over to the US, which diverted to Canada because somebody inadvertently found out that one of the passengers was from the DRC. It's strange that they didn't find out during boarding, but anyway, I'm sure we will discover why. Yeah, this is going to be, again, a story which I think is going to run for a little while longer.
And Uganda actually said today that the Ugandan government, flights between Uganda and DR Congo are temporarily suspended due to Ebola, and they also temporarily suspending cross-public passenger transport with DR Congo due to Ebola, because obviously the borders between Uganda and the DRC are extremely porous, and it is the 17th Ebola outbreak that the DRC is facing. But as you rightly say, this is a new strain. There's no vaccine for it, no rapid testing, and it's very difficult to see where transmission is happening within the communities. But Shane, we're talking about travel, we're talking about these restrictions being put in place, and this outbreak is even having an impact on the upcoming World Cup. What's the latest on that? And of course, the World Cup will be in the US and Mexico, I believe.
Yeah, well, I kind of feel sorry for DRC or Congo, because this is the first time they qualified for the World Cup in 1974, and they had planned a 3-day World Cup preparation training camp. They had all of these celebrations to say farewell to the team as they go off to the US. So those have all had to be cancelled. So that's unfortunate. On the only plus side really is that their warm-up matches, which are going to be in Belgium and Spain, are going to go ahead, because all of the team and their coach actually live outside the country, mainly in France, where they play their soccer. So that is a positive in that the team will still be able to compete, because hopefully if they're out of the country, that means they won't be exposed or possibly have picked up any Ebola. But the problem is that the American Center for Disease Control and Prevention has come out this week, and it said that anyone who has been to Congo, Uganda, and South Sudan in the last 3 weeks will be banned from entry for the next 30 days. So that covers, a lot of the World Cup. But I think FIFA has come out and said that it's aware and it's monitoring the situation. The White House World Cup Task Force has said something similar. So they don't seem, immediately startled by this. So I think we can follow their example, and hopefully this will be contained. But I think, earlier you said there was negotiation fatigue. Maybe there's a bit of pandemic fatigue as well, even though this is technically an epidemic, not a pandemic. So again, I hope I don't regret my words, and I hope that this is just a blip that won't impact the Great World Cup in the US, Canada and Mexico, I think, isn't it? 3 countries.
I'm not 100% sure, but I'll take your word for it. But like I said earlier, Alex, 17th Ebola outbreak in the DRC. So really, they are the people with the knowledge when it comes to dealing with an epidemic like Ebola. I was speaking to someone from the World Health Organization earlier, and they were saying this is particularly tricky because it's in a conflict zone and it's very difficult to get to the conflict zone and very hard to get PPE in there and the right materials in order to deal with this. So we've also seen these big cuts to USAID. So they're facing it on all different fronts when it comes to this epidemic.
As you said, they have the knowledge and experience. But the resources are one challenge. We've seen huge cuts from the US, especially when it comes to aid, medical aid, particularly in Africa. We've seen that with retroviral drugs, for example, for AIDS, HIV. But the other challenge as well is communication and culture. You know, we had reports earlier today that a hospital was burnt down by people from the community because they wanted one of the patients who was in there who was suspected of having Ebola. They wanted that patient to be released. Hospital burnt down. Several patients who were suspected of having Ebola basically escaped the facility. So, you know, they are really up against it in the sense that they don't have the support that they need. They don't have the resources that they should be having. And even before, a couple of years back, I would have expected them to have had more resources, more medical support. But with funding drying out, you can't guarantee that anymore.
Exactly. Funding drying out, a conflict zone. It all sort of is the perfect storm in many respects. Yeah. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And files released in relation to the former British Prince Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor and his appointment as trade envoy in 2001 have been released. They reveal that the late Queen Elizabeth was very keen for her son to have a prominent role in the promotion of national interests. The British government published the historic documents yesterday and said it had found that no evidence that formal due diligence or security vetting was carried out at the time. He's back in the headlines, Andrew. We've heard a lot about him. The late Queen has now been dragged into Andrew's shenanigans. What more do we know about these files and some of the big revelations in them?
So this stems back from February. A Liberal Democrat peer, Ed Davey, he requested the release of more files on Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, formerly Prince Andrew, and the former trade envoy for the UK. So this goes back to basically 2001 when he was appointed. So basically the story goes that it was the Queen's wish and desire for her son to take up this role, which was previously handled by another royal, the Duke of Kent, and she wanted him to become essentially the UK's trade ambassador to the world. What is interesting were the conditions around this from his entourage and his office. So, for example, when going out and socializing, he preferred to go to the ballet versus theatre. He didn't want to play golf on any of these trips. That would have been very interesting if it had overlapped with President Trump. He had a preference for promoting technology, obviously trade, that's a given, but also as well youth-related issues. They also asked for strict media management. Interesting to know how or what that would pretend to. But this also overlaps with some of his engagements with Epstein during essentially what was the 10 years of him being in the role. He was actually appointed during the period when the late Robin Cook was the foreign minister in the UK. But as you said, there was no vetting done. It was basically, he was given the role. And, the rest is history.
It's absolutely fascinating when we get an insight into their demands, isn't it? Prefers the ballet, not the theatre. But Shane, Alex mentioned vetting there. What does this actually say about the vetting process and how Andrew and his mother had such a close relationship? Because I don't know, both Alex, you and me must always think that we always heard these rumours that Andrew was always the favourite son of the Queen.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that, and anyone who's watched The Crown, there's a couple of episodes where it talks about that, which is obviously fiction. But I think in this case, I was thinking about this before, and as a mother, the Queen must have been sort of briefed on what Andrew was up to, and she was probably thinking, he needs to get out and get a job, not sitting around the house getting up to mischief. And it's now become evident what kind of mischief that potentially was, allegedly. So I think she was probably like, you need to get out and do something, and it'd be good for his personal image to be seen to be given back to his country. And I remember when he was the trade envoy, when he would come out to the region or those projects he was working on, you would be inclined as a journalist to go, oh, that's quite cool, a member of the royal family, HRH, as opposed to if it was sort of a crusty old, nameless politician that you didn't really know. So that was the attraction and the ongoing attraction of the royal family. But in terms of vetting, I think you're right. Like probably the reason they didn't do it is because, as Alex said, the Duke of Kent, his uncle had done it previously and very well, and there was no controversy over that. But I think the personality of Andrew, and the BBC has reported WikiLeaks, and you can read them yourself online, where he was described as sort of cocky and in some instances rude, and that's just the stuff that I can say on a family show like this. There's a lot more in there. But in terms of vetting, if you compare it to sort of Mandelson and the vetting scandal around him, there was some sort of issues around Andrew. Like, for example, he got close to sort of the rulers of Kazakhstan, and one of the members of the ruling family bought his house in about 2007 and was considered about $3 million over the price. So again, there was questions over that. So I think, yes, there should have been some vetting done, and maybe they should have given the job to his brother Edward, who seems to have proven himself to be a lot more of a amenable personality. But I think the Queen, like you said, if this is her favourite son, and she just wanted him to get, a positive profile, but unfortunately his personality overruled all of that, unfortunately.
And we must remember, he was the UK trade envoy. He left that job. He was highly criticised for having links to Jeffrey Epstein, and that's a lot of the reason why he left that role. And it's so many questions are being asked now about the vetting process. But like Shane says, his mother's a queen. The royal did the vetting process before. And let's be honest, Alex, the royals attract attention.
They attract attention. They are very popular. They have access which other people as well don't have. So there are a lot of benefits, but the question is, in a democracy, and it's a constitutional monarchy as well, how can you ensure that they are, to use a phrase, staying on brief, that they're actually doing the job which is being assigned to them? The challenge, obviously, here as well is this is an unpaid job. Yeah. So, even if you go to him and say, look, you should be doing 1, 2, 3, the individual can turn around, in this case, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, and say, I'm actually doing this on behalf of the country. So, what leverage would the governments of the day have in terms of what he was doing, not just in terms of the overall picture of the trade role, but, the minutiae of each visit.
Lots of questions. No, very good point. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And Elon Musk's SpaceX has revealed its plans to go public in the US next month under the ticker symbol SPCX. The initial public offering, which is set to be the largest in Wall Street history, could boost Musk's net worth to $1 trillion. Alex, I'm just having a look at my computer here. We actually have some breaking news from Bloomberg News regarding SpaceX. It says SpaceX aims to build a 10-gigawatt solar factory near Austin in Texas. So we're hearing about that. I mean, maybe no surprise as they're going in for this IPO. But I want to know, really, when it comes to this IPO, hundreds of pages in this filing, but what has been disclosed about this move and what is still a mystery? And I think you know what I'm being really fascinated about.
So let's start with the most important pieces here. This is an IPO, obviously it's a business, but SpaceX is loss-making. So, part of the mission of a business is to make money and make a profit. Last year it lost $4.9 billion on revenues of $18.7 billion. The caveat is that revenues have grown by a third since 2024. Now, there are three elements to the business. So one is space. We all see the rockets. They're very visible. They go up and they also come down as well, but they actually land. There's the connectivity piece with Starlink, which is the part of the business which is actually making a profit. And the third piece, the one which is really going through the money, so to speak, is the AI element. And now, what is also interesting here, anybody who knows Elon, he loves his moonshots, as we call them, his bizarre and grand ideas. One future market opportunity is Mars, and it's actually one of his, conditions for receiving additional shares, and that Mars has to be settled through SpaceX. Also, as well, playing into his own character, he's going to control 85% of the voting rights. So, look, SpaceX and Elon are going to be pretty much going together for a couple of years at the very least. If he wants to change that, it's up to him, nobody else. And then, as you've said, he is set to become the world's first trillionaire with this. He's already the world's richest man, but his wealth is going to effectively double.
Good for him. But I want to talk a little bit about the loss-making because, private companies, when they want to IPO, obviously they have to release all these files. And I don't know why, but I expected SpaceX to be making more than it is. I know that the trajectory might be positive, but that also makes me think a little bit when it comes to Elon Musk, because in these filings, if you have a look at it, it's typical Elon Musk. He promises the future, and it's the magic of Elon Musk that people invest in. Shane, I don't know what your thoughts are on this, because we must also remember, you're talking about AI. We've got Sam Altman. We've got OpenAI, who also are potentially going to IPO. We've got SpaceX IPOing. The NASDAQ is going to benefit a lot, but it just all seems is space the future, as Elon Musk is telling us?
Well, I think the exciting stuff in it is that not only sort of rockets and satellites that they're going to do, they're also going to do asteroid mining, space-based manufacturing, and then Martian energy production. So, maybe Elon Musk down the future will solve the oil crisis, and we won't have to worry about the Straits of Hormuz anymore. But so that's quite exciting. But that's obviously way into the future, as you said. And it's always likely with these big tech companies and that are forward thinking and looking to the future that they're not going to make money straight away. But I thought what was interesting, just to give benefit of doubt, is that there was a Reuters investigation that did look at the AI element of it that has drained the lion's share of the funding that has gone in. And even though Elon Musk, was part of Trump's government at one point, is that a lot of the government agencies are using ChatGPT, which is obviously Elon's massive rival. But I think it was last week we were talking about when Elon was on the Chinese trip, and he's extremely popular in China. So even if the US isn't amenable to him, the second biggest superpower, he's extremely popular, and I think the cult of Elon Musk will prevail there. But I think, again, while you look at oil when it comes to what's happening in Iran, if you look at the market reaction to it today, the European space stocks jumped considerably. So it's kind of like the tide will rise. All of space stocks is the theory going around. So if I were you, I'd think about getting into space stocks. But at the same time, on the flip side, over in Wall Street, the main concern is that because Elon Musk and the SpaceX is going to be so popular, that it will drain the liquidity from other stocks. So I don't think there's going to be any rival IPOs launched in around it, because it will take a lot of the liquidity, and if there's any underperforming stocks, people might be inclined to sell those and put it into the SpaceX. So I think the IPO will be very attractive and very well, but it may have repercussions for some other players on the stock market. But I'm looking forward to whatever kind of Martian energy production he has, or this asteroid mining. It all sounds quite exciting, really.
It's a sexy IPO, Alex. Let's be honest. You know, when you talk about Martian energy production, I think, wow, this is great IPO. And Elon Musk brings a kind of magic to business, doesn't he? Because we see shots of him on the screen there. He's outlandish. He's always having a little bit of fun. We saw him in China. He was just sitting on his chair. Everyone was coming to him, and he was just pulling faces when it came to the selfies. But really, Elon Musk is changing our world in very many ways.
Look, Elon Musk he's a business rock star. You know,
yeah.
Everywhere he goes, you know, people want to do selfies. You know, he names his children whatever he wants. You know, I think he wants to. The joke has been that he wants to populate Mars just by himself. Obviously, that's going to be a little bit hard by himself, but you know, with others as well. But at the same time, as you said, you know, he does promise a lot, and I will admit, you know, I bought a Tesla. I still don't have full autonomous driving, even though that seems to have been promised year after year after year. Likewise, we've seen the discussions about robots and what's going to be happening there, because there was a pivot in Tesla to look at building robots. And then, you know, you have all these other claims in the prospectus, for example, total addressable market for AI. I think pretty much every country is there in the world apart from possibly, you know, North Korea. So, you know, there's a lot of promise, but, you know, at the end of the day, you've got to deliver.
That is absolutely true. But like you said, you did buy a Tesla. So, you know, you're buying the dream. You're buying the future. And I just want to say that Goldman Sachs is going to lead that SpaceX IPO. And as we did say earlier, it will file on the NASDAQ. And it's going to be a really fun day. And I think Elon Musk, I wonder what he's going to do with all his trillions. He's a fascinating guy, isn't it? Because he often says he just lives in his workshop and sleeps there as he tries to figure out any of the problems.
Sleeps on his couch.
Yeah, he sleeps on his couch. Any of the problems with his engines. But now it's that time of the show where Shane and Alex have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Shane, we've just been talking about AI. We've been talking about the future. And you've got a story that's about the latest outrage when it comes to artificial intelligence. And we also know that you love books.
Yeah, I'm a wannabe author, unpublished at the moment, unfortunately. But I think there has been a lot of AI scandals recently. The New York Times, for example, had to take some articles down because, and it was book reviews, and that they suspected was AI, and there was a major publisher in the UK that had to halt publication of a book because it was suspected it was AI. But I think this one is opens a bigger can of worms because it's a prestigious literary award for short stories called the 2026 Commonwealth Short Story Prize. And I'm not going to name the author or the piece because it hasn't been confirmed 100% yet at the time of this recording that it is genuinely AI. But what happened when it was published on the website, you know, everyone in the world kind of wants to read it. You can put it into these AI checks programs, and it came up that this was highly suspicious for AI generated content. So we don't know 100% yet, but the fact that if it does turn out to be an AI generated or even partially AI generated, the fact that it won an award, I don't know how I feel about that, because then it shows that is AI getting so good that they can now, you know, potentially win a prestigious literary prize. And I think the question for both you guys in the studio is that if you read a piece like a book or a short story and it's good, do you care or not whether it's AI generated or human generated?
You can go first, Alex.
Honestly, I don't care.
I don't care either.
Good.
Is that terrible? I was going to let you say it first, but I was thinking to myself, I don't care. Do you? Especially if it's fiction, I don't really care.
Yeah, I spend a lot of time with authors who are outraged. So, but I think that is probably what the vast majority of the public think, unfortunately. And I kind of think of it a bit like fast food, where, you know, you can have your McDonald's meal, but then, you know, if you want your sort of Michelin star, then you'll go for a human generated bestseller. But if you just want a quick, pulpy, crappy, airport read, then you might just go for an AI-generated piece. And I don't like to admit that, but I think, we're reporters. It's our job to reflect what the general public probably do think, not what we would like them to think.
It's fascinating because I love reading, and obviously I just said I wouldn't mind reading something if it was an AI novel, because normally I just do read a lot of fiction because work is a lot of geopolitics, it's very intense. So if I want to read, it's to take me out of the universe that I'm in day to day. But I think I wouldn't mind if it was AI generated. And at the end of the day, I also thought I'd move on to a Kindle, but I still use a paper book. So I guess it's preference, isn't it? But authors do put a lot of work into this, and they are concerned about their future, and I think that's completely understandable.
It's not just writing. If you look at Hollywood, if you look at artists as well, there is a fear about what is AI going to do to their industries. It's very easy to create visuals. It's very easy to create music, to fake somebody's voice, and it's just getting better and better and better. So, there do have to be guardrails. There are tools where you can estimate, you can guess if something is AI generated, but this is going to become a much bigger issue going forward.
I'm sure that I'm not AI generated because I make too many mistakes, but AI is perfect. I'm definitely not. And Alex, yours is about superfans. Celebrities, superfans going to extremes. This story is just even crazier than AI. Tell us.
Well, look, Leigh Ann, I was going to say, you're not AI, we know that. I'm sure you've got your superfans as well, but I'm not sure if any of your fans have done this before. So, we have Glenn Powell. He's an American superstar. He's a star of Chad Power's series. He's also been in Twisters, in the movie which came out a couple of years back. His profile is rising. He has a superfan who did something a little bit different. So this lady, she has a TikTok account. The name is My Name is Monique.
We can see her on the screen.
So, yeah. And she had a particular way of conveying her affection for Glenn Powell, which was effectively to print a picture of his face and then to eat it. And what she promised was she would continue to eat his face. I never thought I'd be saying this on TV, but she continued to eat his face every day until she actually starred in one of his movies. That didn't happen, fortunately, I think, for Glenn. But what did happen is that she met him at the premiere of his latest movie, the remake of Running Man, which was in London because she is in the UK. And at the event, he met with her and he said he was smiling along. I probably wouldn't be smiling if that person was doing that to me. And he said, now it's the premiere, basically, as she took a bite out of his picture, not his face, obviously at the premiere. But yeah, it did sort of, it gave me shivers.
I just felt like I had shivers watching that. I felt like it was just really icky, something about it. And when you said she ate a picture, I wasn't expecting it to be the big A4, She didn't even print out a little one. But once again, it's just, I think this is celebrities. We talk about celebrities a lot, and we talk about guardrails in place. And sometimes I wonder, I don't know what you think, Shane, but have you ever been such a super fan of a celebrity you would go to some sort of crazy extent?
I've never thought of eating their photo. I was just trying to think whose photo would I eat if I was forced to. I was mildly obsessive fan of Keira Knightley, probably like 20 years ago, back in the Pirates of the Caribbean days. So, and I did actually get to meet her, much to her displeasure. She was going out with Jamie Dornan at the time, so there was absolutely no chance whatsoever. I would probably eat a photo of Keira Knightley, I think.
And a photo of any celebrity female?
I think I'm going to plead the fifth on that one.
Plead the fifth?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Just eating paper.
Yeah.
Printed paper.
It's so bizarre.
You put his picture on a cake or something. I don't know. There's so many other ways, better ways you can do it.
Oh, that's true. A little cupcake.
Yeah, a cupcake. You know, why print out, on your printer at home?
I've never loved a celebrity so much to do anything so crazy, but I do remember when I was young, I was desperately loved Jim Carrey, and I actually wrote him a fan letter from Botswana all the way to America via PO box, and he never replied. So Jim Carrey, if you are watching,
Maybe he ate it.
Did you eat my letter? But thanks to our guest, Alex Malouf, founder for Riyadh-based comms consultancy firm Narrative Shapers, and Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T, that's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, the ceasefire between the US and Iran looks more fragile than ever. We'll be asking, are we reaching the end of the road for diplomacy? We'll be getting the latest on the week's main developments in US politics, and that includes the US charging Cuba's former leader, Raul Castro. Well, speculation is growing that the communist state could be next in the sights of the Trump administration. All of that to come today. Hello, and thank you very much indeed for joining us. It's now been 6 weeks since the fragile ceasefire between Iran and the United States came into effect. But talks aimed at ending the war have made little real progress. Well, Tehran says it is reviewing Washington's response to its latest proposal. Meanwhile, the US President Donald Trump appears to be running out of patience. He said he could wait a couple of days for what he called the right answer from Iran, but he also made it clear that fresh military strikes are still very much on the table. Well, behind the scenes, diplomatic efforts are continuing. Pakistani mediators travel to Tehran today for talks with Iran's foreign minister as efforts intensify to try to prevent tensions from escalating again. But with time running out, the big question remains, how close are the two sides to an actual deal? Well, we're joined now by Matt Terrell, who is the former chief of staff for Marco Rubio's 2016 presidential campaign. He joins us from Washington. Welcome back to the program, Matt. I'd just like to start by asking you, where are we? I mean, do you have the overall sense that the diplomatic efforts are starting to yield results?
Well, look, I think President Trump is leaning into diplomacy. It's certainly, I think, the course he wants to take here. Obviously, you're seeing the Iranian regime, or what's left of it, or whoever we're negotiating with over there, dig in. I mean, we saw just over the past few hours, I saw reports that Iran is refusing to give up enrichment. That obviously is not going to fly, if you will, with President Trump. President Trump's been clear that he wants to reach a deal, but it needs to be the right deal. And part of that deal is ensuring that Iran gives up enrichment. Part of that deal is, of course, ensuring that Iran does not have the capability to have a nuclear weapon. So I think that's a key component here, that enrichment component. But obviously, the administration is leaning into diplomacy here. We'll see if any military action is taken here. But obviously, I think certainly this is the approach the administration sees fit.
Yeah, and quite interestingly, that comment about the enriched uranium not leaving Iran came from the supreme leader. So again, it's sort of a double message of defiance, if you will, coming as it did from him. I mean, the US and Iran have done this back and forth of proposals. I mean, the latest reading, well, the reading of the latest proposal put forward by Tehran, I mean, it sounds quite unrealistic when you think about it. I mean, it's talking about Iran still having control of the Strait of Hormuz, compensation for war damage, the lifting of sanctions, the release of frozen assets, and the withdrawal of US troops from the region. I mean, it sounds, doesn't it, like it might be sort of dead on arrival?
Well, I think you're spot on, Tom. I think it's the regime not negotiating in good faith. You know, I think President Trump and his team certainly, without question, have been wanting to negotiate in good faith. The regime, again, what's left of them, have refused to do that. And so to throw out a proposal that's unrealistic, to your point, is that the right move, I think, by Iran? But look, I think the way Iran sees this, and I think it's the wrong approach, is that they have time on their side. I don't believe they do. I think they believe that President Trump's worried about the midterm elections. I generally believe President Trump is not. I don't think he's focused on politics right now. I think he's focused on policy. And I think he has no question seen the actions taken on Iran is the right policy by the United States. This has been, as we've talked about, the greatest state sponsor of terrorism. We cannot allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. And if you look at the polling, you know, look, the majority of Americans right now believe that the United States is winning this war. I think that helps President Trump in terms of momentum here. But no question, Iran is not negotiating in good faith. They need to negotiate in good faith, in my view.
So when President Trump says, since we're talking about timeframes, if we don't get all the right answers, we're ready to go, he says. That's sort of paraphrasing the president slightly there. But I mean, what sort of a time frame are we looking at here, do you think, Matt?
Well, that's up to the president. He's in the driver's seat right now on this. But look, as we saw just over the past few hours, it appeared he was ready to go, just hours away, less than that even, with respect to launching additional military activity. The president stated that. So something to the effect of that, at least. So look, you know, the bottom line here is the president is the one who will make that decision, of course. And I suspect, as he's been doing, meeting with his national security team, meeting with members of the United States military to ensure they have the right plan, right procedures in place here. But ultimately, it is also up to Iran to decide, do they want to have an off-ramp here? You know, that's what President Trump is trying to give them here, an off-ramp to end this war, an off-ramp to ensure there is not continued military action. But if necessary, obviously President Trump is prepared to take that action in terms of additional military course. We'll see, I think, over the next few hours what happens here.
I mean, we're hearing from the IRGC comments to the effect that if there is a renewed US military campaign against Iran, then the regional war that it's been will no longer be regional. It'll go much further afield than that. I mean, I'm wondering how you think that sort of a threat will sit with Washington.
Well, I think we're already there in the sense that Iran has been a threat to the world, not just to the United States. Obviously, we saw that, for example, when Iran lied about how far their missiles could go. We saw that, for example, when they launched 2 missiles against Diego Garcia. What we've seen is that Iran has attacked its neighbors in the region, obviously with respect to the UAE, for example, among other countries that Iran has launched attacks against. So, look, I think Iran has been a threat to the world for decades, for years. You know, for 47 years, we've had this issue of Iran as being a threat. It cannot continue to be that being the case. There's no question that President Trump, in my view, has been taking the right course. But look, I think what you're also seeing here is that Iran is isolated. I mean, even China, for example, has come out and said that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. So, look, I think what you're seeing here is that the United States does have backing in terms of the notion here that Iran is a threat. Bottom line here is, what is the next course? And that's the biggest thing we're all focused on, of course. And that is going to be likely, potentially, some military action, maybe not. That's going to be up to the White House to make that decision. But ultimately, I go back to Iran has to make a decision as well. Negotiate in good faith or keep putting forward proposals that are ridiculous, that are, in my view, just fake proposals. You know, the bottom line here is Iran needs to come to the table in a serious way. That's the best course here, I think.
A lot of the commentators that you read, when you see them on the TV news channels, I mean, they all say something quite similar, which is that President Trump is not famous for having, endless supplies of patience. I mean, you're much closer to the seat of power than I am here in the Middle East. I mean, is that true? Is President Trump, would you say, an impatient sort of a man?
Well, I think he's patient up to a point, right? And I think that for a lot of us in life, the bottom line here is I think he has shown patience. He's been trying to give Iran the necessary time to come to the table and make a deal here. But he's only got so much patience. And I think right now you're seeing that. I think he is simply saying, look, we're at a fork in the road right now. Iran chooses to come to the table and negotiate in good faith, particularly relates to giving up enrichment, particularly relates to giving up their abilities to have a nuclear weapon. Or there's going to be another course that's taken. And we've seen President Trump do this time and again. We've seen him do it, for example, with Venezuela. He had patience with Venezuela, but the bottom line here is that Maduro decided not to take the off-ramp in time. He didn't come to the table in time. So I think President Trump works around timetables. But in the end, I think what he's doing here is the right approach, and that is he's in the driver's seat, putting himself in the driver's seat and keeping himself in the driver's seat. That's what you should be doing in situations like this as the commander-in-chief, as the president of the United States. But we've also seen as President Trump is a deal maker. And I think he generally he's willing to work with anybody to make a deal. I think he wants to make a deal here. When it comes to negotiation, the other party, the other side needs to be willing to come to the table and negotiate in good faith as well. We have not seen that at any moment with Iran.
The Iranians have been pretty suspicious ever since the ceasefire took effect 6 weeks ago. The ceasefire is really just about deceiving them and giving them a false sense of security before the United States moves on with the next phase of its military campaign. I mean, is that how it looks to you?
Well, I think the Iranian people are so used to it, past presidents, to be blunt, just failed policies and broken promises. But with President Trump, I don't believe the people of Iran are seeing that. I think what they've actually seen for the first time is a U.S. president who's taken substantial action to take out this regime, substantial action to give the Iranian people hope and an opportunity to open the door towards a greater country, to take back their country. Now, with that said, more work needs to clearly be done here on the ground with respect to all of that. But I think as this war comes to an end, which I believe it will and it will soon, I think you will then see the people of Iran further take to the streets. You'll see the people of Iran further have an opportunity to take course and take control of their own country, take control of their own future. But there's no question I think the people of Iran have seen under past presidents, again, just failed policies and broken promises that have left them hopeless. I think they have hope with President Trump. And certainly, I think an opportunity here to have a better future. This could be up, of course, to people of Iran at the end of the day to see if they want to take that course.
Matt, how different do you think Chapter 2 of this war will be from Chapter 1?
I think Chapter 1 has been the first course of military action. And what that has been is essentially the president making the decision to take the necessary targeted strikes against Iran. And beyond that, what we've seen is this diplomacy phase of wanting to get the other side of the table here, the regime to the table here. But we've also seen the economic pressure. And I don't think we can ignore what kind of pressure Iran and the regime is facing right now. I mean, you're seeing skyrocketing inflation. I saw one data point that showed over $200 billion in economic damage to Iran. So I think we're not in the phase of and, not or. I think it may very well be continued military action or restarting military action and keeping that economic pressure on the regime. That is vital. And then, of course, what we saw with President Trump's recent trip to China was obviously a part of that being Iran. And China's been the greatest consumer of Iranian oil. And if China puts pressure on Iran and the regime, that's obviously going to help as well. I don't think President Trump needs help from China to end this war. I think in the end, it's going to be continue to keep that economic pressure on the regime. That's a serious problem for them, I think, over the next few weeks. And then beyond that, seeing if the regime will decide to truly come to the table. In the end, that's repetitive on this point, the regime has a decision to make. Come to the table and negotiate in good faith or continue to dig in. I think digging in is the wrong course. Coming to the table is the right one. And they should learn the lessons of Maduro and others who found out what the Trump doctrine is all about, and that's mess around and find out. The president has patience, but only so much of that, I think, and I think the regime needs to recognize that.
Okay, since you mentioned Maduro, and of course you have worked closely with the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, over the years, I'd just like to ask you briefly about the news that the former president of Cuba, the former leader of Cuba, Raul Castro, has been charged with the conspiracy to kill US nationals. This, of course, relating to the downing of 2 aircraft back in 1996. I wonder whether you think it's starting to look increasingly like Cuba is the next Venezuela.
Well, I think there's similarities there, no question, but obviously there's differences. But what you're seeing here is President Trump, first and foremost, I think the Justice Department making the right course in this activity against Castro. You know, look, I mean, this is somebody, to your point, that downing of that plane where American lives were lost. But beyond that, you know, I think what you're seeing here is not military action with Cuba per se, but obviously economic pressure that Cuba is facing. And that's the fault of the government. I mean, look, at the end of the day, this is a broken economy in Cuba. You've had for decades an oppressive regime there. And you saw, obviously, an oppressive regime in Venezuela as well. So there are similarities there. But a lot of this, I think, in the end is going to be the United States continue to put economic pressure and utilizing economic pressure on these regimes. But also, I think what you're seeing here is a common theme. With Venezuela, it was about Maduro, but it's also about recognizing Maduro was a safe harbor for terrorists in the United States' own hemisphere, in their own backyard. The same with Cuba. We've seen reports of Cuba supporting and helping Iran and China and Russia, in particular helping, by some reports, helping Russia spies, for example. So, you know, the bottom line here is when President Trump is taking action in Venezuela or Cuba, it's not just about these regimes and helping the people in these countries, but it's also recognized that the president has an America First agenda. And part of that is something he campaigned on, and that was securing our country, national security. And part of that is ensuring that our own backyard, whether it's with Cuba or Venezuela, that we truly are protected and safe, and pushing against these regimes that have been safe harbors for terrorists.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. I really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Matt Terrell, former Chief of Staff for Marco Rubio and his presidential campaign. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, Robert Fox is the defence editor at the London Evening Standard newspaper, and he joins us now. Thank you very much indeed for being with us, Robert. Great to have you back. I mean, does it look to you, looking at the overall situation, like we've reached the end of the road for diplomacy with regards to Iran?
Well, no, you have to remember that Iran was the country many thousands of years ago that invented the game of chess. And I think that this is the problem, is that the Iranian team is very tough, very experienced. They have worked together a lot. Mujtaba, the supreme leader, had these people around him. They are in a very tricky position because while they seem to have a lot of armaments, a lot more than was expected that survived the initial attack of Israel and America, the fragility is in the economy and the people. And do they really want to go on for another round of war, which could go to be a month, could be 6 weeks, and that would be very difficult indeed. Equally, the Americans do not have strong cards because they threaten another round of violence if this set of negotiations and proposals doesn't work. But will it get any further forward than they did last time? I've just been writing a piece for elsewhere and recording the fact of the 4 major war aims that Trump laid out for epic fury. You know, it's a partial failure or a partial success. Not one of them has succeeded. That they decapitated the regime, but they've got the same all over again in the regime's son, who's even tougher. They haven't got an insurgency. They haven't written down the strategic force of missiles and drones, and they haven't found the potentially weaponized 440 kilograms of refined uranium. And so I think that what both sides are looking at, as you say, the Iranian delegation probably working through Pakistan, a bit through the UAE, they're both looking at impasse, and it's looking at an ugly situation because I think neither really wants more war.
Right, you raised a lot of important points there, Robert, and just a couple of them sort of weaving two into one. I mean, before the war, Iran said that it was open to the idea, or suggested it might be open to the idea of handing over some of its enriched uranium. Now they're saying they won't hand over any of it. And that's coming from none other than the supreme leader, Khamenei's son. So in many ways, what they're doing is saying we're very much still here, and in fact, we're taking a much harder line on pretty much everything we can think of. I mean, is that how it looks to you?
Yes, they're playing it, moving it around. They have 3 or 4 really strong cards. And uranium, the enriched uranium, because they don't really know where it is. And American intelligence plus Israeli intelligence, which would be a combination of electronic and human intelligence, is still not establishing the site, whether it's split up, whether it's in 1 collection, 2 collection, or even more. That was the point of the attack on Fordo Mountain a year ago. It was the point of further attacks. Is it in a location known as Mount Pickaxe? I mean, it's just a code name, but they think there's a very deep repository under rock and mountain. Is it under Isfahan? Is it with the other established centers like Natanz? It's really very peculiar. They've got to get to that, and they can't guarantee it. I think that where the jeopardy is for the Americans is they seem to be talking themselves rather strangely into a limited ground operation, and I think that would be extremely dangerous. It would be dangerous because it could set off a lot of other things, but it would be extremely hazardous for the United States. But what they're looking at is long wars. It's very interesting how they have got into this, that it seems that, you know, going back to my earlier days of reporting and so on, this was the mess that was Vietnam, that it was one thing leading to another. It was incrementalism. And that is the danger for America here. And they've got a trump card, pardon the pun, just handed over to the Iranians in that they are claiming the great chokehold of the Straits of Hormuz. Only overnight we had a rather strange claim that all the upper Gulf is now deemed by some Iranians, and I think that this is a jeu, it's a ploy rather than an actual fact of diplomacy, but they're claiming it could potentially be all Iranian sovereign water. This is ridiculous. But they are preparing to have a fight as well. They don't want it. And they're preparing to have a fight, above all, not necessarily with the Americans, but with the Gulf opponents, particularly the UAE. That is something that is in everybody's interest, not least the Americans themselves, to defuse, to make sure that that doesn't come to a very nasty regional conflict, which could go on for a long time, because there are a lot of very nasty regional conflicts around which feed into this.
Right, and of course the UAE dismissing those sort of maritime territorial ambitions as a pipe dream. Does America have, in your opinion, the right and enough of the right military hardware in the region to successfully carry out Chapter 2 of this war?
I don't think so, because what concerns me is their reliance hitherto, it's not exclusively based on anything, of carrier-based air forces. I think that's, you know, that you can use that up pretty quickly. They've used an awful lot of their carrier power already, and they've just brought out it may go elsewhere, but they've just brought out the mighty Ike, the Eisenhower. I've been on the Eisenhower years and years ago. It's very old, you know, a lot of this stuff, and it's not. It's not perfect. Look how expensive, how difficult the Gerald R. Ford, the most modern of them, is to manage. No, they don't, because what Iran knows how to do is to operate below the level of sophistication, as it's called. They know what the capability of these really top-of-the-range precision weapons can do, and they can work around it. And it's a vast territory. It's a vast human territory. It's a vast physical territory. And that's why we've seen America's difficulties in Iraq in 2 bouts, 91 and 2003. Golly, just in terms of human geography and physical geography, the ground battle would be very, very difficult in Iran indeed. They are, I think they're in quite a difficult position. That's why we're hearing yet again about more diversionary things, that Rubio is talking about doing something with Cuba. They've given an arrest warrant against the ex-president and the founder's brother, Raul Castro. So are they trying to divert attention there? One of the carriers has been sent off there to go to the Caribbean. They're even raising the Greenland and sovereign base issue and taking over rights from Denmark again. That, to me, says one word: confusion. And I think that that's where we are. But that's what makes the Gulf so worrying, because the other word that comes up is accident, and something could happen by accident.
I mean, we've heard from President Trump that if we don't get the right answers, he says, this is from Iran, it's all going to happen very quickly. We're ready to go, he says. I'm reading between the lines, and given all these other moving parts, and you mentioned a couple of them there, I mean, what sort of time frame do you think we're looking at here before the US potentially decides, right, let's end the ceasefire and here comes Act 2?
Sorry, the crucial thing again is the aircraft carriers. If you've got two big carrier groups in position, it would need the carrier groups. By the way, they've got the assault carrier groups of the Iwo Jima class. They've got two of those with MEUs, Marine Expeditionary Units, aboard. So once you do that, and once you position those, you don't have too much time. You've got only a matter of weeks in the window, because then, of course, the operational edge, the operational capability goes off. And so, again, it's rather like my rather difficult previous answer, is that by accident, Trump and Hegseth could be talking themselves into this one.
Okay. Well, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. I'm being told we're out of time, but thank you very much indeed, Robert Fox, defence editor of the London Evening Standard. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, today is Thursday, and as ever, it is the day of the week when we take a look at some of the biggest stories of the week in the United States. We've got loads to talk about. We're joined today for our review with Angie Wong, Republican strategist, who joins us, as ever, from Miami. Welcome back to the programme, Angie. We're also joined by Paul Glastris, former chief speechwriter to President Bill Clinton, who joins us from Athens in Greece. Great to have you both with us. Paul, since I don't think we've crossed to Athens for quite a while, why don't we start with you? Just looking at what happened earlier on in the week in the Senate, we saw them advancing this war powers resolution. I mean, what are we looking at here? Are we looking at the beginning of an attempt to end the Iran war?
Well, I think we're looking at the beginning of some Republicans in the Senate recognizing that the war is deeply unpopular. It doesn't look like it's ending or ending well. Some of them have been freed from the cage of support for Trump by having lost elections or looking down the throat of losing elections in November. And, they're reading the tea leaves. The Democrats obviously have been wanting to stop this war since it began. And we'll see. It's a long way to go. But I think that's what you're saying.
Okay, Angie, what are your thoughts? I mean, just picking up on what Paul was saying there, I mean, 4 Republicans did vote in favor of this resolution. I mean, that does suggest there is not unanimity in the GOP. Do you see this paving the way to the beginning of the end of the war in Iran?
Well, this is not about paving the way. It's about financing this war in Iran. And President Trump and the Pentagon are asking for additional dollars to finance further operations. But at the same time, he's kind of rebranding the conflict to be other names. We're hearing anything from ceasefires to a humanitarian effort, things like that. Mainly to move away from this idea of war powers. Remember, Congress has not enacted on any president and gone after them for this War Powers Act since Nixon, I believe. So this is really unusual that this is happening. If they want an end to the Iran war conflict, we have to open the Straits of Hormuz. That could be done through the military. That could be done through a coalition. That is not going to be done through Congress. But at the moment, President Trump is asking for additional funds. I think and they're trying to use the war powers to be kind of this speed bump, to question him, to question the Pentagon, and to question whether or not there is an exit ramp to this whole conflict.
Okay, Paul, I mean, how much has the War Powers Resolution been tested since it first came to be? And do you see it having the effect that those who want to see an end to the Iran war, do you see it having that effect?
Well, it's hard to say. The War Powers Act in recent decades hasn't worked as advertised or intended. Successive presidents on both sides of the aisle have managed to get past statutes and resolutions that have given them extended warfighting powers that have allowed them to avoid having the War Powers Act go into effect, be relevant. That may be the case here. The administration would like to dodge this. So I really think it's a question of how unpopular the war is and how much worse things get. And, it is as powerful as Congress wants to make it. And I think that's really an open question for Congress.
Okay, and Angie, I mean, can't President Trump torpedo any eventual decision made by Congress and simply veto it? Isn't that part of how this all works?
Yes, it is. But, I don't think it needs to come to that. It clearly, we've seen it over and over again in congressional hearings. The senators want to have the mic and, talk pro President Trump or against President Trump. And they use their 15 minutes very well using these hearings. Chuck Schumer has brought the War Powers Act, I think, on the floor at least, if I'm corrected, I think about 6 times, and it's failed every single vote. He doesn't have the votes. I don't see Republicans in large numbers flipping their votes in order to help get this thing moving. So I think this fails on its merits, but more importantly, I think that this is being weaponized by the Democrats to use it for TV time.
Okay, let's pivot to our next subject of discussion. President Trump, we've been saying, in this particular regard, doesn't seem to have full grip on the GOP because we've seen dissent in the Senate on this particular issue. But when it comes to local issues and state elections, we have seen Trump-backed candidates ousting the rebels, if you like, people like Thomas Massie. And what does that tell us? Paul, what are your thoughts?
I think it's fair to say that no president that I can remember, at least, has ever had a stronger grip on his party, or certainly been willing to use more ruthless means to control his party than Donald Trump. And at the same time, no president at this point in his administration has ever had less support from the American public going back decades. Even Richard Nixon, right before he resigned, had more support from the American public than Donald Trump does now. So we're in this weird position where his power derives almost exclusively by his hammerlock on Republican opinion. The base Republican voters have stood with him on just about everything, even though there's a little bit of softening there. And because of that, his word is God when he says so-and-so is not MAGA enough, he's a rhino. Voters, the hardcore Republican voters, follow him. And that's a death sentence for most Republicans, almost all.
Angie, what are your thoughts? I'm calling this a revenge tour. Do you think that sums it up?
I absolutely believe this has been a year-long revenge tour by Trump and the administration. And Trump has won. In fact, he had a clean sweep on Tuesday evening. It shows that Trump is still the center of the universe within the GOP. His endorsements and his denouncements really do matter in every single race. across this country. And this is going to be a preview for the midterms in November. I've never seen anything like this, Tom. I've never seen a president have so much power and a stronghold over candidacies and seats, anywhere from congressional seats all the way down to municipality seats. It seems as though if you have Trump's endorsement, you are the gold standard for this country. And that's what he wants to reshape. You have the new Republicans who want the old establishment out. And that's what we saw in the past few days, if not months, with a lot of these special elections. A lot of the kind of like old establishment, Bush era, candidates, they lost their races. So it seems as though the new blood wants to come in. They want to be more MAGA focused. They want to be more Trump aligned. And they know that President Trump only has another 2.5, 3 years to get through the entire America First agenda. And they want people who's going to support him in the House, on the Hill, and also those who are not going to create any more problems for him.
Yeah, but Angie, there are some Republican strategists out there, and I'm wondering if you're one of them, who think perhaps this sort of purification exercise is not going to boost the GOP's chances in the midterms. I don't know if you've been hearing people saying that, but what's their thinking?
I'm hearing both fractions. Clearly, there is a bit of a divide because what Trump is asking is for Trump absolutism. And nobody likes that, right? We want to see a spectrum of Republicans. But there's no room for that, not while Trump is in office. I think that's the reaction to what we're seeing here. And you know what? I think for now, at least for the midterms, I think it's going to work in Trump's favor because people are scared to go against him. They may suggest things to him, but they can't go against him because look what he does to you. You're on a hit list if you object to anything that he does, including this war. So you have a lot of people now kind of sitting back, waiting to 2028. And that's why I think that the midterms will go in the favor for Trump and the Republicans. But come 2028, that's a completely different matter because Trump won't really be on the ballot at that point. Not that he is in November, but he really will be done with, his term, and there's going to be new blood coming in. And then I think you're going to start seeing a feeding frenzy, especially in my party, by 2028.
Do you think we're going to see it before that, Paul? Because there are people saying if you are not with Trump, you lose the primary. If you are with Trump, you lose the election. Do you subscribe to that theory or what Andrew was saying?
Well, we'll see, and you could be right. All the numbers right now are pointing the other direction. And if you're a Republican right now, you would like to be able in the general election to put, a Republican in a tight race, to put some distance between yourself and, a disastrous war, levels of corruption that the president is engaging in, getting slush funds, getting insulation from his own Justice Department, billions of dollars in money coming in. You would like to be able to put some distance between yourself and that to save your skin, and that's not allowed. Typically, smart leaders of parties to maximize the chance of gaining numbers Nancy Pelosi famously said to candidates, go ahead and attack me, say you're against me as leader of the House, as long as you win your race. That is not what the game that Donald Trump is playing. And when he goes out of his way to pick the less popular Senate candidate in Texas, Ken Paxton over John Cornyn, not that either of them are shoo-ins or that are easy to beat, but most professional Republicans and Democrats thought Cornyn has a better shot than Paxton to win that Senate seat or hold that Senate seat, and yet Donald Trump chose Paxton. So I don't think it's a strategy that anyone, a lot of professionals would say is the way to maximize Republican wins.
Right.
But are they guaranteed to lose the House or the Senate? No.
Right. I mean, there are those saying that this strategy of President Trump's is simply going to alienate the moderates and the independents. But let's see. I mean, we are, Angie, 16 months into President Trump's second presidency. One of the polls I saw today was a Reuters Ipsos poll, put the president's approval rating at 35%. And I think that means he's the most unpopular he's ever been. I mean, does that give you cause for concern, Angie?
Not yet. If these polls were taken in September and certainly closer to November's midterms, then I'd be worried. But right now, I understand the frustration of Americans. I understand that gas prices are super high and that there's inflation at the grocery store. I understand that people are struggling here because it seems as though that is the temperature. So I get that his polls are not great, especially coming from a primary where he didn't really care, and he said not the greatest words on media about the American public. So I understand that, but he also has several months to get this right. He also has plenty of time to bring down the gas prices, whether through the Straits of Hormuz or by giving Americans a gas tax holiday, which I think he should be doing anyway. I think state governors should also be giving state tax holidays during the time the Straits of Hormuz is closed, especially running up to the summer holiday travels where a lot of people will be in their cars or on planes. And also grocery prices. And I know he's been trying and working with the distributors for cattle to bring down those prices. Now, are all these things going to align perfectly by September when people come back from their holidays and everything is still high? That's when we have to worry. But right now, he still has a little bit of room to navigate. And given that we're still in an Iran conflict, I don't think that these numbers would be high anyway.
Okay, well, we've got 6 months or so to see if he can turn it around. Let's turn to our third topic of the day. The former president of Cuba has been charged with conspiracy to kill U.S. nationals. This relates to the downing of 2 aeroplanes flying between Cuba and Florida back in 1996. Paul, let me ask you, why now? Why is this happening 30 years after the event?
They are grasping at any slim tool they can to use in an overall push to try to change the regime there. On its face, it's pretty absurd, but nevertheless, they're using it. And, the director of the CIA was meeting with senior Cuban officials earlier, trying to move policy there. I think this is a shot across the bow to the Cuban leadership that if they don't play ball, they want some, Russian assets out of the island and so forth, that, a Venezuela type regime change or at least leader change could be in the offing. We'll see.
Okay, Angie, does this look to you like the next Venezuela here?
I think certainly the Cuban Americans here in Miami hope so. I was there for the DOJ's unraveling of the indictments yesterday. I was with the families who are affected by this. It's been 30 years of oppression and hurt for these families. A lot of them have been torn apart. To see the relief, and it was a spectrum between joy and anger of these families. It was a very emotional day for a lot of Cuban Americans. Even as of early this morning, they were celebrating. This was the very first step to a freer Cuba. And it took 30 years because none of the previous administrations wanted to deal with this. And it took someone like President Trump and Marco Rubio, who is a Cuban American, to take this on. So I was very happy to be there with the DOJ. I was very happy to see also the first assistant U.S. Attorney, Yara Kunis, who really pushed this on through. So it took a dream team of investigators who over and over again for the last 30 years reached dead ends in this investigation for them to reopen it years later and follow through with a lot of the leads. And that's why it took so long, because who wants to do a 30-year investigation, right? But it did take this particular administration to have the bravery to see it all the way through. But again, we're still waiting on the convictions. We're just at the indictment stage.
Right. I mean, Paul, do you see the day that Raul Castro is brought in handcuffs into the United States. I mean, he's 94 years old, but I mean, are we looking at a similar scenario to what we saw play out in Caracas at the start of the year, which, you know, and I'm wondering if this is an extension of that question, 5 months down the road, does that look like it was ultimately a success?
In Venezuela? Well, you know, hard to say. We still have a corrupt, brutal regime in Venezuela. They're playing, you know, ball with the United States to some extent. You know, there's talk of, you know, energy investments, but nothing of any substance really happening. You know, it was, you know, of questionable international legality and, you know, questionable U.S. interest, but it's what a lot of conservatives would like to see. It kind of is a visible manifestation of the Trump administration's new national security strategy, which is to throw its weight around, you know, the Western Hemisphere and abandon allies just about everywhere else. And so it's of a piece with that.
Okay, well, I'm being told we're out of time. I really wanted to ask Angie a couple more questions. So, okay, we can ask you one last question, Angie, I'm being told. I mean, if, you know, obviously the United States is looking like it's getting quite bogged down with Iran. There are no solutions yet that we can see. I mean, do you think there's the thinking in the GOP that Cuba is an easy fix and perhaps a foreign policy win at a time when the US needs one?
I think Cuba is on its knees right now economically. They don't have lights on in the evening. They're burning fires just to light the streets. They will collapse on its own with or without any sort of military presence. You know, I think that they are trying to figure out a way to have a win, but at the same time ask for money at the same time without giving any concessions. It really is just a matter of time. I think Marco Rubio knew exactly what he was doing by putting on all these oil sanctions. And you know, we've heard one estimation that it could be 2 weeks, and we heard another estimation it could be 2 months before the country really does fold. Certainly, there are protests on the streets almost every single night in Havana. And the U.S. is here to help. But again, there's going to have to be some concessions, especially with the government. And if Castro is brought into the United States the same way Maduro had been, certainly there's going to be some sort of regime change.
Okay, Angie Wong, you really have had the last word. Thank you very much indeed to you, Angie Wong, Republican strategist, joining us from Miami. And Paul Galastris, you had the first word. Thank you for joining us today from Athens. Thank you both very much indeed.
Thank you.
That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for a look back at the best interviews of the week. Until then, bye-bye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
The world is in the grip of an energy crisis unlike anything we've seen in decades. The war in Iran and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz has sent shockwaves through global energy markets, triggering supply deficits, draining inventories, and raising the specter of an oil shock that many analysts had long warned was coming. But how bad is it really, and how much worse could it get? As refineries begin cutting runs and different regions of the world start feeling the squeeze in very different ways, the critical question is, are we still in the early stages of this crisis, or are we about to hit a wall? And then there is the geopolitical fog, a fragile ceasefire, on again, off again hopes of a diplomatic deal, and an oil futures market so volatile that traders seem reluctant to take any position at all. Meanwhile, in North America, a very different story is unfolding, one of opportunity. U.S. shale producers are sitting on higher prices, and Canada's oil sands industry is suddenly back in the spotlight with renewed talk of pipelines and increased production. To make sense of all of this, I'm joined today by Eric Nuttall, partner at 9 Point and one of the most closely followed voices in Canadian energy investing. Eric, welcome to the program and thanks for joining me. How big of a cumulative deficit are we seeing today in the global oil market in light of the Strait of Hormuz closure and despite as well the inventories drawdowns? And if the strait is open tomorrow, how long will the market need to normalize? And are prices set to remain elevated for an extended period of time, even after the conclusion of this war?
You bet. This is very clearly the biggest energy crisis of our lifetimes, which for many of us who follow, do barrel counting, it's kind of mystifying to see the ongoing complacency in the market. Our numbers, and we just had Saudi Aramco confirm this over the weekend, we've lost roughly 1 billion barrels of forfeited production already. Even if the strait were to open up tomorrow fully, ignoring sea mines and all of the different challenges to a quick resumption, our estimate is we will lose at least 1.53 billion barrels. And so that's just an epically massive number. We have seen some workarounds to try to bring that down. We've had Saudi Aramco flowing more barrels to the west. We've had the Emiratis flow more barrels to the east. We've seen some refinery cuts. We just had the Prime Minister of India announce mobility constraints, requesting people work from home, etc. So kind of a flashback to the COVID era. But we still have global oil inventories falling dramatically. There's a bit of a misnomer in terms of how many barrels we can potentially lose for the system to be okay. A good report out by JP Morgan about a week ago said that we can only lose about 800 million barrels before the working inventories of refineries around the globe starts to kind of hit the red line. We will be approaching that by our estimate sometime in June. And so there remains a lot of complacency. We've had a surge of U.S. exports that has helped things. There was a bit of a surplus coming into 2026, and we can debate how big that was. That has very clearly been used up. There was some excess oil on the water. That has now been used up. The last of the ships have arrived, etc. And so we've been a little early. However, we do think that, to your point, we are hurtling towards a wall at 100 kilometers an hour, and we're about 5 inches away from it. And so we think the coming days or weeks is really when reality is going to set in.
I know that situations differ depending on the region and depending on current level of storages and domestic production, but how close are we today to seeing the full effect of this energy crisis that many have been warning from over the past 2 months? And more importantly, Eric, what ways and forms will this crisis materialize in the different regions around the world as run cuts in refineries continue?
Yeah, so coming into it, and you were correct to point out, every geography is different. Globally speaking, we were already quite low in terms of inventories of certain refined products. Jet fuel and diesel were both very, very low. And so it's not surprising in areas such as Australia, they have the highest diesel consumption per capita of anywhere in the world. They're having to really, really curtail usage to the best that they can. In Europe, for example, London Heathrow, 70% of their jet fuel comes from the Strait of Hormuz. We're now 72, 73 days from that no longer being accessible. And so we're starting to just see the beginning of flight cancellations, more regional. We've yet to see international, the more heavy fuel usage. That's coming. And so our view is you're going to have price rise materially in the coming weeks to start to rationalize demand. By our estimate, you need about $175, $177 Brent for that to begin to occur. We also had thought that governments would enact mobility constraints, and now you're just starting to see that in India as well from a very important speech. So We're just at the very beginning of this. It's been the lag effect, really, that I think, again, we're 72, 73 days into this. Many of us would have expected to see a more dramatic price increase, but the complacency, I believe, is being fueled by, existing inventories, which have all been been worked off. So again, we're very close to the cliff.
The ceasefire is largely holding, but it is fragile. We've seen the Iranians and Americans exchanging fire just last week, but oil prices have retreated from their highs on renewed hopes of a deal to end the war. Of course, we've been here before, Eric, with this roller coaster ride of ebbing and flowing of hopes of a deal. Mind you, liquidity in the futures oil markets have been low lately, probably showing traders lack of appetite to take positions in such a topsy-turvy market. Are you optimistic that we are any closer today to the end of the war than we've ever been so far?
I think what we have seen is, this work towards an MOU, which is just really setting the principles for negotiations to begin. It still seems like both sides are very far away. You have a ceasefire where you have love taps by Donald Trump's wording and such. So we do not think we are close to this resolving, which is dramatic. We have Middle Eastern production now roughly 14 million barrels per day. We are rapidly drawing down stocks, and yet we have this complacency, and I think there's two reasons for that. Historically, every geopolitical spike, it has been warranted to sell into that strength. We think of Abcake back in 2019. You had a sharp rally in the oil price. It fizzled out, I think, a week or week and a half later on. The other, and to your point, is traders are not willing to deploy risk capital because of the dramatic indirect influence from the Trump administration into the oil market via tweet or truth media. We've seen unnamed sources, certain media quoting unnamed sources. We've had we've been apparently about to set peace between the two parties 5 times in the last 19 or so weeks. So we think that the jawboning from the U.S. president is not sending the price signal that's necessary to reduce demand, and therefore the inevitable spike that is coming that everybody that I speak to agrees with is just a question of quantum and when it actually arrives. We must reduce demand. We cannot replace the quantum of Middle Eastern production from the United States or elsewhere, nor can SPRs or existing on-land or inland inventories make up for that dramatic number. And so we have to rationalize demand, but the oil market is not sending that price signal because of, again, the direct intervention from the U.S. administration. So it's an inevitability that is now being made worse by the direct jawboning from the White House.
I want to move on to North America and the response to what's happening there in the Middle East. We're now almost at the end of the earnings season. From what you've heard so far from U.S. shale companies, how are they responding to the higher prices today, Eric? Have they thrown away their cautiousness of the past few years to the wind? Are they meaningfully increasing or at least planning to increase activity? And how much of the void are they really able to fill?
You bet. So just like oil traders, U.S. shale companies are not willing to chase a geopolitical spike in the oil price because, again, this belief that peace breaks out, we go back to normality tomorrow and oil falls to $60. We don't agree with that, but I would say that is consensus. And so what we've seen is a lack of meaningful increase in drilling activity. The leader, Diamondback Energy, announced that they thought that you could see 20 to 30 additional rigs added in the Permian. The other major areas of U.S. shale are in permanent decline. We think that is the Bakken and the Eagle Ford. And so really there's only one area where you can see an increase in activity. 20 to 30 rigs means an increase on an annual basis of 140 to 300,000 barrels per day. So with Middle Eastern production now 12 to 14 million barrels per day, 140 to 300,000 barrels per day is a rounding error. And again, it speaks to the inventory challenge. We had thought that U.S. shale production was in its twilight. As the oil price has dramatically increased, perhaps you can extend that out a little bit. You can squeeze out a little bit of growth, but it really is a rounding error relative to the quantum of forfeited production. And it speaks to, again, just this is very clearly the biggest energy crisis of our lifetimes. There remains a massive amount of complacency in the market, and we think that complacency is coming to an end in the coming days to weeks.
I mean, yes, you've been a proponent of this thesis that the U.S. shale is in its twilight years. That's a view you've held for a while now, Eric. But more activity seems to be taking place north of the American border in Canada, where you are today. Increased production of oil sands coupled with higher revenues. How has the market looked for Canadian oil companies in the last 2 months?
Yeah, there's been very modest increases in capex. Most of the larger oil sand companies, when we think about expansion, it's a really multi-year type projects. We also suffer from a shortage of incremental takeaway capacity. We just had a new pipeline come on stream that sends Canadian oil to our west coast that ends directly to Asia, or funny enough, back to the United States Gulf Coast.
We'll talk about these two pipelines in a minute, yeah.
You bet. So what we are up against the wall in terms of incremental takeaway capacity. We would think that Canada at best can increase production by maybe 120, 140,000 barrels per day. So it's quite modest again, relative to the global context. And again, it speaks to no one ever thought, no sober mind ever thought that the Strait of Hormuz could be closed, and sure enough to be closed for 70 plus days. There is no source of supply growth on planet Earth that can even come close to making up to the deficit that we're experiencing right now.
Looking at the previous Liberal governments, today with this Liberal government, Eric, there's talk of increasing pipeline capacities in Canada and even constructing new pipelines you've mentioned, to the Pacific coast from Alberta, or reviving parts of the now defunct XL Keystone pipeline to the U.S. How is the U.S. trade war, the current Iran war, and the new Liberal government policies changing the outlook for the Canadian oil and gas industry today?
Unfortunately, what we're seeing is we have a new leadership in Canada that's abiding by the old mentality, and that is this notion that the world is needing a decarbonized barrel, and for industry to have the social license to increase production, we must pursue a incredibly expensive and very uncompetitive project called the Pathways Project that would sequester CO2 from our oil sands production. That is being tied to discussions. It's called the Grand Bargain. I've renamed it the Grand Ransom. That is the federal government tying a $30 billion project to being able to approve a new 1 million barrel per day pipeline. So I do think that is a pipe dream, if you pardon the pun. You mentioned another project that we think is much more likely to come forward, and that is it's called the Prairie Connector. It's connecting existing infrastructure to a modest pipeline in the United States. That would be initially a 550,000 barrel per day pipeline, expandable to 900,000 barrels per day, coming online potentially in 2029. So it's much more likely to go ahead. It's already received presidential approval. There's modest permitting required, as opposed to this hoped for 1 million barrel per day pipeline to the West Coast that would take $35 to $40 billion and take roughly 8 years. And lastly, we do have conversations with many companies in Canada very clearly. We've yet to identify a single company willing to take on the risk, who's willing to write the check. And so we're not optimistic about adding incremental capacity to the West Coast. We think incrementally we'll be sending more and more production to our southern neighbor.
So, Eric, just finally, where do you see Canadian oil production by the end of the decade compared to where it is right now?
Yeah, so roughly 4 years, we'd be looking at about a 500,000 barrel per day increase. That is massively contingent on expanding the throughput capacity on existing networks. We have roughly 700,000 barrels per day of expansion projects that I would say are fairly low risk, that are coming online in step change, incrementally every year. So despite our massive resource, we've yet to see meaningful action from the part of our, quote unquote, new government. There's been a lot of talk. There's been very little action, and that is really constraining the potential for Canada to meaningfully increase our production.
Well, it's always good to have you back on the show. Eric Nuttall, partner at 9 Point from Toronto. Thank you so much for taking the time and joining us.
My pleasure.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Pakistan steps up its diplomacy efforts with Iran and the US as Rubio says there are some good signs when it comes to making a deal. The WHO warns a vaccine for the latest Ebola outbreak in Central Africa could take up to 9 months as the death toll rises. Authorities in the Maldives confirm they have recovered the last 2 bodies of the 5 Italians who drowned in a tragic scuba diving accident last week. Pakistan has stepped up its peace talk efforts between the US and Iran. Marco Rubio has confirmed they will travel there today, 6 weeks since the fragile ceasefire came into effect. He also said there are some good signs when it comes to making a deal. This comes as Tehran says it's reviewing the latest responses from Washington to its peace proposal. Let's go live to Islamabad to speak to Jan Akçaksay, who's the former Baluchistan Information Minister and a geopolitical analyst. As always, great to have you on the show, Jan. So Pakistan is stepping up its diplomacy efforts 6 weeks since that fragile ceasefire took effect. Marco Rubio says the Pakistanis will travel to Tehran today. So should we hold our breath and expect any kind of breakthrough?
Well, so far the Pakistani authorities are very cautious as to who is going to be the dignitary visiting Tehran. As you can expect, Pakistan is very much cautious to conduct this diplomacy away from the spotlight of international media. Recently, we have seen in the last couple of weeks, Pakistan's very important Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi went twice to Tehran in 48 hours, signaling that Pakistan is adding momentum to its shuttle diplomacy. We have also seen so many efforts by GCC countries adding stability, helping push this momentum further, and also supporting Pakistan in its efforts to push Iranians and both sides for some sort of framework and breakthrough. But we are yet away from a breakthrough. There is a possibility that we might see some sort of framework emerging. However, we are still holding our breath.
And Iran's supreme leader has said the country's near weapons-grade uranium should not be sent abroad. Does this hard stance against one of the main US demands highlight how Iran thinks it's now got a hand in the game, and that's strengthening because these negotiations are taking so long?
Well, I don't think that what we see in the media, particularly by the Iranian stakeholders would significantly undermine the efforts. There are maximalist positions on both sides, but we see there is a fatigue that we have witnessed recently. Both sides want off-ramp. Though the Iranians are emboldened and they believe they have the timing, they can wait out the President Trump, given pressure on President Trump and domestic politics, particularly ensuing the November elections in the U.S. However, Iranians are also feeling the heat that any good deal, if they get it, and the timing is now. So I don't think what is publicly conducted would be maximalist position. However, we see some sort of convergence given all these back and forth efforts by Pakistan and other regional countries.
You talk about fatigue there when it comes to negotiating, and we've just heard from President Donald Trump himself. He said, we don't want tolls on the Strait of Hormuz. Marco Rubio also said a little bit earlier, tolling system in Strait of Hormuz would make diplomatic deal unfeasible. So Donald Trump says he's willing to wait for a response, but was also ready to resume strikes. Do you think a renewed military escalation in the Strait of Hormuz would improve America's bargaining power?
Well, definitely America wants to put more pressure on the Iranians so that they get off ramp. However, I don't think that there is huge leverage left with President Trump to ratchet up the tension. Really, the United States want to see closure to what we have seen, the ceasefire, and any escalation is not sought by the GCC countries or the region at large. So I think President Trump is under huge pressure not to allow escalation and see some sort of framework or some sort of intent of understanding emerging and giving in some concessions, though it will be a long, protracted talks if even we get some sort of framework agreed upon. But I don't think that both parties are not willing for a major escalation at this stage, despite, the ratcheting of rhetorics by both sides.
And there has been a new map published by the IRGC of the Strait of Hormuz. Why do you think Iran is now claiming the territorial waters of Oman and the UAE is under its control?
Well, obviously, the UAE has a particular case when it comes to Iranian position. Iranians are really have tuned down their rhetorics against the Israelis, but have ratcheted up their rhetorics against the UAEs. However, recently we have seen countries like the heavyweights of the region, Saudi Arabia, Qatar and UAE bringing in more leverage, their investment incentives, their pressure with the Trump administration, and also their quest not to allow escalation and some sort of stability would also help put pressure on the Iranians to come out with some sort of understanding, respecting the region's interest as well. So even if it's a provocative step by the Iranians, claiming the water areas of the UAE country, the UAE waters, particularly when there is a huge shuttle diplomacy going on, and it's not only just between Pakistan and Iran, but also at multilateral level, which involves the GCC countries and also Egypt and Turkey. So I think despite this provocative steps that we have seen, we might see some sort of positive trajectory that would lead to stability rather than escalation.
And how are hardliners and other spoilers on all sides reacting to the latest Iran mediation efforts? And could their actions actually derail any possible agreement that is in the pipeline?
Well, the spoilers have always been lurking in the corner. They have been trying to stall the process. Particularly, we have seen recently the Israelis tried to malign Pakistan's mediating efforts. They set up disinformation campaign. The IRGC hardliners are also there trying to get a maximalist position out of the negotiations. And then the hawks in the US are also trying to put pressure on Trump and limit his options. So we see spoilers trying to make this shuttle diplomacy a failure and go for some sort of escalation. Yet I'm more optimistic. We will see some sort of limited understanding framework emerging post this momentum that you have just mentioned in your intro.
Cautious optimism. I want to ask you something else that Donald Trump has said again today. And he says, I repeat, doesn't want tolls on the Strait of Hormuz, and has also once again said, and will retrieve Iran's stockpile of highly enriched uranium. He's mentioned this a few times, but never given us specifics on how this could actually happen. And what I'm also hearing, and I mentioned to you earlier, is Iran's supreme leader saying that is not going to happen. That is off the table. So once again, these two sides seem extremely far apart when it comes to creating a framework and narrowing that gap in negotiations.
Well, what we will actually get out of these negotiations, probably some sort of nuclearization pauses / verification, subject to further discussion down the line, and also what the Iranians talking about the reparation and some sort of toll of Strait of Hormuz. These both are very contentious issues, no doubt. But I think if we see some sort of limited intent of understanding emerging, we might see a long-drawn negotiations down the line. So we might see a postponement of these two critical issues for further negotiations. And once we have a permanent end of hostilities and our /ceasefire. So I think we would not see into these some sort of consensus emerging on these two efforts soon, but I think we would see a long-drawn talks that will get underway. So I'm still optimistic that we might postpone these two issues. We might see both parties leaving these for further negotiations down the line, but towards some sort of understanding that could be called a limited framework that would allow further negotiations. This is why I'm optimistic that we can say that step one, some sort of limited framework, step two, long negotiations on both sides converging. So that is far-fetched, and yet we will see some sort of understanding minus these two sticking points getting some sort of concrete closure.
It's really interesting speaking to Jan, and when I hear you talk, I always think to myself, Donald Trump likes a quick deal. He likes things to happen fast, so I wonder how well he'll do in these long, drawn-out negotiations if they happen. But thank you so much for your analysis. We can now go to Jason Brodsky, Policy Director at United Against Nuclear Iran. Jason, great to have you on the show. Once again, diplomacy, it's in the spotlight as Pakistani mediators push to get peace talks between the US and Iran back on track. But do you think we have mediators who want an agreement more than the parties themselves?
It's great to be with you. Yes, I do think we have mediators who want an agreement more than the parties themselves. We've seen this in the past with the Omanis, and now I think we're seeing this with the Pakistani government as well. And no matter what they want to do in terms of portraying optimism in the media and using that to try to inject momentum into the talks, what matters at the end of the day are the bottom line positions of both sides. And there are still divisions here. Just today, there were reports that Iran's supreme leader may have issued an order, although there are some denials from Tehran about that, regarding his refusal to ship their highly enriched uranium outside of Iran. And if that's the case, then these negotiations are going to go nowhere.
And it's really interesting because we also had lines out today after that statement from Iran's supreme leader regarding their enriched uranium. And it said Putin shared with Xi Jinping idea of transporting and storing Iranian enriched uranium in Russia. We've heard this many times before. And of course, the US is saying, no, they don't want Russia to take the enriched uranium. But with this rhetoric coming out of Iran and the supreme leader saying that the enriched uranium is not going to leave the country, do you think that this actually helps Iran and strengthens its hand in negotiations and gives it more bargaining power, basically?
It could be an attempt to increase the regime's bargaining power. We saw such similar tactics during the negotiations over the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action from 2013 to 2015. You have seen U.S. negotiators write in their memoirs about how Iran's then Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei used to give speeches that took a very hard line, and they thought that it completely upended the negotiation process. But the negotiation process continued to the conclusion of a deal. So this could be one such tactic. But nevertheless, I think that for some months now, the Iranian regime has been reluctant to ship its entire stockpile of highly enriched uranium outside the country. So that would track with the latest reporting on whether there's been an order or not from the Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei regarding the shipment of the highly enriched uranium stockpile.
And the IEA chief is warning the oil market could hit red zone in July or in August. How concerning is this for the global economy as Iran is really consolidating its control of the Strait of Hormuz? And should the US be doing more to open up this vital waterway?
Well, I think the U.S. does have an obligation to ensure freedom of navigation, along with its allies and partners who use the Strait of Hormuz for a lot of their trade. If these negotiations do not produce a result, the U.S. is going to have to consider options to open up the Strait of Hormuz militarily. And, the longer that this goes on, the increased pressure there will be for that option to be exercised. I suspect that that's the direction we're headed unless there is any dramatic diplomatic process.
Do you think there'll be U.S. boots on the ground if you think there'll be a military escalation in the Strait of Hormuz, Jason?
Well, I think that there will be U.S. strikes on Iran's onshore capabilities to target commercial vessels which are transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Let's not forget that Iran still maintains a chunk of that capability despite all of the erosion of its military capacity during Operation Epic Fury. So that will be a part of any kind of U.S. military operation to open the Strait of Hormuz, along with escorts and U.S. flight cover as well.
Jason, do you think paying Iran for transit is actually cheaper than enduring this blockade that is in place? Do you think that's a calculation many countries are making at the moment?
Well, I'm sure it may be tempting to some countries because they're very desperate to get a lot of their goods and also their personnel, which are stuck in many of these ships, to be moving again. But at the same time, these funds are going to be going to rebuilding the Islamic Republic's military capabilities. And also, let's not forget that the entities that ultimately are going to benefit from any kind of tolling or ransom payments, essentially, are the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and the payments of that can actually violate not only U.S. sanctions, but also UN sanctions. And so that's an untenable situation for many countries to consider payments.
And Marco Rubio, we're going to go back to this point when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, has criticized NATO's refusal to help on Iran ahead of the meeting of the members. Do you think the NATO alliance has been weak and hasn't actually stood up when it should have?
I do. I share the Trump administration's frustration. I think that Europe, our European allies have been a day late and a dollar short with respect to their assistance in this matter. They're only prepared to consider freedom of navigation mission unless and until there's a ceasefire negotiation and deal in place. So that's sort of after the fact, and it's curious that they will not join the United States in trying to reopen the Strait of Hormuz now and deploying those assets in real time, and are just sitting there on the sidelines and waiting. And I think that this is really just a symptom of a broader paralysis in the European policy on Iran writ large, because it relies on endless negotiations that produce nothing, and at the same time Iran rebuilds its architecture of terror and also promotes terror attacks in those same European countries, and all they do is release statement after statement and wring their hands and offer piecemeal symbolic sanctions that don't change the Islamic Republic's decision-making calculus.
So we had a chat about NATO there and the fact that they're a day late and a dollar short. And President Trump met Xi Jinping. Vladimir Putin has met Xi Jinping. They've all talked about Iran. Do you think that China could become a key mediator in this?
I think China does have a role to play, but China plays a double game. During President Trump's trip to China, you heard a lot of soaring rhetoric about how the Strait of Hormuz should remain open, and that China does not support the tolling of use of the Strait of Hormuz on the part of the Iranians. But at the same time, China is giving the Islamic Republic of Iran a lifeline economically by purchasing its oil exports in contravention of U.S. sanctions. And also, China is sending a lot of spare parts to help Iran's missile and drone program, which are being used to threaten that very same Strait of Hormuz. So China does have a role to play, but China is duplicitous in this sense. And also we see this at the UN Security Council with blocking of UN Security Council resolutions, especially the one that is being sponsored by Bahrain and many other countries around the world. So China, likes to talk a good game, but when it comes to acting, it really enables the Islamic Republic's malign behavior.
As always, Jason Brodsky, really good to have you on the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The World Health Organization has warned the vaccine to tackle against the latest Ebola outbreak in Central Africa could take up to 9 months. It said there are 2 possible vaccines for the Bundibugyo virus. There has now been 600 suspected cases and 139 deaths, and numbers are expected to rise. I'm now joined by the WHO spokesperson, Christian Lindmeier. Christian, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time with me today. The Ebola outbreak has spread far and fast. Why are doctors so worried? And what are the WHO's immediate concerns about the spread that we're seeing?
Well, thanks for having me. Well, there's a couple of factors in this specific case. First of all, the virus itself, the Bundibugyo virus, which is part of the Ebola, which brings Ebola disease, is a pretty lethal one. So it's less lethal than the Zaire virus type that we know, about 30–40%, but still, that's quite a lot. But the bigger problem is it's in the northeast corner of the DRC, bordering Uganda, an area which is struck with rebel activities. It's a mining area on top of it. So a lot of people constantly on the move, running away, or just on the move between countries, including South Sudan. So here's a high mobility, a strong belief in cultural sensitivities, which also makes it difficult to control. Burials have to be dignified and are normally attended by large crowds of people. Families are mourning and tending the body of a loved one. All this comes together and makes for a perfect cocktail. At the same time, it's a species of the virus which we do not have a vaccine yet.
And as you just said to me, this particular Ebola outbreak is in a conflict zone where millions of people are displaced. What are the other main challenges the World Health Organization is facing to try and get this new strain under control? Is there enough funds? You mentioned the vaccine. Does the vaccine for the Zaire strain actually work on this new strain?
We don't know yet, because this needs clinical trials, which would then take a certain amount of time. We're suspecting it does not, but these trials will take weeks to do. And then it needs shipping and production, of course. There's an amount of vaccines available, especially in Kinshasa. They do hold these vaccines because they're actually pretty well prepared. The Director General called on the weekend for the public health emergency of international concern. Basically, apart from the pandemic level, the highest international alert you can give. And that is to strengthen the international community, to alert the international community, to bring them together, to increase surveillance, to also help fundraising, because that's extremely important. And then once on the ground, it helps the national authorities, because it's a long distance. It's by air, 1,700 kilometers or more between Kinshasa and the Ituri province. It is by road 2.5–3 days to travel to get there. And that is terrain which is not easily maneuverable. 18 tons have already been of medical equipment and supplies have already been shipped by WHO. But yet this is a drop. And the bigger problem is really the remoteness, the mobility of people, and getting now to every contact and getting the right medicines once we know which one, and eventually vaccines to the places.
Christian, really difficult when you speak to me about how to get these vaccines and the right treatment in the right place across the DRC. But this is the DRC's 17th Ebola outbreak. Why does it continue to experience these repeated outbreaks? And what role do wildlife ecosystems play in allowing the virus to re-emerge? Because we do know that this virus often jumps from bats to humans or monkeys to humans, the way it's transmitted.
The animal kingdom is there. And that's where it comes from, exactly as you described. It's typically coming from bats. You have a hunter overnighting in a bat cave, or any other form. A single person is enough to get infected. He brings it into the family, gets sick, gets cared by the family. Of course, they give him close care. When that patient dies, the others then come together. Family funerals. Everybody mourns the body. And then it takes a long time to establish that there's something highly lethal there and very unusual. And by the time that notification reaches, which it did in the beginning early, and it was tested, the early cases were tested for Ebola, but for the Zaire strain, because the other is so unusual that the rapid tests are not available far away from Kinshasa. Kinshasa has it. And that's the good thing about what you say, that the DRC is so known to have Ebola outbreaks, because they really do know what to do. Kinshasa is really experienced. The Congolese do have highly qualified doctors and professors on that level. The problem is really the distance, the remoteness, the mobility, and now working a lot with the community. That's a huge challenge. Vaccines is one, but that's just one piece of the puzzle. Working with the communities, having them understand the danger of this, working also with the remote healthcare workers, they know how to protect themselves, having enough equipment for them, giving the families a possibility to tend the body of a loved one, to have a dignified burial and yet a safe burial. These are the bigger challenges.
And Uganda's government is saying it does not currently have Ebola cases in the country, but has also announced the suspension of travel between the border with the DRC. How concerning is this confusing picture we're hearing coming from Uganda?
So to what we know, what we have been reported to, that we have 2 confirmed cases, including 1 death in Uganda so far. The importance here is surveillance, because suspending travel, well, you might be able to do that over a single bridge, but WHO is not recommending suspension of travel anywhere in the world, because it doesn't really help. We know people have been on the move. People have been moving already. People have been moving since weeks. The first case that we know of was in early May, and we figured that there might be earlier cases that this patient 0 is maybe weeks before that. So people have been on the move. So now closing off has a false sense of security for people, and it actually disrupts the economic life of people, so they have to cling to something else. No, surveillance, working with the community, helping them understand, that is the key to solve this on the community level.
I just want to repeat, so we did hear from the Uganda Health Ministry temporarily suspends across public passenger transport with DR Congo due to Ebola, and the government spokesperson said don't have Ebola in the country. So that's what we're hearing from the Ugandan side. But what resources or international support are most urgently needed right now to strengthen the response on the ground?
Well, first, and we need a lot of, and we're holding already hearing at WHO in Geneva, different expert meetings, trying to establish which of the candidate vaccines that there are the most promising, how to quickly develop them, to get trials to speed. So this needs international collaboration. This needs to bringing the expert community of the world together. Then it's about supply shipment. What can we bring? Personal protective equipment, highly important. You need a lot of layers of equipment. You need to change, and they need to be transported in remote areas of the world. Surveillance, highly important. You can survey at airports. You can measure temperatures as a first step. Somebody who's a contact and has even symptoms should never travel. That is correct. But surveillance helps us. Collaboration, sharing of data, sharing of information. Don't isolate yourself as a country, because then also getting help in and out is a problem. So we need to work together, and this way we can solve it.
Christian, it was really great to speak to you. Thank you so much for your time with me today.
Thank you.
Specialist divers in the Maldives have concluded their search operation after the last two bodies of the 5 Italians who drowned in last week's scuba diving accident were recovered. Authorities are investigating multiple causes behind the country's deadliest ever diving incident. Emily Sue reports.
A group of specialist divers ended their search operation in the Maldives after 5 Italians died at an underwater cave last Thursday. The body of the diving instructor was found on the same day. The remains of the 4 other divers were retrieved this week after a specialist team from Finland was roped in to help with efforts.
The reason that why we are here was our willingness to help them, and help them by bringing them back home. And after 3 days, 3 operational days, I can say that we have achieved this mission, and they are back on surface and back at home.
The recovery operation was complex due to the depth of the cave and the lack of space and visibility. Italy's foreign ministry said the 4 bodies were located in the cave's 3rd section, the furthest from the entrance. Known locally as Shark Cave, it is up to 60 meters deep. It is hoped that discovering the bodies will provide clues to the cause of the accident. Maldivian authorities are investigating multiple possible factors behind the incident, including whether the divers descended deeper than expected. Suna Nazim is Maldives' first female course director of PADI, the Professional Association of Diving Instructors. She says safe diving depends on the right training, equipment, and sticking to the rules.
If you have the deep diver specialty license, I love to go to 40. Because of the rule in Maldives that says 30 meters for recreational depth limits, nobody goes that far beyond here. If you really want to go deep, now the world is changing. We have technical diving, we have a lot of training that you can get, and you have the possibility to explore these depths. But as a trainer working in this field, mainly with children and so on, I like to say that if you like to do this kind of diving, you have to get the right training and do it with the right gear.
Nassim says figuring out what went wrong in last week's accident can help trainers in the future.
When we read about this incident, it gives a clear picture of what really happened, and that will help us to enforce more safety rules in terms of diving and so on.
The accident is believed to be the deadliest single diving incident in the tiny Indian Ocean nation. Maldives is a popular tourist destination because of its string of coral islands. Emily Sue, El Arabiya English.
Now, files released in relation to the former British Prince Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor and his appointment as trade envoy in 2001 have been released. They reveal that the late Queen Elizabeth was very keen for her son to have a prominent role in the promotion of national interests. The British government published the historic documents yesterday and said it had found no evidence that formal due diligence or security vetting was carried out at the time. For more on this, I'm joined by a royal commentator, Josh Rom. Josh, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much. First question, does the release of these files actually change anything for Andrew?
Not specifically changing. It doesn't present anything damaging. It doesn't present anything necessarily concrete in relation to the previous allegations of misconduct in public office, allegations in which former Prince Andrew denies. However, what they do is they reveal more about the royal family's involvement in the then Duke of York obtaining that position, and it also reveals more of the specific temperament and behaviour of then Prince Andrew.
And what have been the most striking revelations from the files? Because you just talked about family behaviour, and what does it tell us about his relationship with his late mother, Queen Elizabeth? Because it was long rumoured that Andrew was always the favourite.
Yes, it was long rumoured that Andrew was always the favourite, and what this file shows, it unfortunately goes to suggest that the late Queen, Her late Majesty, definitely had a blind spot when it came to Prince Andrew. These files reveal that it was her specific wish that the then Duke of York should take a prominent role in the promotion of national interests. The files would say that it fits very well with the end of the Duke of York's active naval career. So this is very much suggesting that her late Queen Elizabeth made manoeuvres and applied a little bit of pressure. Buckingham Palace was applying potential pressure onto the government to give the then Prince Andrew some sort of role. But saying that it does fall in line with some procedure, and there was a continuation of this because this role was previously taken up from the Duke of Kent. So there was previous royal involvement when it came to this specific role. But what it does show Her late Majesty the Queen trying very much looking out for her son, who has, of course, been long rumoured to be her favourite.
Is it acceptable that Andrew was not vetted for this role at all, despite existing concerns about his behaviour, and also he lost the job because of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? Well,
This is a bit of a nuanced question, because when he was first appointed in 2001 to the role of trade envoy. Now, although he did meet Jeffrey Epstein in 1999, it's thought that he was introduced through Epstein's ex-girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell. Of course, Epstein was only convicted in 2008. So those concerns around Jeffrey Epstein would have only have been present later on into the role and not when he was first being appointed. So I think that's why there was little to no vetting, because at the time there wasn't necessarily those concerns. And of course, as I mentioned just before, there was previous royal family involvement in the form of the Duke of Kent having this role. Saying that, it's more of a question of why didn't Andrew necessarily resign sooner, or why was he then not stripped of the role after these after these concerns were amounting? That's, I think, the question. And actually, it stresses the importance that actually even members of the royal family might need to be vetted somewhat to their connections to see whether specific roles involve conflicts of interest, especially when it came to this specific issue. We saw a warning from his head of office, from Captain Neil Blair. Already there was concern about Andrew's behaviour relating to his liking of and his hobby of golfing, and whether or not in this sort of role he should be offered any sort of golfing in a public capacity. The letters reveal that his from his own office, they ask the government or say that there should be negotiations, that he should not be offered any sort of golfing activities in a public capacity and only in a private capacity. And this goes to show that actually already from the very start, there were concerns about his behaviour and his temperament.
You know, Josh, it's so funny because that's one thing I picked up when I had a look at those files that stated the Duke of York should not be offered golfing functions abroad. And I was thinking that's a real red flag, isn't it? And as soon as you read those files, you see that is a conflict of interest right there. But really interested and really interesting to have you on. Josh Rom, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you so much for having me.
A reminder of our top stories. Pakistan steps up its diplomacy efforts with Iran as the US, as Rubio says there are some good signs when it comes to making a deal. The WHO warns a vaccine for the latest Ebola outbreak in Central Africa could take up to 9 months as the death toll rises. Authorities in the Maldives confirm they have recovered the last 2 bodies of the 5 Italians who drowned in a tragic scuba diving accident last week. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. And we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
One of the most important archaeological sites in Saudi Arabia, proudly listed on the UNESCO World Heritage List. Hello, welcome to a new episode of Where To, from the land of kings and heroes, from the capital of the first Saudi state, and from one of the most important archaeological sites in Saudi Arabia, proudly listed on the UNESCO World Heritage List. This remarkable place has preserved its authenticity, an architectural heritage standing as a reference for traditional Nadi architecture. With modernization, the past has been seamlessly integrated with the present, transforming this place into one of the kingdom's premier tourist, economic, cultural, and sporting destinations. Let's explore Diriyah together. No need to worry when you visit. The parking facility accommodates more than 1,300 cars across 3 levels. This smart and eco-friendly model serves as the foundation for future projects in Diriyah. One of the biggest challenges at major tourist attractions is finding parking. Visitors benefit from a dedicated smart parking system. As soon as you enter, your car's details are automatically recorded and displayed on intelligent screens, completely paperless and environmentally friendly. You can, even through the devices distributed in the parking, locate your car by entering its plate number. Whether you stay for 4 or 6 hours, there's no need to worry about forgetting where you park. We'll talk about a model parking facility that will become widely available in the future. We'll include smart charging stations designed for future cars, electric cars, the moment you exit the parking, your journey truly begins at Bujari Terrace. Even this short walkway offers a glimpse of what awaits inside. A perfect example of human-centered urban design. What is Diriyah? Diriyah traces its roots to traditional Nadi architecture and agricultural heritage. Interestingly, this modern parking facility we've been talking about was once an old farm, now thoughtfully modernized and repurposed into a parking area. The moment you step out, you will see the buildings and the greenery all around, marking the beginning of your journey to Al Bujari. To enter Bujari, Terrace tickets must be purchased through the official Diriyah website. The ticket costs SAR 100 on weekdays and SAR 200 on weekends. The terrace is open daily from 10:00 am until midnight, and the ticket redeemable at participating restaurants and cafes in Bujairi Terrace in Diriyah. It's a great idea that the 100 SAR is deducted from your bill. However, what we didn't anticipate is the crowd, so I highly recommend making a reservation before visiting Bujairi Terrace. Whether for breakfast, lunch, or dinner, booking is essential either directly through the restaurants by phone or via their Instagram pages. A quick coffee and pure relaxation. Bujairi Terrace, truly a family-friendly destination. Its pedestrian area spans over 15,000 mm, a very large open area overlooking Wadi Hanifa. It features a wide selection of cafes and restaurants, including renowned international brands. Altogether, the venue can accommodate more than 30,000 visitors. With one ticket and walking, you'll move from Bujairi Terrace to the historic district of At Turaif, whose age extends to more than 300 years. Inside, you'll discover the palaces of Al Saud from the first Saudi state and experience authentic Meiji life through immersive exhibits. At the heart of At Turaif stands Salwa Palace, home to three remarkable museums: the Horse Museum, the Military Museum, and a museum dedicated to the history of the Al Saud family, the ruling dynasty of Saudi Arabia. What a breathtaking view at sunset! We are in one of the most important viewpoints located in Salwa Palace. From here, you can see palm groves, Bujairi Terrace, and Wadi Hanifa, perfect for unforgettable photographs. We are now walking through At Turaif Historic District, surrounded by its historical heritage, palaces, mosques, and private traditional houses. At every turn, you'll find a tour guide, ready to share accurate and original historical insights about each site you encounter. Some of these buildings have preserved their original structures even though they have undergone careful restoration, but you will truly feel as if you've stepped back in time. We've continued our walk toward the northern area. Here, you'll discover an important lesson that reveals the origins of political protocol in Saudi Arabia, specifically during the Second Saudi state. In the past, any visitor was immediately welcomed and hosted in a designated guest area, traditionally known as the hammam. These spaces were fully equipped to offer comfort and rest, preparing guests according to formal protocol before their audience with prominent figures. Within this historical context, behind me stand the palaces of Nasser and Saad bin Saud. As you observe them closely, do they remind you of anything? This very site hosted the official dinner organized by Saudi Arabia. We are truly standing in front of a remarkable historical landmark. The layout of of homes in the Atturaife Historic District, along with authentic Naidi architecture, was carefully designed to reduce temperatures. Everything is carefully designed. Notice the triangular openings on the rooftops? They serve as natural ventilation channels, allowing air to circulate day and night in both summer and winter. Among the highlights of the Diriyah Museum, particularly on the second floor, is a glass walkway composed of 7 colored tiles, gradually transitioning from red and orange to green. It symbolizes the fall of the first Saudi state and the hardships it endured, culminating in prosperity in the rise of the second Saudi state, represented by the color green. We also honor Imam Turki bin Abdullah, the founder of the second Saudi state, and a historical figure that we commemorate. One of the most prominent symbols associated with him is the famous Al-Ajrab sword. This is an exact replica of the Al-Ajrab sword, rooted in Saudi history and featured in the traditional Arda dance. Read more about it, and you'll discover further details when you visit the museum. And Prince Khalid al-Faisal spoke the truth today when he said, "O Knights of Martiu, your love came first and grows precious. Remarkable tourist destinations here in the capital Riyadh, and an ideal place for celebrations and business gatherings. Open year-round. It truly deserves more than a single day to explore. Enjoy! See you soon in another episode of Where To."
Welcome to this special interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great nephew of the former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Lord Roderick, thank you for your time and for this interview. I'd like to first start by asking you about your family legacy and the history of the name of the family of Balfour. Being a descendant of former Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour, how do you think that carrying the name shaped your own perception and understanding of the declaration and the impact given its significance and to the whole world, I would say?
Good. Well, listen, thanks for your interest. The Balfour Declaration, you may have read before, hung on the back of the lavatory door in our house in France. Nobody ever talked about it. It was just not a feature through the 50s and the 60s and the 70s when I was growing up. Although I say the 70s, by then it was a bit, because the first time I came across it seriously was during the Six-Day War in June 1967, when I worked for the New York Herald Tribune in Paris. And unlike today, you'd be amazed, all of the Champs-Élysées and all the area around was completely pro-Israeli. Bizarrely, that wouldn't be the same today at all. And then I really, when it first sort of mattered and people wanted to talk about it, I would say was really around the centenary. So really quite recently.
And I wanted to ask, looking back 100 years ago, do you think that the UK government and your great uncle have foreseen the long-term consequences of this declaration?
Do you think that President Trump and everybody else can see the long-term consequences of what they're proposing today in 100 years' time? I mean, nobody can. And I think it's very important to stress. I mean, a lot of people who talk about this talk as though it was a problem 100 years ago. It wasn't. I mean, there were only 700,000 people in the whole of Greater Palestine and Cisjordania and I think the south of Syria. 700,000. There are now, 12, 13 million people inhabiting a smaller area. We hadn't had the Holocaust, which made a huge difference. And No, I mean Arthur Balfour and the rest of the cabinet. And I mean, I think it's important to stress that this document was not typed out by his secretary dictating to him over breakfast. I mean, this was, he was the foreign secretary, and somebody else might have been the foreign secretary. In fact, somebody else did say somebody else should be writing it, I think. But anyway, it ended up with his name on it as the foreign secretary.
And before moving to, I will ask you a bit more about the declaration itself, but before moving to that part of the conversation, I have a question about how you talk about the Balfour Declaration in your own family. Is it usually a source of pride, or is it usually a source of controversy?
I think in its original form, and for the reasons it was written, I think that there is pride. But I mean, I think we very much see Arthur as having done it as the foreign secretary. Admittedly, you know, he was, particularly through my great aunt, a great friend of Chaim Weizmann and Theodor Herzl and people. And he was, you know, he was a great philosopher and he was a great humanitarian. And so obviously he was very influential within the cabinet and as the foreign secretary, you know, because you had, you know, what goes around comes around. You had the Tsar expelling all the Jews from Russia who ended up here and in America, not being able to speak English, with their strange habits and everything else. And that preyed on people to say, and they wanted to, you know, go to the land of their forefathers, to the land of Moses. And that meant Palestine. So it was very much a humanitarian gesture, but I mean, it's not as definite in here as a lot of people would like to think it is.
And moving on to the declaration itself, and I think this is a question on everyone's mind in the Middle East, as you may know. Why do you think that it was a promise to one group of people, a homeland for one group of people, but did not promise the same for another group of people who were inhabitants of the land at the time?
Well, because the Palestinians, if you like, for want of a better word, were not under persecution. Nobody was chasing them. Everybody was, you know, I don't wish to demean them, but I mean, I think when I read about the history, it was basically an agrarian economy with sheep and goat herds, nothing, no sophistication, very few people, as I say, you know, and therefore I think they thought if a few Jews wanted to go and live there peaceably, you know, all the Abrahamic faiths, you know, Muslim, Christian and Jew, why would there be a problem? So, you know, there was no sort of contentious arguments over the breakfast table about how can you do this? You know, everybody was coexisting peaceably. But you know, a lot of it obviously has to do with the Holocaust, population explosion, that there isn't room for everybody.
Do you think the declaration, now looking at it, fulfilled some of its goals?
When you say its goal, I mean, I have it in my hand because I always want to get it absolutely right. I have much further we have a declaration of sympathy, that's all, with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. So there's no, we will support the creation of a state of Israel, as is, you know, under pressure to create for Palestine at the moment. And this is the strong bit. Everything else is what I think in the lawyers call precatory. It's a wish, okay? But the next sentence is the one that gets me into trouble in Israel. It being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So I leave anybody listening to think what is going on today is not what he or the government of the day would have wished.
But do you think that the UK government has done enough for that clause to protect non-Jewish communities?
That's a very good question. I mean, when you say done enough, I mean, I felt for many years the United Nations, who got involved in the Congo, in Sudan, in all these other places, never really got sufficiently involved in the Holy Land. and I call it the Holy Land for all three religions. And I've never quite understood why not. And particularly as, one has to say it, but Israel has never attacked anybody else. I mean, they've gone off and done these missions in recent times, but they've never wanted to wipe out the Palestinians. I mean, the occupation of the West Bank and these settlements under the very right-wing Israeli factions, is not something. I mean, that goes completely contrary to this, as well as to United Nations resolutions and things like that. So, what could we do, just Britain? I mean, it wasn't a, we came out of it after the mandate finished in 1947-48, and the State of Israel was announced, recognized by the US, recognized by the United Nations. They were a sovereign nation by whatever other means you want to call them. So, it wasn't up to us to say, you are contravening the declaration. I would have liked it if they had, and the United Nations had said, we're going to come in here and sort things out, because it's contrary to the declaration.
I'd like to move to the to UK's historical decision to recognize Palestine last week, and this was an important day for a lot of Palestinians and Arabs in the whole world. Mm-hmm. What do you think of this recognition, and do you think that it was a step taken too late? No, I don't at all. I think that again, with the United Nations help and everybody else, there should have been a far greater effort to deal with the two population problem much earlier, whereby there would have been far more democratic regimes in both Gaza and the West Bank, and instead they've just been able to run riot and do whatever. I mean, the West Bank hasn't had elections for 20 years. Gaza has been ruled by Hamas. I mean, are these, in their present condition, are these really suitable entities for us to recognize as a state? I'm not sure. But I mean, it's symbolic. It shows that we are in favor of the two-state solution, but there's got to be a lot more before it actually means anything. And do you still believe in a two-state solution? Do you think that with today's circumstances that it's still a viable solution?
Well, clearly the Israelis don't think so. And I don't think Hamas thinks so, because Hamas want to get rid of Israel, and Israel doesn't trust any of the Arab countries while they're run as, the Palestinian enclaves, until they have a reassurance that they're not going to be populated by people who swear death to Israel from the river to the sea. So you've got these two blocks who are implacably opposed to each other. And I suppose that's what, love him or hate him, but, President Trump is actually somebody who at last is not just muttering warm words, but actually getting on and doing something, and I think has realized, and obviously done a lot of talking around the Middle East and with other Islamic countries, who, you will know yourself because you're from there. I understand none of the countries want to have an unstable world there, which is rife with terrorism and murder and everything else. I mean, I think, excuse me, especially Saudi, I believe, very, very keen to have peace. And of course, we were talking earlier about Abu Dhabi, and I mean, these are now commerce has taken over from the theocracy element, which I think ruled a lot of the sort of views of Islamic countries before. And now they're major economic powers. They don't want to see war and terrorism on their doorstep. So I think that's why they're, as I understand it, giving their full support to this effort, the Trump effort.
But moving to today's reality, Do you have any reservations about Israel's act of violence? Do you think, what is your view on what Israel is committing against the Palestinians today?
I think you've got to take that in two halves. I think the West Bank is something that really has got to be stamped on. That is so contrary to the declaration and against the United Resolutions, things which we were talking about. But Gaza, how has Hamas allowed this to happen and not said, listen, please don't bomb all our houses and think we will surrender the hostages? I mean, one feels, and this is evidently what everybody else feels through the Trump proposal, that Hamas, he said it, Hamas has got to be neutralized because they're the destabilizing force. But I think the West Bank and Gaza are, but I'm no lawyer, I'm not a professional historian, so these are just my personal opinions, but you've got to separate the West Bank problem from the Gaza problem.
And how's your relationship with the Palestinians and the Israelis, if you have any?
Well, I've not really come across too many Palestinians per se who live in Palestine, but I have come across a lot of the Arabs who live and work in Israel. And of course they don't like it either, because they've peacefully coexisted in Israel, done a lot of business with they're integral part of the business landscape.
And I just want to ask two more questions. One of them is, when you reflect back at the declaration, for you personally, do you feel that it's a source of responsibility? Do you feel it's a burden that you carry the Balfour name and you do these interviews? And
that's interesting. I suppose that really why I accept sort of the invitations to do these interviews is it gives me an opportunity to defend the declaration and point out what it actually says. I've read up quite a lot of opinions on the declaration, and one of the things I find, which I think are provocative to the Palestinian side, is all sorts of people have read this and said, oh, this is definitely an official document. This is, we will create the Israeli state. And it doesn't say that, but it's been seized on by sort of the more, I suppose you'd call them extreme or right-wing in this day and age, elements who want to say that this has a force of law. As I say, I'm no lawyer, but when I read it as it says, and I'm not trying to interpret it like a scholar.
I have one last question, just because a lot of people did take this as an official document.
Well, it's official in the sense that it came out of the British government and was expressed a wish with a particular reservation. Yep, official.
But then what do you say to the millions of Palestinians? Some of them are still refugees in some countries. What do you tell them now that this declaration and the name of Balfour was so central to the path that they had in life, or they took in life after what happened in 1917 and 1948 and everything afterwards?
I think I've never understood why the Palestinians and the Jews did not all just get on and build the fabulous economy together. It's been so one-sided, and I never understood why the Palestinian side was not keeping up with the Jewish side.
Maybe because a lot of them were expelled out of their homes.
Arab Israelis who very happily coexist. Why after the Intifada in 2014, was it, did Hamas decide to destroy all the greenhouses, that had been left by the Israelis to help grow food for the Palestinians? As I understand it, Hamas didn't want their population to be happy. They wanted them to be constantly fed an anti-Israel mantra. Not good for peace.
Thank you, Lord Roderick, for granting us this interview and for your time. Thank you for watching. This was an interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great-nephew of former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Jerusalem, an ancient city going back to more than 3,000 years. Jerusalem. It is one of the rare places that is layered with hundreds of years of history, while also being a bustling modern city. A visit to Jerusalem offers you world-class cuisine, plenty of religious and historical landmarks, and yes, archaeological relics. Also known as the Western Wall or Kotel, the Wailing Wall is the holiest place in Judaism. Millions of tourists arrive here each year to pray. The ancient wall is believed to be the last remnant of the second temple built by Solomon. Another religious site is the Golden Dome at the center of the Temple Mount, which can be seen from around the city. It is the third holiest site in Sunni Islam. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre is considered the most important pilgrimage site for Christians for centuries. But it will also be appreciated by art lovers and history buffs. Its interiors are designed with amazing mosaics. Israel Museum is the country's largest cultural institution. The place is most famous for housing the original Dead Sea Scrolls. Jerusalem's Yad Vashem is the world's largest Holocaust museum. It was built in honor of the millions of Jews who perished during World War II. The expansive 45-acre complex is Israel's second most visited site after the Western Wall. The Eucalyptus restaurant is great for a culinary escape. It combines Middle Eastern food in a fusion of nationalities and wonderful local ingredients. The Jaffa Road is ideal for a place to relax, hang out, and enjoy a good time. It runs through the heart of the new city. Both picturesque and arty, it is great to stroll down and cut off into the shopping and dining areas hidden behind it. In the streets around Zion Square are a buzz of bars and local hangouts, where you can sip on local Gold Star beer and people watch for hours. The Shuk, or Jerusalem's large open-air market, is a great place to find produce, meat products, and the like at great deals. A great deal of cafes and boutiques can be found here, making it a great place to wander. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.